Wait until they get a load of me. Hey, Wolfpack, we are back with another surprise tier list stream. This time we're talking about one of the bigwigs, the greatest DC supervillain ever, Batman's greatest ultimate archenemy, the clown prince of crime himself, the Joker. Alright, making sure everything's working. Yeah, sorry folks, just want to be sure. Don't want to start this and something went wrong. Alright, I'm the Joker. Do the first Joker, the 66 one? Alright. We're just starting right now, okay? So, we're finally doing it. We're talking about another Batman villain, this time the big one, the baddest of the bad. It wasn't a popularity contest. He was a psychopath, a monster. The Joker. Yep, here he is, the clown prince of crime, in all various forms across many incarnations of media. Gonna talk about and rank them all, from Mark Hamill to Jared Leto. Yep, we got them all here, all the mainstream Jokers. We do have maybe like one or two cameos missing, but all the Jokers who were plot relevant. Yep, we're gonna be ranking them all, each and every Joker, the good, the bad, the Jared Leto, talking about who's top clown and who's rock bottom bad. So let me go over the rules if this is your first tier list ever. I will be talking about each and every individual Joker, all the big ones, the ones fans know, the one mainstream media knows, the ones that the normies know. Gonna rank them all from who's good, who's bad, and who's god-awful on this here tier list from top best to bottom worst. Up top, we have Emperor Joker. These ones are the perfect ones, 10 out of 10s, the S tier, the greatest comedian legends of all time. These ones are great Jokers. I love them, you love them, audiences love them. They were a dang fine incarnation of this clown. They are the top dogs. They are an Emperor Joker. Underneath that, we have Clown Prince. These ones are good. Not perfect, not phenomenal, they're decent. They did their job, they were good incarnations, well written, entertaining, very funny. Definitely have a lot to like about them. They were just missing that extra push to make history as one of the greatest clowns of all time. But I do like them, they are the gold standard, basically. They are a Clown Prince. Then, right smack in the middle, we have Mediocre Comedian. These ones are meh, they're fine, they're alright, they're adequate, they're serviceable, they're the okay incarnations of the Joker. Don't absolutely love them, but they are far from bad. They had an equal amount of good and bad, landing right smack in the middle for me. We might be seeing a few of the later Jokers in media, the ones who aren't like the classic interpretation of the clown, or the darker incarnations. They did an adequate job. They are a mediocre comedian. Underneath that, we have Who Is This Clown? These ones are the unknowns. I don't recognize them. I never saw their show, their movie, their video game, whatever. I have no idea who these Jokers are, so they're going to be in this slot. They are an unknown. Who is this clown? Underneath that, we have Lame Clown. These ones are below average. They're the duds, the lame ducks, the weak links. They were not very good interpretations of the Joker. They could have been. There was definitely something interesting there that could have sprouted into something bigger, but ended up kind of disappointing, underwhelming, forgettable, or just plain lame. They are a lame clown, just barely above total failure. Speaking of which, bad joke. These ones are F tier, total losers. 0 out of 10s, the worst incarnations of the Joker of all time. And I think you guys can name a few who will be ending up down here. But I hate them, audiences hate them, pretty much everyone hates them. They're a Joker who has no fan base, no defense. They are a bad joke. Hey, I'm just in time for once. Hey, Monica, you made it. The bad one is obviously the one from Suicide Squad. Which one? Hey, Cat. Hey, John Smith. The one villain with no background, depending on which interpretation you're following. I'm the Joker. Okay, people want the 60s Joker first. Yeah, I know that makes sense because he was the first one. Yeah, sorry, got a really weak Joker laugh. I can do Caesar Romero, but Mark Hamill, he's the one we all want to we all want to do an impersonation of. My all-time favorite Joker is obviously Mark Hamill. You and everybody else know Storm, since he's an iconic voice for him. My favorite Jokers from the animated series, The Batman, and Telltale. Yeah, Anthony Ingruber Joker. He was awesome. So, I have done an actual video on this. I did my top 10 favorite Jokers, or best Jokers. It's on Wolf Entertainment right now. Go check that out if you want to see me talk about the Joker in much better words. This is a live stream, so we're kind of freelancing it, we're winging it, just whatever off the top of Cat's head. So, expect a lot of flubs. But yeah, if you're interested in seeing me talk about the Joker in much refined detail, go check out my top 10 video on him. I got a lot of good Joker actors on there. Also, if it wasn't worth for the Joker, Carnage would never exist. Yeah, that's true. Carnage was sort of Spider-Man's answer to the Joker. I would argue Green Goblin kind of already was that, especially over the later years. But yeah, Carnage was Marvel's attempt to copy them. Jared Leto is a bad joke in this list, and lol. Made it, and the many, I do mean many versions of the Joker. Yeah, we got a ton of Jokers on here. Thankfully, not a lot of them had too many episodes or spotlight yet, but I'm trying to fit in every Joker I could. Got the good, the bad, the Jared Leto, pretty much everyone who's been seen portraying the Joker. All the media versions, we got TV shows, movies, cartoons, and even video games. Arkhamverse Joker and Telltale Joker are on this list. Looking forward to talking about this character. Okay, so the Joker is a good villain. I fully admit he is very well written, he is entertaining, he's darkly hilarious. The Joker is the anti-Batman. He's everything Batman fights against. He's evil incarnate. He's a monster. He's a sociopath. He's an agent of chaos. The Joker does not care about life. Life is a joke to him, and he is the punchline. He kills people, commits various crimes, has various plans, various interpretations. Sometimes the Joker is a straight-up nihilist that's just doing this until he dies. Some Jokers are schemers. Some are in it for the money, the treasure, taking over Gotham City, killing the Batman either for fun, personal vendetta, or Batman, you complete me, psychotic reasons like that. I do like the Joker. I do not think I'm going to piss anyone off when I say that I am kind of tired of seeing this character, because Batman has so many other cooler villains I want to see more of. I mean, just in these last 2 weeks, we talked about the Mad Hatter and Poison Ivy. Mad Hatter deserves a lot of spotlight. I love the Scarecrow. He's my #1 Batman villain. The Joker is definitely up there. I just kind of wish we got to see Batman's lesser villains, or the ones that are still obscure, get a little more spotlight. But the Joker makes money. He's everywhere. Everybody loves him. Got so many fun interpretations of this guy. A lot of good versions of him, but we do have some bad clowns on here, which we're gonna go over right now. But just to let you guys know, I do like this character. He's funny, he's cool, he's charming. A lot of great designs, some not so great, but we'll get to that. Joker is pretty much the anti-Batman, and that's why he works. That's why he's seen as his primary #1 arch nemesis. So I thought it'd be fun to talk about him now. Was gonna do this on April Fool's. Unfortunately, I was busy and already gave you guys a video that week. So we're gonna do this now. It's still April Fool's in this cat's eyes. Jared Leto is going to be Skeletor and He-Man. Don't remind me, Monica. Which is better, Joker or Green Goblin? They're kind of similar. That is kind of difficult. I know more about the Joker, have seen him in a lot more things, but I do like the Green Goblin because he's so much fun, and he's kind of a combo of both the Joker and Lex Luthor. When he's Norman Osborn, he's Lex Luthor. When he's got the Goblin mask on, total Joker. Hey, what I missed? Nothing too much, Firewolf, just going over the basics. Who is the Joker? Talked about all the slots. We do have some fun categories this time because this is a very iconic character. So, some of the Jokers from various media have been crammed together, like if it's one Joker from one continuity, like the DCAU or the Arkhamverse, we are kind of smushing them together as one character. Thought that'd be easier so we wouldn't be here forever, but this will probably be a 10-hour stream. Made it, and the many, and I do mean many versions of the Joker, got a lot of them. Alright, so, you all know the Joker, you all love him, he cracks you up, he scares you, he's cool, he's funny, he's well designed, has a lot of A-list celebrities play this character, from Cesar Romero all the way to Mark Hamill, and we're gonna be talking about each and every incarnation on this tier list. Just caught up on comments, alright. So, I guess we should finally start this tier list, because this is going to be a pretty big one. We'll start with the first Joker ever, Cesar Romero, from the Adam West Batman, and Romero is going on to Emperor Joker. Yep, starting us out on a high note. Romero is hilarious. He is iconic as this clown. He has been kind of overshadowed by Jack Nicholson, Heath Ledger, and especially Mark Hamill, but I still hold him in high regard. I really like Cesar Romero. He, simply put, is funny. He's entertaining. He's a total lunatic. He made his own Joker laugh. He's that good. Joker in this show is, of course, heavily toned down. Can't have the Joker straight up murdering people on a family show. But Joker is the prankster who goes too far. He's got his sick, twisted sense of humor, always has an evil plan up his sleeve, but he has a ball being an insane supervillain. Everything is a joke to him. He is making lethal pranks, lethal schemes, always trying to dupe the Batman and make him look like the clown, but Joker is still pretty dangerous in this show. Joker is still a violent lunatic, constantly gets into fistfights with the Dark Knight. Romero definitely hams it up to the max, kind of the mass mutant style, always laughing, always making a bad Joker pun, and he has his lethal Joker weapons to boot. Namely, we do see the Joy Buzzer in this show, that's the one he uses. Yeah, Romero was kind of the one who popularized the Joy Buzzer that just literally zaps you with lethal voltage. Ooh, you know what the doctors say, a laugh a day keeps the Joker away. Really like his Joker laugh. For some reason, they kind of gave him more of a pinkish suit. I believe it's supposed to resemble his purple outfit from the comics, but the colors were kind of altered so it looks more pink. I do like that Cesar Romero kind of wears a variation of his Joker suit. Romero, if you don't know, also infamously still had his mustache. He refused to shave his mustache off, so they put makeup over it, which is why the Joker's mouth always looked kind of weird, but I think it helped elevate that creepy smile of his. So the Joker has a lot of goofy yet hilariously fun schemes in this show. Joker tried to steal a surfing trophy. He entered a surfing contest where he battled the Batman on the waves. He tried to pull pranks on Gotham City, tried to rob a lot of banks, teamed up with a lot of villains. We see him team up with Penguin, with Riddler, with Catwoman, with some femme fatale chick. But yeah, Joker's had a lot of villain alliances, and he always wants to pull a joke over on Batman, only for Adam West to be too badass and always defeating him. Back when Joker had been G-rated character. Yeah, definitely. Barbara, I used to have nightmares of that clown. Yeah, the Joker is pretty terrifying. He's a classic. This was pretty much the Joker before, I wanted to say, 1989 to now. Made Joker a psychopath who wants to burn the world. Yeah, this was pretty much the family-friendly Joker. Now, the biggest one I do remember is he was also in the movie. This was a big event. Adam West's Batman show was so successful it actually got a feature film. And Batman, for the first time, is fighting his villains. As a villain alliance, they form their Legion of Doom, consisting of the Joker, the Penguin, the Riddler, and Catwoman, played by Lee Merriweather, and unfortunately, instead of Julie. But yeah, I do like this movie. Joker and the villain alliance are trying to take the United Nations hostage. Joker's there, he's hamming it up, being very funny. Hilariously, on that fight on the Penguin submarine, the Joker had to be one of the the last characters to fall into the water, so it kind of made him look badass that he withstood the fight against the Dark Knight longer. Yeah, we see Frank Gorshin and the Penguin get kicked into the water a lot. Catwoman doesn't because you weren't allowed to punch a woman on a 60s story, and Joker, they had to save him for last because obviously that makeup was gonna smear off of Cesar Romero's face. Yeah, if you look closely, Cesar Romero tries to cover his face when he falls in the water, so you can't see the makeup is starting to come off. But yeah, this is pretty much a classic Joker. Love everything about him. Love the look. Love the character. Love Romero has his own distinct laugh for the character. Love that they actually incorporate his comic book weapons for the show. They look pretty good, honestly, despite how cheesy the effects are. And Romero is just plain a fun clown. He will definitely be overshadowed on this list, so don't worry. He's not number one, but he is definitely an Emperor Joker. Fun fact, I know a few people who had chorophobia after watching Romero's Joker. Really? Romero's Joker? I thought Jack Nicholson or Heath Ledger would scar kids for life. If I had a nickel for every time Joker becomes a popular icon for Batman, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that happened twice. I get the reference Snowstorm, but there have been way more popular Jokers. Hi, Kat. Hey, Akira. So, Joker. Yep, we're finally doing it. Talking about the big prince of Gotham. Talking about the Joker for fun. Was gonna do it for April Fool's Day. Decided, I'm gonna push it back because it fell on a Wednesday. Fun fact, I read that one. I like in the comic where Joker meets Carnage when Joker says that Carnage ideas of chaos is gross, even though there is a comic of him peeling faces off, including his own. Yes, this is real. Yeah, I remember that one. Joker got his face cut off and stitches it back upside down. Really crazy comic. Joker also met the Red Skull and hilariously called out the Red Skull that he doesn't kill people for the Nazi regime. I may be a lunatic, but I'm an American lunatic. Classic line. Yeah, Joker was disgusted by the Red Skull because Nazism is no good. I remember Joker fight Sweet Tooth from Twisted Metal. Yeah, I saw that death battle. Joker won because Sweet Tooth was a moron. As I see Joker return to fight Jack the Ripper from Record of Ragnarok. Okay. So anyways, Cesar Romero Joker, he's a classic. I love him. He still makes me laugh to this very day, even though he's clearly toned down from how this character is usually portrayed as. It is still a fun incarnation of the character. So I'll put him on to Emperor Joker. Speaking of which, we should also probably knock off the return of the Cape Crusader era Joker, who is also supposed to be Romero's Joker. We're gonna put him onto Emperor Joker. Don't worry, he's like low S tier, but S tier nonetheless. This was the Adam West anniversary movies. They did a final movie saga for Adam West Batman. It was the anniversary of the show, and they redrew Adam West's entire series, but in DC animation style. And of course, they brought back Cesar Romero's Joker. Romero does not play the Joker because he has been long dead at this point. He's replaced by great voice actor Jeff Bergman. Jeff Bergman does a lot of Looney Tunes voices, and lo and behold, he actually does a pretty good impression of Romero. Yeah, Jeff Bergman is doing a Romero voice, imitating his character, his act, his bit, and honestly, he really works. It definitely felt like we got to see Cesar Romero's Joker come alive again in these movies. He's more important in the first one than the second. Movie 2 focuses more on Two-Face, though they formed the villain alliance again. Joker, Catwoman, Riddler, and Penguin all unite to take out the Dark Knight, and it is a pretty insane, fun movie. Joker is there. Bergman is honestly giving it his all, doing a really great Romero impression. We find out Joker, Riddler, and Penguin plan this really long, elaborate scheme to distract Batman while they were secretly looting Gotham Museum. Yeah, honestly, the fake-out plan was a lot better than their actual plan. Batman turns evil, forms an evil clone army, and the villains are distracted fighting the evil Batman, so they don't know that the villains are secretly robbing the place, where they have a big epic brawl on Penguin's blimp, and all fall hilariously to their Looney Tunes style karma. Penguin falls into a bunch of rotten fish, Riddler falls into women's clothes, and Joker gets this really bizarre moment where he falls into a circus, is shot out of a cannon, running on like a wheelbarrow or a ball or something, and he gets locked up with these weird rapist clowns. Yeah, Joker gets taken by the insane clown posse back to the nut house. It's really trippy and really extra, but pretty hilarious. Then the Joker pretty much makes a cameo in movie 2. He's used to power the evil machine where the concentrated evil infects Harvey Dent, turning him into Two-Face. We just see Joker flirts with Harley Quinn, hinting that movie 3 was going to be a Joker and Harley Quinn movie set in the Adam West timeline, which would have been interesting. Unfortunately, Adam West died, so movie 2 ended up being his final hurrah as Batman, and it was dedicated in his honor. I believe if you have the Blu-ray, there's a deleted scene where Harleen Quinzel becomes Harley Quinn and busts the Joker out of prison for that third sequel. Unfortunately, it's not gonna happen now, so it ended up a deleted scene. But honestly, Bergman's Joker pretty much carried on the spirit of Cesar Romero's Joker. That's why he's going on to S tier. A pretty good impression, and it's like the character came back to life one more time. Joker gets taken away by actual clowns of all things. Yeah, he did. Wait, Riddler falls into women's clothes? Yeah, he falls down like a bunch of women's clothes and he ends up in a dress before he hits the ground. Pretty crazy. It's surprising he did a really good Cesar Romero voice to the point I couldn't tell the difference. Yeah, it was pretty good. I honestly had to check to see if it was Romero. Sadly, no, he did pass away at this point, but it was actually a pretty good impression, I will say. Is Joker from Suicide Squad Isekai on here? Yep, he is. He's right here. You dare defy us? You must be insane, and here's the proof. Does this include the awesome Batman vs. Two-Face? Yeah, we're counting him from that timeline. The Doofenshmirtz meme kind of stuck with me because that's what really fits everyone's perspective. Cesar Romero was a good Joker when I watched the original show, and he's awesome. Yeah, he's pretty funny. Like, we get a Lego version of the 60s Joker. Got, like, a Lego version of all the 60s Batman characters. Like, he is a British Joker, and the anime shows his lips and blood like a Joker. Yeah, at least Joker hires goons no matter their background. Joker doesn't discriminate, alright? Also, Joker also reminds me of Alistair from Hazbin Hotel. Dream cover. Yeah, the Joker actually has a spine, though. They've done a hypothetical Burton version, a hypothetical Nolan version. I wish Channel Awesome's fanscription would do What If Harley Was in the Adam West Show. That would be pretty interesting, but I don't think they're fans of the Adam West era show. Doug has poked fun at it a lot, and Walter Benasiak has flat out come and say that he does not like Adam West's Batman. I mean, he even said that he didn't enjoy the crossover with Adam West where he was the Grey Ghost. He said he thought it was a fine episode, but he wasn't into it because he doesn't have fond memories of Adam West's Batman. Like, sorry for the Shaggy tier list didn't show up. That's okay, Akira. I picked an odd day to finally do it. Also, he fought Alfred in the 60s. Morning, Cat. How are you? Hey, Saga. We're good. Having fun chilling with the Clown Prince of Crime. And Riddler reminds me of Vox, another Dream crossover. That one could work. I can't actually see that. Had anything for breakfast yet, Cat? I haven't. Yeah, I had some Count Chocula cereal. Long story short, we had some leftover from Halloween, and I'm finishing it before it sours. Also, I say Shaggy if he was in Death Battle fight Luigi. That could work. So I see Scooby-Doo fights Courage. We saw that one. They double-teamed Eustace. We do have a Bat-Fam version of the Joker. Yeah, he's on here. Alright, to wrap up, Jeff Bergman did a good job. He was filling in the void that Cesar Romero left behind and did a stupendous job going on S tier. Next, we'll bump off a Joker I know nothing about, Suicide Squad Isekai Joker, anime Joker. Who is going on? Who is this clown? Alright, so I have not seen this anime. This is the anime Suicide Squad Isekai. It's a CGI, Japanese-only animation tune about the Suicide Squad going on anime adventures, and the Joker is in it because, of course, Harley Quinn is in it. Once again, kind of playing Harley Quinn's toxic, evil boyfriend. I have seen images of this character. I've not actually watched the show. I'm sorry, but I have not seen it. Have kind of grown tired of watching Harley Quinn in a ton of stuff. I'm sick to death of seeing Harley Quinn, so I was not in a hurry to watch the show, and unfortunately did not watch it when we started this tier list. Have not seen this clown, have no opinion of him. I kind of like this design, honestly. He looks really creepy, very anime inspired, but have not seen this show, so I have no opinion on Isekai Joker. And my guess for the team like Daphne fight Princess Peach, or Era from Dandadan, Rise and Yukiko from Persona 4, and Takamaki from Persona 5 for Death Battle. Yeah, Daphne could take on a lot. The Joker looks like if the Joker from Persona 5 actually became the Joker for real. Why does he look like Jeff the Killer if he dyed his hair green and put clown makeup on? I think that's what they were kind of going for. They wanted to make him look like Heath Ledger's Joker mixed with the classic design, and this is the result they got. They kind of put like a grin over his lips. It looks really weird. I would say the Joker does look creepy, but haven't watched this show. Also, Scott Gibbs played Isekai Joker. Never heard of him. Okay, so yeah, have not seen this clown. Moving on. Next, we'll do Super Friends era Joker, who I honestly do not remember anything about. I'm gonna put him on to Who Is This Clown? Okay, so I have not really been going back to rewatch the Super Friends Hanna-Barbera era of DC cartoons. This is the Joker from the Super Friends / Superman Batman Hour timeline. He honestly doesn't look too bad. He looks like his original Golden Age design, but do not remember this show. I don't remember if I even watched any episodes with him. I remember seeing the Mad Hatter's episode and Scarecrow's because I was doing them for their tier list. Have not actually rewatched the show. I have really no opinion on this character, so sorry for my 60s or 70s babies in the audience. I do not know anything about this clown, putting him on the unknown category. This one is ugly as sin. No one, you didn't watch the show. Satoshi Ishiki in Food Wars. Okay. And Joker was in Batman Ninja and the Yakuza League. There's a hidden photo of Jeff the Killer photo. Alright. Speaking of anime Jokers, I guess we'll knock off Batman Ninja Joker, Tony Hale's Joker, who's going into Clown Prince. Alright. I like this Joker. I wasn't totally in love with him, and that's mostly due to the writing. This is the Joker, voice dubbed by Tony Hale, Dr. Psycho from the Harley Quinn show, plays this clown prince of crime. He is the Joker from Batman Ninja, a movie I have grown to like. I actually own it. Might review it in the future. We'll see if there's any interest there. But yeah, I think this Joker is pretty good. This is Joker in feudal Japan. So Batman Ninja is not an Elseworld story. Batman and his foes, his rogues gallery, and the Bat family are teleported / time traveled all the way back to feudal Japan, and Batman's villains rise as powerful ninja / samurai overlords, with the Joker being Dairoku Tenmou, the most powerful man in Japan. Joker rises up as this demon overlord demigod that he has a cult who worships him, where we see ninja / samurai Jokers. Batman's rogues beat him early to Japan while the Dark Knight has finally got here, and Joker and Harley Quinn have already taken over half of Japan. Of course. Basically, Batman's rogues are in a multi-villain turf war fighting over land in Japan, and Joker is this kind of Oni demon ninja warrior. Tony Hale does a pretty good job. The dubbing is slightly off in a few areas, and I can't tell if that was on purpose, like a throwback to Bruce Lee movies or not, but yeah, Joker fights monkey style. He's pretty crazy. He throws like lethal razor blade fans at the Dark Knight, kind of showing his inner katana. He and Harley Quinn fight Batman, almost defeat him until Batman teams up with Gorilla Grodd, where they take out the Clown Prince of Crime and take away his power. Unfortunately, Joker and Harley Quinn are still in the movie, but they get sidelined for at least the entire second act. Harley Quinn and Joker seemingly die, and Joker has become a harmless, caring farmer, planting these crops somewhere in an abandoned valley. Yeah, Joker suffers amnesia and he and Harley Quinn apparently redeem themselves, go straight, and start up a new life as farmers, a clean slate. Red Hood nearly beats them to death, and Batman is a complete idiot in this one moment. He believes, no, the Joker is gone. He's starting over. Let go, Red Hood. He's no longer a threat. And big shock, this was all a complete BS act. Yeah, Joker was fully himself. He was pretty much faking it the entire time and hatched these crops so they could paralyze and take over the minds of his enemies. Joker, shocker, takes over as the main villain at the end of the movie. Gorilla Grodd and Catwoman are ousted, and Joker turns all the warlords into his minions, where they form a Megazord. Yes, that actually happens in the movie. Joker forms the Joker Zord, takes over all of them, and he becomes the final boss of the movie, where Batman finally masters his ninjutsu skills and fights Joker to the death in a really cool fight scene. It is pretty long because we've seen the two of them have a one-on-one so many times throughout this film. But yeah, Tony Hale's Joker honestly is pretty fun. I like this really crazy anime design they gave him. He looks kind of like a monkey, has this weird evil Japanese mustache, but his face looks like an Oni demon mask. That is definitely a pretty good choice. I do also like his purple warlord jacket. It's pretty silly, but it definitely fits the Joker. Yeah, Joker and Batman have their one-on-one fight while the Bat family take on his brainwashed minions. Definitely love Catwoman versus Harley Quinn. That was a sexy fight. Time for some girl-on-girl action. That is an actual quote from the movie, don't hate me. But yeah, Batman fights the Joker, takes him out, and becomes the true Batman ninja, beating up the Joker and having them use the technology to travel back to their current timeline. Pretty good interpretation of the Joker, I will say. I like the anime style they used for this guy. They definitely had a lot of fun drawing this Joker. Tony Hale had a pretty good clown voice. Not my number one pick for the Joker, but he was definitely interesting. Also, Emperor Joker is based on Oto Nabonga, the Demon King. Joker reminds me of Quacker Jack from Darkwing Duck. Tony Hale played Forky in Toy Story 5. Oh, he did? Okay, I know him as Dr. Psycho. And Fear on Inside Out. Didn't even recognize him. Also based on a role as a mad god or a lord from the film. Closely resembles the villain Kefka from Final Fantasy VI. Yeah. What? Yeah, Monica, this is the Batman Ninja Joker. He formed a giant Joker Megazord. If Joker is the clown prince of crime, who is the crime princess of crime? I think Catwoman. If you mean clown princess, Harley Quinn considers herself that. Joker is a Japanese yokai, wouldn't be surprising because look at the many disturbing urban legends that came from Japan. Yeah, I watch Ninja Turtles. Also, is Crybaby Clown in this too? Nah, sorry, he's not. Let's do Batfam Joker next before it goes stale. If the Psycho Clown Baby from Mystery Inc. and Joker got into death battle, who would win or end? Oh no, they would end in a tie. Okay. Read that one. Alright. Looks like we're caught up. Alright. What's your idea for a Hazbin Hotel and Batman crossover? I would prefer a Constantine and Hazbin Hotel crossover. That would be much more funny and make more sense. Alright, so Tony Hale's Joker, honestly a pretty fun depiction of the character. He's in this movie and he has a smaller role in the follow-up. I still have not seen Batman versus the Yakuza League, where the Justice League all became evil Yakuza warriors and Ra's al Ghul was the villain. Yeah, haven't seen that, so I'm judging him from Batman Ninja, and I think they did a good job with him. Definitely a unique take on the Clown Prince, so he's going on to A tier. Alright, next we'll dump our first bad clown, here he is, Batfam Joker, who is a bad joke. I do not like Batfam's animation style. It is a huge question mark. Like, what were they trying to aim for? They're like trying to do like a Dr. Seuss / caricature style animation. This is the Joker from Batfam or Merry Little Batman, the movie pilot to it, and Yeah, it sucks. They tried to make him look like Joaquin Phoenix, but turned him into this disturbing Hazbin Hotel reject. This animation looks really hideous, and of course the Joker is heavily toned down on this show, making him less impressive. Yeah, I do not like Batfam. Do not like this design. The voice for him doesn't even sound Joker. I watched this once and never again, and I didn't like it. Going on to Bad Joke. It's pronounced Oda no Bunaga. Oda no Bunaga. Batfam is as bad as Teen Titans Go. Absolutely, fully agree. How about Spawn and Spawn and Hazbin Hotel crossover? Since Husk is the same voice actor as Spawn, yep, Keith David. And Snowcat from Beast Wars. What is this death battle I've been hearing? Oh, Akira is a huge death battle fan. It's a crossover of what if this character fought that character. They did many interesting YouTube videos. A lot of them good. Once in a while I get a bad one, like the Sega Man versus Chuck Norris, where there was no winner. Kind of wussed out of that one. I wonder what Joker's biggest fear would be if Joker met Pennywise the Clown. What we do see in Brave and the Bold, his biggest fear is being a normal, sane, average Joe. Yeah, the Joker not being supernatural is what terrifies him. Why does Joker look like he's wearing a wig? No idea. It was an animation style. They tried to do like this children's storybook animation, and it does not work. The characters look ugly. This show was pretty much a bunch of dumb crap that you force your kids to watch when you don't want to actually interact with them. Bad Joker, terrible clown, terrible voice, terrible design. Batfam is just plain terrible. Don't give it any support. Wonka, bad joke, noise machine, bad joke, bad joke. The bad joke out. It's a reference to a 90s Wonka Laffy Taffy commercial. Oh, is it? Alright, well, they still made the animation ugly as sin. Oh god, he looks like Pegasus from Yu-Gi-Oh! If he dyed his hair green, it's getting worse. I never actually watched it, but thank god I dodged the bullet. Yeah, you did, Snowstorm. It is not a good show. It's basically Batman for babies and a lot of Teen Titans Go style humor. Not as obnoxious. There's an attempt to tell a story, but it is not good. It's by people who don't want to talk about Batman. They have their own characters who loosely look like Batman's rogues, and it is not a good show. Completely wasted your money, David Zaslav. Phoenix will be hard to judge with how great the first is compared to how bad the second is. Amen to that. Speaking of animated Joker, do that one Joker we all know should be on Emperor Joker. Like even Jigoku Sensei Nube movie, have a Joker that is a demon clown. David Hornsby played him. Yeah, I heard that name somewhere, but don't have familiarity with him. Or Kaiba, Obsession of Clowns. He played Wildvine in Ben 10 2016. You mean the awful Ben 10? Alright. Yeah, Batfam Joker, he sucks. Bad joke. He will not be the worst one, so don't worry, we still have more bad clowns on the way. Okay, next I think we'll bump off. Yeah, let's do it. Let's talk about Mark Hamill's DCAU Joker. Who is going on? Emperor Joker, because of course he is. Yep, here he is, the guy, the big one of the most iconic interpretations of this character ever. This is the DC Animated Universe Joker, Mark Hamill. Yeah, we are kind of counting all of his shows as one. This is Mark Hamill's Joker from Batman the Animated Series, the Red Sky seasons, Superman the Animated Series, Justice League, Batman Beyond, even Static Shock. Yeah, all the Jokers, all of them are this guy. This is the big one, the scariest clown ever, Mark Hamill's star-making role in animation. Do I even need to say anything you haven't heard already about this clown? This Joker is legendary. He's phenomenal. He's scary, funny, well-written, compelling as a character, involved in a lot of huge epic stories, has had a multitude of classic appearances, so many quotable one-liners, and of course, Batman Beyond Return of the Joker is considered the best Mark Hamill Joker movie. Yes, I will say it is actually better than Mask of the Phantasm. Batman Beyond Return of the Joker, easily Mark Hamill at his scariest as the Clown Prince. And yeah, he still rocks. Love this Joker. So, this is actually the last design he had in the animated series. Joker has had his look change multiple times. At first, he looked a bit cartoonish, a lot more like the playing card Joker. Then, they gave him this really questionable redesign where he looked like the missing Warner Brothers sibling. Yeah, Joker had those weird, soulless black eyes and no lips. You could barely tell when he was smiling. That was definitely a choice. I know it's an infamous design, but they actually got back on track with this one. This is his final design, which is a combo of both his updated one and the previous one, which I think is his best one, because this is the Joker we all think of when we think of Joker. Take a picture, Gotham Green. Mark Hamill Joker is the GOAT for a reason, because do I even need to explain it all? Yeah, this guy, super entertaining, so many great Joker stories, so many great quotes and jokes. I remember seeing Joker fight Static Shock, fight Superman, but we all remember him fighting Batman. Joker honestly started out a lot more comedic at the beginning of the series. He did have some dark moments, but a lot of his plots were played for laughs. Like the Joker getting back at a bunch of stand-up comedians who called him a failure and denied him his trophy. He stole Mad Hatter's brainwashing tech to turn them into lame-ass wannabe supervillains like the Condiment King or Pack Rat or Mighty Mom. Joker also got $1 million, became a billionaire, and was partying, living it up like it was 1999. Joker met Bruce Wayne a few times, taken Bruce hostage, met him at a casino where Bruce was playing dumb, trolling him and playing him at like poker. Yeah, it was kind of funny, but we all do remember this Joker also had some really dark moments. Joker's Favor being, I believe, the first where he was actually scary, where Joker follows this guy who cut him off on the freeway, attacks him, and tells him he won't kill him in exchange for a favor, where he waits like a few years until finally calling the guy up for a favor, threatening to attack him and his family, and we see the Joker has actually been keeping tabs on him all along, kind of showing off that this Joker was a very powerful, influential supervillain back in the day. Yeah, Joker takes him, and it turns out it was all for a joke. He wanted him to open a door, and then he tricks the guy by handcuffing him to the door as he planted a bomb that's gonna kill everyone, including him. But hey, it's helpful that he finally gave him payback for that favor. We just see the guy gets his revenge once Batman breaks the cuff and he warns him about the clown's plan. He threatens to blow up the Joker in a dark alley, and old Charlie finally gets his revenge. He pulled a joke on the clown. Pretty good stuff. But of course, you all remember Batman Beyond Return of the Joker, one of the greatest animated Batman movies of all time. This is the one, I believe, that cemented Mark Hamill's status as the greatest Joker. He is terrifying and gruesome in this movie. We find out what happened between Batman and Joker before the Batman Beyond timeline. Joker basically haunts the Batman because he unleashed his darkest plan ever. Joker and Harley Quinn realize that they're getting older, so they want to have children. They unfortunately couldn't legally have children, Harley Quinn didn't want to go through the joys of childbirth, and Joker couldn't legally adopt, but then he remembered Batsy always had a few spare kids lying around, so they borrowed one. And we get that haunting moment. Joker and Harley Quinn child abduct Robin, Tim Drake Robin. He gets ambushed by the clowns, abducted, and tortured, brainwashed, mind raped, and physically altered to become Joker Jr. And Joker and Harley Quinn go underground for a long time, implied to be like a ton of weeks to a month. They couldn't find Robin anywhere, and Batman completely snaps, is beating up criminals, demanding info, trying to find where the clowns are. We learn they're based in old Arkham Asylum, and Batman has his final confrontation with the clown. Alright, seeing a lot of comments, everybody loves this guy. Can Kat do a Joker impression? Probably, but it's not gonna sound like Mark Hamill, even though I want to sound like him. Yeah, so they basically have their final confrontation. Harley Quinn dies. Spoilers, we find out she's alive. But Joker, he fights Batman, shows him that terrifying home movies he made of his torture of Robin, and reveals that he knows Batman is Bruce Wayne. He has that creepy monologue where he sadistically rubs it in his face about all the harm and bad things he did to Batman's son, how he knows he's Bruce Wayne, and making fun of how, oh, Batman's not scary anymore to him, where Batman snaps here, they lose it, they fight, have a really bloody brawl. Joker stabs him in the knee, which is why Bruce walks with a cane, but he cripples Bruce, demands that his son finish off Batsy, deliver the punchline, and there are two alternate death scenes here, but both of them end the same way. Tim Drake kills the Joker instead. Joker is either electrocuted to death or shot with his own spear gun. The Joker is gone, but has somehow magically returned in the future. In the Batman Beyond time, the Joker is seemingly back. Back in his prime, back in his perfect health, back to being the same clown we know and fear from all those millennia ago. Joker's back, terrorizing Gotham, and Terry and Bruce have a falling out here. Bruce is afraid Terry is going to get hurt like Tim Drake did, and Terry finally learns a lot about his mentor for the first time ever. Well, not the first time, honestly, but a lot deeper than what the show did. He doesn't have to prod Batman until he tells him. Terry does some actual detective work, talks to Barbara Gordon, Elder Tim Drake, finds out how serious the Joker was involved in Batman's life. Bruce Wayne almost dies, so Terry actually carries on the mission on his own for a good while in this movie. We learn everything. Batman and the Joker of the Joker of the past have their fight, and Joker sees Terry as a pretender, a sidekick, a bat fake. He calls him bat fake, makes fun of how he doesn't view Terry as the new Dark Knight. Of course, we all know Terry confronts him in that factory and is the first Batman to actually piss off the Joker. Yeah, Joker actually gets irritated because he starts to realize Terry is not his Batman. He keeps referring to him as a sidekick, an extension of Bruce's personality, a bat fake, but Terry shows he is a Batman and he's his own Batman. He fights dirty, he trash talks him, he trolls him, and Terry is mockingly laughing at him, which drives the Joker insane. Joker has not gotten over that Batman Bruce Wayne was his archenemy. Bruce is his link, and Terry pretty much is not that, yet Terry acts like it because it gets under the Joker's skin. I thought the Joker always wanted to make Batman laugh. You're not Batman! And he's like throwing bombs at him. And Terry finally kills the Joker for good, uses his own joy buzzer against him, electrocuting the Joker's soul out of Tim Drake, and the Joker's gone for good. That is his final permadeath, unless you want to count the Crisis on Infinite Earths movie, which I don't. The Ben 10, the bad one, Gangle, bad! And Fanboy and Chum Chum. Oh, you're talking about Hornsby still? Fanboy and Chum Chum sucked, okay? And Harry and We Bear Bears, line from episode 4. Other users did a ranking on how accurate each character from Batfam is accurate to the comic, and you could tell they didn't do any research at all. No, they did not. Can Kat do a Joker impression? May the floss be with you! Yeah, sorry, my laugh sounds a little more Romero than Mark Hamill. Guess who Joker, since Daphne and Joker have a fashion talk? Yeah, Joker and Daphne love each other's fashion sense, but it's because they both love purple. Oh yeah, now we've gone into the Mark Hamill's Joker. Yeah, he's a great Joker. Mark Hamill's Joker is the GOAT for a reason. Because, do I even need to explain it all? No, you don't. Fun fact, originally Tim Curry was supposed to voice him, but they considered his voice to be too scary for the 90s. Of course, they upload the video and he wasn't scary. Yeah, Tim Curry is honestly pretty funny too. Originally, Tim Curry was almost the DCAU Joker. You can actually hear unused audio clips of his laugh used in a few episodes. Anytime like Joker uses like a gag clown or gag gif, they have Tim Curry's laugh play instead of Hamill's. It would be pretty interesting to see what Tim Curry would have been like as the Joker. I wish we got that timeline, but Mark Hamill definitely outdid Curry. I listened to the few clips he did, and yeah, Joker's not really scary. He sounds like a lighter version of Kevin Michael Richardson's voice, honestly. Also, his Beyond Return of the Joker design would also be used in one episode of Static Shock. Yeah, Static also fought the Joker. Joker teams up with Ebon and his gang babies, his evil team. They terrorize Static's town, but Batman, Robin, and Static work together to defeat him. Kind of shows you why the Joker doesn't target a lot of superhumans in DC, because Static easily trounces the clown around. I heard the Tim Curry Joker... Yeah, Tim Curry was almost a Joker. He wasn't scary, maybe a bit creepy, but not scary. Yeah, I would definitely say he was off-putting, but not what I would call the scariest Joker we've ever seen. By the way, Joker isekai actor is Yuichiro Umahai. Yeah, I don't know who that is, alright? Did you know that Tim Curry was going to be this Joker? Yep, we've been talking about it. I thought that would have been interesting, seeing Tim Curry do his Joker voice. Sadly, probably not going to happen now, because Tim Curry's semi-retired from acting on account of his health. Darn shame, though. He should have done it once, at least. For some reason, the weird Joker redesign looked like Sans from Undertale. No, literally, look at his face. Yeah, I got more. He looks like one of the missing Warner Brothers siblings. For those of you who don't know, this Joker underwent a few redesigns, and the Red Sky season has one of his most unpopular designs. The Joker has blank black eyes, and it looks so weird. He looks like Yakko Wacko in Dot Warner. He has that type of face. Like, his face has no distinct features. His smile is there, but he doesn't have the clown lips anymore, and his eyes have no white in them. It is very bizarre. He does have some scary frames, particularly in the Superman crossover, but yeah, it was definitely a choice that exists. Yeah, I didn't think the design was god-awful. It wasn't an unwatchable experience, but it just looked weird. Thankfully, they fixed that with this design. This is his Batman Beyond and Justice League design, kind of a combo of the old and the new design. I didn't remember Joker had black irises and white eye. It kind of makes him look like he's possessed. I'm gonna guess they gave him that before Five Nights at Freddy's existed. Yep, they did. Joker, please help me, Batman, grabs his hand and Static Shock zaps him. This looks fun. And yeah, Mark Hamill gets totally fried here. He's got quite a Joker scream. Also, could we have the line, "Oh, what the heck, I'll laugh anyway," for a future review? I'm pretty certain I did use that clip somewhere, but I would be more than happy to bring it out again. Oh, what the heck, I'll laugh anyway. Also, Joker is one, see no Alice. Also, Mark Hamill, Joker is the reason why Batman's best meme villain, the Condiment King, was created. Yep, he is. He brainwashed a bunch of stand-up comedians, and one of them he dressed up as the Condiment King, who became the funniest joke villain, replacing Killer Moth. Also, in Static Shock Joker, I wonder if this foreshadows his fate in the Return of the Joker. Yeah. Oh, hey, Shadowlink, you made it. We're wrapping up DCAU Joker. Yeah, I know, we're talking about one of the best ones of all time, but because Mark Hamill is in a lot of later incarnations, I thought it was no big deal. Talking about DCAU Joker, it's the one from Batman the Animated Series all the way to the end, the Justice League, technically Return of the Joker chronologically, that was his death. But yeah, it's Hamill's classic Joker, who is on S tier. Yeah, they kind of foreshadowed his fate. I think Return of the Joker came out before Static Shock did. It's kind of funny that it's an Easter egg they threw in. I remember when he was about to fall into a fire pit and pleaded with Batman to save him, even saying Batman in a whiny tone, "Batman!" Yeah, Joker was about to die and Batman had to think about saving him. We all know he would, but it was a funny joke at his expense. Yeah, Batman had his troll moments in the original series. Joker laugh. Charlie, say goodnight, Gracie. No, Batman, Batman. Yeah, Charlie cornered him in that dark alley. Finally doing the Jokers. Yep, Shadowlink, we're doing it. I still think the Joker knows Bruce is Batman, he just doesn't care. Well, Return of the Joker clarified that he found out, but he was disappointed, actually makes fun of it. It's funny, really. Behind all the stern and toys and gadgets, you're just a little boy in a playsuit, crying for mommy and daddy. It'd be funny if it wasn't so pathetic. Oh, what the heck, I'll laugh anyway. Yeah, so Joker finds out that Bruce is Batman in the show, but he actually doesn't care. He finds it kind of disappointing that he didn't like the results and he thought it made Batman a lot more pathetic. Joker kind of rubs it in his face, though, that he's not afraid of the Dark Knight. Tim Drake was permanently traumatized after that incident. Yes, he was. Yeah, we find out Joker did not actually come back to life. It's the Joker Jr. all grown up. Joker implanted a microchip inside his son, knowing that Batman would try to erase his legacy, so he would have it activate when the time was right. And that time came by the time of a big epic movie finale. Because of course it did. Yeah, the Joker Jr. is the future Joker, and Terry electrocutes the chip out of him, freeing him, ending the Joker's legacy for good. Hi, Kat. Sorry for not showing up for a while. It's okay, Bat Kid. We're still in the middle of a ton of Jokers to work with, but we're wrapping up Mark Hamill's Joker. Talking about Batman Beyond, I know. Yeah, it's a great movie. Like, so cool, question mark. We're talking about DCAU Joker. That's from Batman the Animated Series to technically all the way up to Justice League. Joker was not in Unlimited because the Bat embargo was formed. I know, I hate it too. Also, we get 2 Joker deaths. Yep, brought that up. The electrocuted scene scared me the most as a kid. I cried after that death. Yeah, honestly, that seemed more painful. In one ending, the Joker is shot with a spear gun. In the other, he's like electrocuted horribly. He's like drenched in a lot of chemicals and water and slips on a puddle and pulls in a wire, and that electrocutes him to death. Honestly, it was much creepier than what happened in the darker version. Also, could the Joker return in Batman Ninja 3? I sense he will, but will Tony Hale voice him again? I'm not sure. Ironically, this was done to make the movie less scary, but ended up having a few minor plot holes that aren't really that big of a deal. Yep. Such an epic climax, Terry owning the Joker. Yeah, that was. Terry proves that he is a Batman. He is not a sidekick. He's not Bruce's kid. He is Batman. He's the Batman we need, and that's why Terry kind of earned his wings in my eyes. Really loved him. He did make my top 10 Batman. Go check that out if you haven't. Like his Aztec Batman Joker on here? Yeah, he is. I might do him next, honestly, now that you reminded me. Catch up on comments. I think the Joker getting electrocuted was more scary than getting shot by a spear gun. I will say it is, because we don't see how bad the burns were. That kind of added more horror to your mind. Yeah, when he got stabbed, there's a little blood, but not like Mortal Kombat levels, so it didn't really traumatize me when I first saw it. Honestly, it was kind of funny because he got to live long enough to say his final line. That's not funny. That's not... And he kind of falls on the gun even harder. As my sister have work in forensic science. Yeah, you mentioned that last tier list, Akira. Yeah, Bat Kid didn't like showing up for the Mad Hatter tier list because Jervis was a groomer. You're not Batman! Throws the bombs. Hilarious detail. If you see, when the Joker is throwing bombs at Terry, they have the old Joker's face design on them. Kind of the animation team poking fun of how that design literally bombed with fans. The Joker's weakness is a Batman who's a millennial or Gen Z. Yeah, kind of questioning the time period now, since we don't have a Neo-Gotham in this day and age. With a sense of humor. Yep, Terry can actually laugh. Terry is pretty much everything the Joker didn't see in Batman, and that got to him. Here's a dark fact. In a deleted scene in Return of the Joker, his corpse was hanging inside of a building by wires. Ugh, that is pretty gruesome. Also, Ken Yasuda played the Joker on Justice League vs. Eagle Talon. Never heard of that. Technically, Terry is Gen Gamma, but the point still stands. Okay, Terry is from the not-too-distant future. That's where he is from. The movies may not have had to deal with the 90s TV restrictions, but Tim Curry's Pennywise is still the GOAT. Yeah, I love Tim Curry's Pennywise. He was actually funny. Which retcon one of the episodes of Beyond, don't remember which one, where a skeleton was in the sewer. Yeah, there's like an initiation in Batman Beyond where new Jokers have to spend a night in a cave where the Joker died, and we see the Joker's skeleton is buried under there. I suspect that is his actual body, but somebody just dug him up for that. Yeah, they kind of retconned the exact details of his death, but yeah, the Joker's corpse was buried under Arkham Asylum, which kind of made it darker because the movie revealed that is where he died too. But yeah, you have to spend a moment in the cave with the Joker's corpse, and you see him still covered in tatters of his clown suit, but a complete skeleton. Hey, Network. Also, he played, do not know, the Yakuza. Tim Curry sounds more like somewhat goofy, creepy version of the Mad Hatter. Yeah, he did. Yeah, the redesigns were most weird, but hey, Mark Hamill's still great, absolutely. That definitely made up for it. And the writing. I love Joker's Millions and Mad Love. Those are two phenomenal episodes. The only negatives are that has Joker's infamous redesign, but Mark Hamill's performance and Paul Dini's writing especially definitely made it worth sitting through. Yeah, the Joker has those weird Animaniacs eyes, but honestly you kind of get over them the more the episode carries on. Don't be stupid. You can't save all that money. I don't want to save it. I want to go with it. Joker's Millions, laugh out loud hilarious. Highly recommend that episode. Of course, Mad Love is also an iconic classic. That is the perfect Joker and Harley Quinn story. Highly recommend that too, and Mark Hamill once again gets to be scary Joker in that. Wasn't the design because they wanted it to be in the same universe as Superman the Animated Series? Yeah, that was the reason, Anime Night. Unfortunately, they took a few creative liberties with some of the villain designs. Some got improvements and some got downgrades. The Joker was one who got a downgrade. Technically, I think Catwoman too. They made her look like a sexy Felix the Cat. It was kind of weird because they overdid her makeup, so she had like a pale white face. It was weird. Though unmasked, she looked hot. She looked like Arkham City Selena when she was not dressed as Catwoman. Unfortunately, when she was Catwoman, it was a lot more uncomfortable to look at. So Joker turned Tim Drake into Joker's son by doing horrible things to him? Yeah, he did. That's really dark if anyone thinks about it. It's not Cliff turning into a Terracon dark, but both of them are still dark. Yeah, so what Joker does to Tim Drake was kind of a substitute for the Joker killing Jason Todd. This was how Paul Dini and Bruce Timm kind of skirted around Joker killing a Robin. If you don't know, in the comics, Joker killed the second Robin, Jason Todd. Jason Todd was tortured and killed, and that haunted Batman for the rest of his life and kind of cemented his rivalry with the Joker. Jason Todd was skipped over in the animated series because the character and his story was too dark to include. So this was kind of the answer to that problem. Joker takes and brutalizes Robin, but for a different reason than what Jason Todd suffered. And honestly, I think they kind of made it worse because Tim Drake is no longer himself. He's been tortured and brainwashed into a little clone version of the Joker, a mini-me Joker, if you will, which honestly is more screwed up because his life is entirely ruined, whereas Jason Todd getting killed seems like a mercy. Yeah, I read that one. So, Sister Cat, what if your forensic science is a job for a class? I think you need to check your grammar. Kira did not understand that. I like that in the birthday party episode, Be a Clown. He plays a clown that was supposed to be there, being a birthday clown in a piece of cake. Yeah, that was also a low-key scary episode. The Joker breaks into the mayor's, I believe it's his son's birthday party. The mayor, Hamilton Hill, and his kid are kind of having a falling out. The kid loves clowns in the circus, wants to be a comedian instead of listening to his dad. He accidentally runs away to join his clown hero. Unfortunately, that clown is the Joker in disguise. He was here doing a villain job, trying to bomb the party and kill the mayor. And Joker kind of takes a shine to the kid, wants to train him to be his protege. Kind of darker rewatching this episode, knowing that he would do this to Tim Drake too, but luckily the mayor's son gets out a-okay. Yeah, Batman shows up, saves him, and makes amends with his dad, showing that Hamilton Hill actually does care about his boy. Yeah, the kid starts looking up to Batman instead of clowns after all. Joker, poses as his clown hero, tries to teach him in the ways of being a villain like him. Then the boy realizes, oh crap, this clown is crazy, discovers that it's the supervillain clown Joker. Pretty good episode also. Did you know that Mark Hamill once did an improv sketch when he encountered a Darth Vader cosplayer, pretending to be Luke, upset his dad followed him to his job, and who doesn't want to be embarrassed? That sounds pretty funny, honestly. Who will show up in Batman Ninja 3? My bet Starfire, Zatanna, love Zatanna, Black Canary, Green Arrow, Raven, Cyborg, and Beast Boy. I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen Katana, who actually is a Japanese superhero, show up in that timeline. As either Japanese music theme or yokai themed. They should go yokai themed. I'm studying forensic science and criminal justice, not working yet. Okay, Batkid, glad I could make it then. Some more old lady Barbara Gordon. Yeah, we got to see Barbara grew up into kind of a bitter old woman who hated being a superhero. It's such a shame too, because when you look back, Barbara used to be so idealistic, so beautiful, so full of life. Then she pretty much turned against Batman. Though then again, Bruce Timm forcing them to sleep together probably did a lot of damage. Did he see the crossover at Joker and Superman? Oh, where have you been, Tails? We did that on so many tier lists. We talked about the Superman-Batman crossover all the time. World's Finest, love it. It is an epic S-tier masterpiece. Love that crossover, love Batman and Superman's interactions, and Joker and Lex Luthor were perfect villains. Yeah, that movie is awesome. World's Finest, highly recommend. Even with the infamous Joker redesign. For the Clayface tier, do it on Earth Day. Here's the thing, Anime Nights. I'm kind of waiting to see James Gunn's Clayface movie. He said it was supposed to come out this Halloween, so we might have a Clayface tier around then. But yeah, I gotta wait for another Clayface project in the works, allegedly coming out this year, so that's why we won't be seeing Evil Clayman for the time being. I remember seeing a novelization of Return of the Joker at a swap meet. Oh, did he get it, Saga? 50 years from now, whenever now is, according to Bruce Timm. So it could be any future. The closest to Tim Curry Joker is the original 1990 It Pennywise the Clown. Yep, it is, and he was pretty funny in that. The only other weakness the Joker has is the IRS. I'm crazy enough to take on Batman, but the IRS? No, thank you. Classic line. Okay, also Joker breaks the TV. From 10 Ghastly Grinner review, yep. I'm crazy to take on Batman, but the IRS? No, thank you. Yeah, Joker hates the government. Also, Lego Batman game made Catwoman playable as a second playable character in the Tim Burton Batman museum scene. Oh, we all know that, Akira. If you play the Penguins campaign, you get to play as all of his teammates, Catwoman, Killer Croc, Bane, and Man-Bat. Or either Lego games break movie logic. They're their own thing. Fun fact, Jason used to be a ginger. Yeah, used to. Then they kind of changed him up a lot. Sometimes he's even black or Indian. Now that was just rude. The first boy blunder had some manners. John DiMaggio Joker. They actually did that storyline, but was only in the animation series Time Comics, and Jason Todd didn't die. He faked his death after Batman refused to end the Joker, after Batman saved him. Okay. They said that when Batman was on Fox Kids, they weren't allowed to show blood in the show, but when it moved to WB Kids, they showed a lot of blood. Very good, very good. That's one pro of the Red Sky era. We actually got to see some violence and a lot more straightforward innuendo. Like I said before, I didn't think the Joker can be capable of child torture. He is. He doesn't kill them, but he does something far worse to them. If the Joker existed, it's reasonable to assume that many parents might not want to have their children pursue comedy. Also, any Marvel tier list. Catching up on Black Cats and Green Goblins. I know some people want the Green Goblin for St. Patrick's Day, but I haven't watched enough stuff with the character yet. Yeah, I know you all want Black Cat. White Tiger, I like the character, Kira, but there might not be enough incarnations, and I do not like what Daredevil has done with their White Tiger. Also, that part about Catwoman in the later season of the animated series, she actually looks like Maleficent doing a cosplay. Okay, so Selina looks hot without the Catwoman outfit on. She looks just like her Arkham City version as a civilian. The Catwoman suit itself looked weird. They overdid her makeup and gave her pale white skin. She weirdly looks like a sexy Felix the Cat. That's the impression I got. Batgirl times Batman. She's like this kind of niece even without the age gap. Yeah, it was gross. The age gap doesn't bother me. The fact that she's practically Batman's daughter and Bruce Timm shipped them together, that's where the grossness comes in. And it gets worse. Bruce Timm wrote a comic where Bruce knocked Barbara up and got her pregnant. And this caused Barbara and Dick Grayson to break up because the baby is not his. Yeah, feel free to vomit. Bruce Timm, you're a great man, but that is your one Achilles heel. Nobody agrees with Bruce Timm on shipping Barbara and Bruce Wayne together. It's just gross. Well, we could be Sandman Marvel tier list. Yeah, Sandman is pretty cool, but he's not one of my favorite villains. I didn't get the novel, sadly. That's okay, Saga. There's a theme that the Joker never died in the animated series. Yeah, he always came close to dying, but magically came back to life the next appearance. He's been blown up, dropped down smokestacks, fed to sharks. I'm the Joker. I always survive. So which opponents for Fred would be for Death Battle? I bet you, Persona 4. What is your opinion? I would like to see Fred take on Duke from G.I. Joe. I think they're a perfect match. The prototype from Poppy Playtime is a mix between Jack Skellington and the Joker. You should check that out. Sorry, folks, catch up on comments. Also, it's been 2 years without Marvel vs. DC Death Battle. I hope Catwoman vs. Black Cat or Scarecrow vs. Mysterio. Those would be awesome. I know they earn billions of reviews for Catwoman vs. Black Cat. I'm just afraid they're not gonna do it now because they might afraid that would appeal to the male gaze, which is a good thing. How about we do the Batman Joker next? He was an interesting depiction. Alright, we'll do him. Next, we'll bump off, to wrap up Mark Hamill. Yeah, he's great, of course he is, you knew it. He's an Emperor Joker. Next, we'll do Kevin Michael Richardson's Joker from The Batman, who is going on to Emperor Joker. Yep, I really like this take on the character. This is the infamous redesign Joker, the second one, where he looked like the Monkey King from Jackie Chan. It was kind of weird. Joker is a lot more wild, has dreadlock hair, wears a monkey suit, is always leaping around, kind of crouched and doing a lot more acrobatics. So, this was when the Bat embargo was in full effect, and the Batman almost didn't get rights to the Joker. They were able to reason with the executives and corporate that, okay, you can use the character, but he can't look like the traditional Joker. He can't be a clown in a mafia suit. He can't wear a suit. He can't be standing straight, acting like he's well-mannered, having everything associated with the clown, because this was when the Nolanverse was planning him for The Dark Knight. Yeah, this was when the Bat embargo was in full effect. Some characters they couldn't get the rights to, some that were banned from appearing. The Joker they were able to get, but he couldn't resemble the classic version. So they did this redesign, where Joker looks like kind of a wild, savage lunatic. This is Kevin Michael Richardson's Joker, and he is laugh out loud funny, badass, and ultra scary. That's That's the downside of comedy. You always take shots from folks who just don't take the joke. Like my dad. Or Batman. Joseph Segala vomiting at the Batman Barbara ship, excuse me. Yeah, unfortunately, this was something that canonly happened in the DCAU. And yes, fans agree it is not fondly looked back upon. To make my quote of the Joker, well, that's not funny. Bruce, how could you? Is he the Joker or the purple guy? I always come back. Batman and Batgirl, WTF. Yeah, Monica, that was a thing. Unfortunately, Bruce Timm brought it back for the Killing Joke movie, and it sucked then, too. Like he plays by Trigon. Yeah, Kevin Michael Richardson, who, believe it or not, he actually didn't think he was going to get the role. He thought, well, isn't that Mark Hamill's role? Kevin Michael Richardson knew Mark Hamill was a popular Joker, had some very big clown shoes to fill, and honestly, I think he knocked it out of the park. His Joker is a lot more eccentric, a lot more in your face, a lot more wild, always leaping around like a monkey, gets kind of a sadistic kick out of the evil he does. Yeah, this Joker, full-blown sadist. Everything he does is for a laugh. It's a prank. This is a very monstrous version of the Joker. He wants to kill as many people as possible and outshine the Batman in terms of infamy. He and Batman become arch enemies kind of throughout the course of the first season. In the first season, the Joker's some random nobody, a freak from Arkham Asylum who just broke out. Batman doesn't know who he is. He tries to wipe the makeup off his face, but it won't come off. It's perma-clown. He fights Batman, does a lot of schemes. He tries to gas Gotham to death multiple times, traps some people in like weird playing card prison cells, tries to get revenge on a ton of people. Joker also inadvertently creates a lot of villains on this show through his sick, twisted games. Joker mutates Ethan Bennett into Clayface in the show. He has him tortured, beaten, broken, used as bait to lure in the Dark Knight and Ethan's partner, Ellen Yin, tries to kill them both, only to accidentally end up mutating Ethan into Clayface. He becomes a giant monster man, gets revenge on everybody. The Joker is taken out early. He comes back in season 2, still stirring up some trouble. A lot more minor plots this time around because they were trying to have more Batman foes. Ethan Bennett tries to get revenge on the Joker, but the Joker honestly calls him out, tells him that, oh, you're the perfect creation I ever made, an agent of chaos like me. And he kind of calls himself Clayface's father, takes pride that Ethan Bennett is evil and says, you should just embrace being evil. You'll have more fun that way. And kind of turns Ethan into the more irredeemable Clayface. He gives up on being good, decides the Joker has a point. Of course, he still is willing to kill him, though. Batman and Ellen Yin save the Joker in time, capture Ethan Bennett, realize he's Clayface now. Joker gets into that turf war with the Penguin and Riddler over a slice of Gotham City, over who can kill and unmask the Batman first. Really crazy episode, but kind of ends a lot of character arcs here. Then, throughout the rest of the series, Joker is kind of there, stirring up trouble, getting into his own plots. He tries to get his own sidekick to fight Batman and Batgirl. This show also has an episode where the Joker steals Bane's Venom formula, and believe it or not, this episode would create the Titan plot for Arkham Asylum, where we see Joker Bane. Yeah, we get to see Joker use Bane's Venom, become the Hulk clown. Kevin Michael Richardson definitely had fun voicing this character. He was so fun, so crazy, and always creepy. A lot of his jokes were more scary death threats than they were usually funny, but that's what kind of made him entertaining. Yeah, Kevin Michael Richardson did a very good job being the Joker. That he did, Shadow, that he did. What is the Bat Embargo? If you don't know, Anime Nights, the Bat Embargo is a nickname fans gave to a copyright dispute among DC and Warner Brothers. You see, some properties and creators at Warner Brothers and DC Comics were not allowed to use certain characters from Batman because at the time, Justice League Unlimited, The Batman, and the Nolanverse Batman trilogy were all being made at the same time, and execs were stupid and thought, oh, some viewers might be confused that certain characters are appearing in multiple various media, so we're not going to allow you to use certain characters, icons for this show. Justice League Unlimited kind of lost a lot of Batman characters. They were not allowed to use any Batman icons because Christopher Nolan was using them. Then, the Batman also kind of got hit with this. They were allowed access to a lot of the big name Batman characters, but they couldn't make them look similar to their classic versions. They couldn't look like the animated series or their comic versions. They had to create their whole new interpretation of the character because they didn't want audiences to associate the Batman and Christopher Nolan saga being in the same continuity. And even Christopher Nolan was kind of banned from using characters. He wanted to use the Riddler for a movie, but wasn't allowed to. He thought about using the Mad Hatter at one point, and the Penguin wasn't allowed to because they were a part of the Batman show already. And yeah, that's the Bat embargo. Basically a bunch of copyright BS. Did you know that Kevin Michael Richardson also voiced Martin Luther King Jr. in the Boondocks? Yeah, and he was also Panthro and Bulkhead and the Shredder in the Nickelodeon Ninja Turtles. Kevin Michael Richardson has been everywhere. We recognize him as a lot of iconic roles. And we see he turned Ethan Bennett into Clayface, as I wish there is a AU where we have Joker turn Detective Yin into Lady Clayface. That would be interesting. But no. Best episode for me was when he pretended to be Batman and made Batman be like him. Yeah, that's right. Joker becomes the Batman vigilante, decides he's done being the clown prince of crime. Even though he clearly is the Joker, he's still hurting people. He infects Batman with Joker venom to turn him into him, really killing the Dark Knight. But yeah, Joker actually kind of starts succeeding, becomes a vigilante, but he kills people for the most minuscule light crimes. He attacks a jaywalker, attacks somebody for speeding over 2 miles over the limit. He assaults the mayor's wife because she had 11 items at the 10 items only grocery line. She had to pay. Yeah, basically an excuse for him to kill people for the most minuscule crimes. The Batman show is the voice that I imagine for young Batman in his 20s when I read the comics. I usually imagine Kevin Conroy because he's classic. What would happen if this Joker was the classic one? What would that look like? Would he be 10 times more edgy? I kind of imagine he'd be kind of similar to the Assault on Arkham Joker, had his fun moments, was very wild, but also was more in control of his feelings compared to Richardson's Joker, who would snap at moment's notice. The Batman Joker, a gorilla with dreadlocks. Yep. Yeah, I imagine he would honestly be kind of similar to Black Mask, but with a lot more crazy in his voice. Yeah, really like Richardson's Joker. My favorite episodes with him have to be one where he steals Bane's venom and becomes the hulking Joker. Batman and Batgirl work together for the first time and actually succeed at beating him. And Batman and Hugo Strange entering the Joker's mind. That is a classic episode. The Joker takes Detective Ellen Yin hostage, but he won't reveal her whereabouts, where she is, and there's a countdown revealing that she's going to die if they don't give the Joker what he wants. Batman captures the clown, and he and Hugo Strange enter the Joker's mind, and we enter a dark Looney Tunes world where the Joker and Kevin Michael Richardson are everywhere. He's like all the citizens, he's the moon, he's a lot of crazy characters, and we actually see the last of the Joker's good, who's his human form. Yeah, we get to see Kevin Michael Richardson play a normal human Joker before he was mutated. He's in the central filing room, filing the Joker's thoughts away. And Batman talks to him for the first time, like, I never wanted to hurt anyone. I just wanted to make people laugh. And honestly, really shows you Kevin Michael Richardson's great acting range. This is an unrecognizable voice. He plays a sane, normal guy in the Joker's mind. I really love that scene. Of course, Joker silences him and puts Batman through his insane imagination. It's pretty funny. Gotcha! What Ma said! And he's the moon. Oh, Batman, you can't save the world when I am the world. Really, really insane animation here, but it is so good. I always liked the Batman Joker because it made him look intimidating and way cooler because of his design. So, Joker wore kind of a straitjacket suit in his first few appearances. In seasons 1 and 2, he has like this long sleeve Hisinko looking outfit. He wears like really long sleeves, a straitjacket that always flows, jumps around. Starting with Batman vs. Dracula and season 3 onward, they did give him his suit. The suit looks a lot more torn, tattered, and kind of wild like him. It's basically a monkey suit, but yeah, they tried to make him look like his character a little more after a few criticisms the show suffered. Honestly, it wasn't too bad. He looked pretty much the same to me. I liked him in both outfits, but yeah, this Joker, still pretty fun. One of my favorite all-time episodes is where Batman, Catwoman, and Batgirl team up to stop the Joker when he's abducting rare animals. He abducts like these rare panthers and is selling them to a poacher, leading to a most dangerous game. And you know me, I love my Catwoman. Gina Gershon's Catwoman, pretty sexy. Get to see Catwoman and Joker actually fight each other. There's more than one way to skin a cat. Yeah, his design was cool. Oh yeah, can't forget Vampire Joker. Joker and Penguin try to like steal a buried treasure. Unfortunately, they only find Dracula's tomb. Yeah, long story short, Penguin accidentally revives Dracula. The Joker tries to break into the tomb thinking Penguin is hiding his treasure, only to get jumped by the Vampire King. Dracula turns Joker into a vampire, leading to the best R-rated scene of the saga. Joker breaks into a blood bank to drink a bunch of blood, and does so on screen. There's like a ton of blood, but you know, it's not coming out of a person on screen, so it's fine. Yeah, I get to see a lot of creepy Joker vampire poses. This scene always terrified me as a kitten, where we see him like in the shadows watching Batman until he jumps him. Joker like swallows a bunch of blood. He's completely addicted to the stuff. And Batman kind of stops him by dropping a whole shelf of blood onto him, and he gets like rained on by blood, completely splattered. The screen turns completely unholy black. It is very dark. Of course, Batman cures the Joker first. After Joker's defeated, he's kind of taken against his will by Batman to be his test subject. And honestly, he kind of deserves it. Out of all the characters Batman could have got, the Joker definitely deserved it. Joker becomes a guinea pig locked in Batman's prison cell until Batman finally stumbles upon the cure. He finds a cure for vampirism and cures the Joker. Joker, where's Dracula? I'm looking at him. Very funny. Also, Joker and Harley Quinn sing Setting the Wood on Fire, with Harley Quinn played by Starfire actress, Hynden Walsh. Harley Quinn enters the show in the 4th season, and I think Hynden Walsh did a pretty good job. She was funny, she was charming, she was definitely bumbly. I do really like her. Her episode was insane. Unfortunately, after her debut, she didn't get to do much as the show went on. Still, pretty fun because Joker actually cared about this Harley. Also, people make a theory about Teen Titans 2003 is canon to the Batman 2005. I did hear that. Because the Robins kind of look alike. It was kind of there, but then the DCAU also referenced Teen Titans. So, Bats, where's Robin? With the Titans. With who? You'll meet him someday. They never met. Unless you want to count Young Justice. Yeah, Batman implies that his Robin went off with the Teen Titans, which was kind of weird. The DCAU and Teen Titans was never confirmed or denied if it was connected. Yeah, I could definitely see the Batman being linked to it because Robin looked more like that design. So the Joker is Carnage, is that it? Yeah, kind of. Okay, yeah, this Joker is a full-blown serial killer. Do you remember the quote the Joker said when he watched Harleen's dating show, and also didn't we see what he looked like in his mind? Yeah, we did. That's the only time we see human Joker. Wowza, that's a splat! They should have brought Ethan Bennett to more Batman media or comics. They should have, but I think the only reason why we don't see Ethan Bennett anymore was because he was kind of created to be a stand-in for Harvey Dent. Ethan Bennett was the Batman's version of Harvey Dent. He was Bruce Wayne's best friend, his bro. They always had each other's back, always cared for each other. He's the best friend turned into Batman's ultimate villain. Harvey Dent was Bruce's best friend until he became Two-Face. Ethan Bennett was Bruce's childhood best friend until he became Clayface. And yeah, that's kind of the purpose Ethan Bennett served. Unfortunately, we never saw him as Clayface ever again beyond this show. Ethan Bennett should have been Two-Face, and you know it. Yeah, he kind of was, but I wasn't against him being Clayface, especially because the design was really creepy. Oh yeah, Joker had Prank, a sidekick that joined him, but he didn't want anyone hurt. Yeah, Prank was a kid who had fun playing with the Joker. They pulled mischief together, but Joker ultimately wanted him to kill people and be a supervillain. Prank was reluctant, didn't want to, and Joker tried to give him a chemical bath to be just like him. And Prank kind of learns a harsh lesson that, yeah, maybe this isn't what he wants, and he betrays the Joker. Batman saves them, and Prank decides he's done being a comedian if this is what it gets him. And Joker gets his comeuppance. Hilariously, the Joker would have another Prank in his life, but this time she would be a woman and a replacement for Harleen. This Joker created Clayface. Yep, he did. We also see a glimpse into Joker's origins and explains how one rotten day can create a monster. Yep, they reference a lot of A-grade Batman stuff, even for his villains. Well, we at least we didn't have Marvel give Spider-Man the Spider embargo. Thankfully, but that's because there weren't a lot of Spider-Man tunes. Did the executives forget about the Elseworlds comics or the multiverse? No, they didn't. It was there, but not mainstream. Disney didn't have. Unfortunately, Disney did kill Spectacular Spider-Man to make way for Drake Bell's Spider-Man, which we all know bombed horribly. If Mad Hatter was in the Batman, who would voice him? I would hope Peter McNichol, since he also plays Man-Bat, but I can actually see D. Bradley Baker as Mad Hatter at one point. And Kevin was Bulkhead in Transformers Prime. I did mention that. Love his Bulkhead. I didn't know there was an episode where Joker used Bane's venom to make him strong. Yeah, there is. I believe it's not called Traction. It's called Brawn. I believe it's called Brawn because the Joker became buff, and Batgirl is kind of going through a phase where she feels weak. Batgirl thinks she needs to start exercising, lifting weights, hitting the gym, and Barbara feels kind of weak because she wants to be a crime fighter, but she can't take on buff supervillains, especially Joker when he's on Venom. Yeah, believe it or not, that episode where Joker steals Bane's venom inspired the Arkham Asylum plot, where he steals Bane's venom to create Titan. We even have a Joker Hulk at the end. Kevin Michael Richardson also plays the Yowie Yahoo. Oh yeah, for like a few grunts. How can the Joker be everywhere, but everyone else can't be guaranteed? It's his mind, okay? It happened in his mind. Also, you mentioned Jackie Chan Adventures, as both shows were created by the same animation team. Yeah, I know that. I found that out later. Yeah, they reused the Monkey King's design for this Joker, and you can kind of see it in a few poses. The Bat embargo was terrible because if you own it, why is there a problem? Also, the Mad Hatter was missing in all three: Justice League Unlimited, Nolanverse, and the Batman. Yeah, that was dumb. Mad Hatter stopped appearing completely. I wonder if that was when Disney was starting to attack them for using the character. Okay, Joker. Okay, who speaks Chinese? Now, what did we say about giving away secrets? Batman was, the 2005 Batman Joker was named Jack Napier. Yeah, that kind of became his name ever since the Tim Burton movie did that. Yeah, it's kind of a fun reference. I don't mind because it's usually not important. But yeah, if the Joker has a real name, more often than not, it's Jack Napier. I wouldn't be surprised if they try to make Arthur Fleck mainstream, though. My brother keeps insisting that Yin becomes Clayface. I disagree unless it's a version where Ethan joins Batman and later becomes a cop that Gordon can trust. Yeah, I think that's what he meant when he was describing that. Yeah, if Yin becomes Clayface, then Ethan Bennett has to stay as one of the good cops, like the male Renee Montoya. So basically, a Kiki from Persona 5 of Joker, while Joker from Persona 5 is the Batman. Yeah. This show robbed us from Two-Face, my husband. I wonder what would Two-Face look like in this show. Monica, if you're interested, there's a lot of fan art online where they designed the Batman characters that didn't appear in the show. See what they would have looked like in this show's animation style. I saw somebody drew Scarecrow, Mad Hatter, and Ra's al Ghul. I'm certain you can find a Two-Face online. Yeah, I know it's non-canon, but it's the closest you'll get. As my sister hates Persona 5, dating is Miss Becky option. Yeah, I never played it, Akira. Starfire is Harley Quinn. That was an odd crossover I didn't expect. Hynden Walsh does a pretty good Harley Quinn voice. I liked her a lot. I honestly would prefer her over Tara Strong because Tara got much more annoying as the role as time went on. If the original Teen Titans continued with a 6th season, it would be cool for Bruce to meet Robin. Yeah, unfortunately, you only get that in Teen Titans Go. You did this, I'll destroy you. No, he's my friend. Apparently, the line was made up because the higher-ups didn't know if they wanted for them to cross at the time. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Though it is probably debatable on whether or not the Joker was really insane before falling into that vat. Yeah, it kinda is. I think the chemicals made him crazy, but they imply the Joker always had some mental problems. Alright, to wrap up, Kevin Michael Richardson, great Joker. He made my top 10. He is awesome. He is cool. He's also pretty badass. He fights Batman man to man all the time in the show. Had a lot of insanely great episodes. A lot of fun plots. We even got multiple Jokers in some episodes. A lot of crazy stories. My favorite episodes with him have to be Brawn. That was just a plain awesome one. Yeah, I know we all love the one where Joker pretends he's Batman. That one's also classic. And I do like the one with I do like Batman and Catwoman teaming up against the Joker, but that's more so because I love Catwoman. Joker was definitely a fun villain for them to bounce off of. Plus, Catwoman finally got some payback on the clown, so very satisfying defeat. But yeah, this Joker, he's awesome. I don't care what people say. This design was pretty gnarly. Kevin Michael Richardson became a classic Joker for many. That's why he's going on to Emperor Joker. Batman's sidekick Prank is similar to Joker's old sidekick in the comics, Gaggy, who was Joker's original sidekick before Harley Quinn. Yeah, but Joker's best partner was Bob, the best henchman. Also, any Brave and the Bold Batman, yeah, he's on here. It's the same name, but the character is public domain, and they are not the same character. Wait, wasn't Gordon absent in 2004 of the Batman? No, Saga, Commissioner Gordon does show up, but he's not an important character. Gordon shows up at the end of Season 2, and Season 3, he and the police form an alliance. Commissioner Gordon is basically the only sane cop, realizing they need the Batman, they need him to protect Gotham, and they work together. Yeah, Gordon kind of gets sidelined though because Barbara Gordon becomes the actual main character. He is there, he has funny interactions with Barbara, has his usual detective stuff with the Dark Knight, but he was not an important character. He was just there to expand the universe. I think Two-Face was going to be in Gotham High. I hope not, Saga. The Gotham High was awful. As Hush was almost in Batman 2005 artwork, but instead we got Wrath. I thought Rumor was supposed to be Hush, but yeah, we got replacements for Hush. The show that eventually became the 2004 The Batman. Yeah, Hush was going to be in the Batman cartoon. Unfortunately, they couldn't use the characters. Apparently, somebody considered him too dark. Understandable, but then we got like these replacements that were supposed to be him, and that kind of rubbed fans the wrong way. Yeah, Gordon was in the Batman, but more in the later seasons. Yeah, Gordon officially came in the Season 2 finale. He was a bit character throughout Season 3. Then he was just in the background for 4 and 5. Yeah, he was there. We did get him in the show eventually. And they hilariously made him look like Gary Oldman. What would happen if the people who made the Batman made their own Spider-Man series? It would be pretty kick-ass. It would be a badass cartoon. Venom would have been awesome in that style. Yeah, some people joke that Ultimate Spider-Man was what if the Batman creators worked on Spider-Man. I see, Shadow. Speaking of Disney, I think the company made Operation Overdrive hated due to its several budget cuts and wanted it kid-friendly. If Fox Kids still owns the rights, it would have been passable. Yeah, if only. Monica, you could make a fanfic only if you want to. It'd be make a more interesting read or an AU. Bob Gunn. What's Gotham High? Anime Night. Gotham High was a show about Batman and his villains in a high school setting. Kind of like DC Superhero Girls, but with Batman's characters. We would see what would Batman and his rogues be like in high school. You can find concept art online, but it never got greenlit because it sounded stupid. Gotham High was a what if all the Batman characters was in a high school setting. Yep, exactly. Like why... Alright, so Kevin Michael Richardson's Joker, he is awesome. I'm gonna put him onto S tier. Alright, got a lot of Jokers to choose from, so I gotta use the restroom right now. So cast your vote on who you want to see next. Got a lot of clowns to choose from, so feel free to tell me who you want to see. I'll be right back. BRB. Hello, Gotham. Joker's back. Alright, who do you guys vote for? Arkhamverse for last. Let's go with Brave and the Bold, Justice League Action. Cobra, Joker, Brave and the Bold. Alright, looks like Brave and the Bold's winning. Since we say... Oh, you want to save Troy Baker for last? Really, Akira? Okay, Arkhamverse Joker will be last, but we do have two of them on here. Got both Troy Baker's Arkham Origins Joker down here, and of course Mark Hamill's Joker from the good Arkham games. Alright, you want to save Troy Baker for last? Joke's on you, Bat Kid. I'm making my own Spider-Man AU right now, lol. Alright, so I just catch up on your comments. Yeah, Gotham High sounded like it could have been a dumb, fun idea, but I wasn't sure if they were going for serious or comedic. Alright, looks like Brave and the Bold Joker got the most votes. Let's talk about Jeff Bennett's Joker. Hey, Batman, nice to see you. He's going up on Emperor Joker. Yep, Jeff Bennett proved to be a pretty underrated Joker. This is the Joker from Batman, the Brave and the Bold, and there was a lot of hype around this character. Brave and the Bold, if you don't know, was a light-hearted DC show that was a parody of the Silver Age comics and the Adam West era. It was light-hearted, kid-friendly Batman. However, it did slowly mature and add more deeper stories as it went on. And people were kind of curious if Batman was ever gonna meet any of his mainstream villains. For the longest time, we get a lot of different DC villains. Batman fought Gorilla Grodd, Black Manta, Sinestro, a lot of villains outside of his usual neighborhood. Then, after an entire first season of build-up, we meet the Joker. Batman goes into the Crisis on Two Earths world where he teams up with the Red Hood. And if you don't know, the Red Hood is somebody very close to the Joker's story. The Red Hood is hinted to be a character Batman knows, and we meet him in the second part officially. Batman exchange places with the Owlman. He steals Owlman's identity, goes there and liberates their world from the crime syndicate and evil Justice League, fighting evil versions of his friends and teaming up with good versions of his villains. It is pretty weird, but a pretty fun episode. Eventually, Batman and Red Hood become allies, they become best friends, and part on peaceful terms after Batman saved his world. However, we find out the twist. The Red Hood is the Joker. Then, when Batman returns to his world, he's been framed. The Dark Knight is a villain. Owlman stole Batman's identity, broke out of his cage, and pretends to be the Dark Knight to ruin his reputation, like how he ruined his world, forcing Batman to team up with his most unlikely ally, the Joker, played by Jeff Bennett. And Jeff Bennett does a pretty phenomenal job. I really like his voice. Reminds me of the Genie Machine from the Flapjack cartoon. Has a much more gentleman sounding Joker voice and a pretty good Joker laugh. Also, in this show, Harley Quinn sucks. And Brave and the Bold, yeah, he does. His name is different from the DC animated movie universe version of Red Hood. Bye, Kira. The Joker smiles as much as Alistair. This Joker never stops smiling, like he's the Red Hood. Fun fact, Jeff Bennett also voiced the Red Hood in another universe, but unlike the Joker, he maintained his sanity. Yeah, it was him, it's the same one. So smile, darn you smile, everybody loves to grin. Follow my lead, recite my creed, and smile, darn you smile. Where's the fun in that? Where's the fun in that? Welcome to the Joker Choice Awards. And yeah, Batman teams up with the Joker, they form an unlikely alliance, and Jeff Bennett really knocks out of the park. His Joker is pretty fun, maniacal, over the top, very much a Saturday morning cartoon version of the clown, but he has his very scary and threatening moments too. Joker actually does kill people in this cartoon. We see a lot of Joker Venom victims, Joker being violent, not too violent, of course, remember, PG cartoon, but yeah, Joker does in fact kill people and has a lot of psychotic schemes. He wants to defeat Batman, wants to remove him from his life so he can finally take over, and there have been a lot of interesting plots with him. The big one being Emperor Joker, the vile and the villainous episode where he teams up with the Weeper. One of my personal favorites is actually the Knights of Tomorrow, where we see elderly Joker looking like his Arkham City counterpart. The Joker is dying. My doctor gave me 60 days to live. I gave him 6 seconds. It's pretty crazy. I think Brave and the Bold actually predicted Arkham City from this. Yeah, Joker is forming his own legacy, and his plan is to finally kill Batman and remove his legacy. Bruce and Catwoman die, so they can inspire Damian Wayne. Damian Wayne is in this show, and believe it or not, they actually made him better. Damian Wayne is unsure if he wants to be a superhero, wants to find his own path in life. Bruce is kind of pressuring him, oh, you gotta maintain the family legacy. We need a Batman. Batman's important. Damian just doesn't get it. He's not into it, not into the idea, up until the Joker returns with his son, Joaquin Phoenix. Yeah, hilariously kind of does look like Joaquin's Joker, especially with the long hair. Joker and his son terrorize Gotham. In this timeline, Dick Grayson has taken up the mantle and become the new Batman, because Dick technically was Bruce's first son. Dick Grayson grew up to become the new Batman of Neo Gotham. He gets captured by the Joker, and Damian Wayne realizes that the world does need a hero, does need a Batman. And Damian Wayne becomes Robin, teaming up with Dick Grayson Batman, where they fight the Joker and elderly Joker. It's pretty insane that he's still alive after all this time, but pretty much fun. I really like this version of the Joker. Jeff Bennett definitely breaks the fourth wall a lot, definitely winks to the audience and pokes fun at his character's legacy, but it's all in good faith. Yeah, he kind of smiles more than Alistair in this. Alright, sorry, catch up on comments, people. Sorry for the awkward silence. I didn't watch Batman the Brave and the Bold. That much aside from they show the toy maker with Red Tornado, but it's good. Same with the Joker. Yeah, I really like that episode. There's also an actual villain episode that focuses on the Joker's perspective. Batman and the Justice League have made a crime detector, a machine that can predict crimes before they happen, so it will scare people straight, scare them away from the life of evil, and Joker sees this as unfair, teams up with his inspiration, the Weeper, a villain who cries a lot. His schemes involve a lot of sadness and a lot of tear-based weaponry. Yeah, kind of funny, but it's because it's the comedy and tragedy mask kind of together. The Weeper is a huge crybaby played by Barnacle Boy, whereas the Joker is a laughing lunatic. He and the Weeper form a villain team to destroy Batman's crime detector machine, and Joker kind of reveals that, oh, the Weeper was his inspiration, his hero. We have to inspire a new generation of evil. We can't scare kids away from being criminals. Who else will take our place as ultimate villains? It's kind of funny, but like a disturbed, heartwarming kind of story. Yeah, Joker and Weeper actually succeed, but they still lose. They destroy Batman's crime detector machine, so future generations of villains can happen. Unfortunately, they get arrested and go to life in prison. And it's funny because the first time the Joker is crying, and the Weeper finally laughs, ending on a hilarious, ironic twist ending. It's pretty funny that we got a Joker-based episode. Though, I do also like the Trinity versus the Legion of Doom. We actually get an episode where we finally see Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman hanging out together. Once again, the copyright embargo was in place. For the longest time, Superman and Wonder Woman weren't allowed to show up on this cartoon. This was the first episode to celebrate them finally gaining the rights. Yeah, the Trinity, the Justice League trio are finally together, and they fight their arch-enemies. Joker, Luthor, and Cheetah are tired of losing to them, so they decide, let's switch arch-enemies. We're so used to losing to our current arch-enemies, why don't we throw them off, change the status quo, have us take on a different hero? And it's kind of funny because the heroes do start losing and struggling here. Luthor takes on Batman, Joker takes on Wonder Woman, and Cheetah actually takes on Superman, and they get wrecked. Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman get completely wrecked and almost killed by them. It isn't until quick thinking by Batman to convince them, oh, do you really want to kill us now? Or do you want to make it a public spectacle? Have us executed in front of a wide audience? And Luthor actually falls for it completely, takes them all to a stadium, and makes it a big show. And of course, the villains are so busy fighting each other over, well, who gets to kill whose hero? I mean, we succeeded at beating them up, but I kind of want to kill my arch nemesis. I've been fighting them for years, and now that they're weakened, this is my chance. It's like, no, I defeated your arch nemesis, so they're my kill. And yeah, they're so busy fighting each other that the Trinity finally get their heroic second win and beat them all up. 3 against 1, that's not fair. And Superman, Wonder Woman, and Batman all thrash the Joker. Yeah, they all get triple teamed by the Trinity. I love Batman Brave and the Bold growing up. You have good taste, Bat Kid. Really great show. His hero's name's different. Yeah, it was a different Red Hood. Also, Tom Kenny, who voiced Plastic Man, also did a pilot Plastic Man that never got greenlit because of Johnny Test. That's a shame. I heard Kevin Smith wanted to make a Plastic Man movie. I thought, oh, Tom Kenny should do it. He's still in his prime. He could do live action. We saw him as Uncle Howie at the time. Unfortunately, Warner Brothers kind of rejected the idea. Yeah, do you guys think Kevin Smith could handle a Plastic Man movie? Back in the day, I would say definitely. Now, not so much after seeing his He-Man crap. I wonder if Batman Brave and the Bold and Scooby-Doo Mystery Incorporated are both canon. We do see they are. Batman Brave and the Bold met Scooby-Doo. Joker is in it, but it's kind of a side fight. He's like a filler fight. As the Scooby Gang and Batman are being chased by the cops, they crash into a bad guy bar, and we see Jeff Bennett's Joker and Tom Kenny's Penguin are there, where they lead a supervillain mob fight against them. It's a pretty funny chase scene, but yeah, it's a reminder that Joker still exists in this timeline. Also, this Harley Quinn sucks. Yeah, this show's Harley Quinn really sucks. She's the flapper girl. Had a really bad voice actress. Then they had Tara Strong voice her, but the design was not good. The first time Joker appeared was a good version of the Joker in a different Earth, who was just named Red Hood. Yeah, in the next episode, the actual evil Joker stepped in. They said that Jeff Bennett used his creeper voice from the new Batman Adventures to voice this Joker. Yeah, that was kind of funny. It was like a total throwback because Jeff Bennett played the creeper who was a good version of the Joker. Then he got to step up and play the actual clown himself. I really like this Joker. His design is based off his Silver Age look. They did draw him exactly like that pose. The chin was a bit weird to get used to, but Bennett's performance knocked it out of the park. The Joker kind of acts like a suave, charismatic gentleman, but he's still a psychotic serial killer clown. He still kills people, still has his weaponry, has his lethal joy buzzers, a lot of razor blades. I presume because this was when the Heath Ledger movie was popular. He has all his clown weaponry. I like that the Joker disguised himself as a woman to take out some Amazon warriors. He still has his Joker venom. Joker actually kills some of Wonder Woman's sisters. Pretty dark, honestly, but it's a lighthearted show. Harley Quinn's and Joker's relationship is non-existent. Yeah, in this timeline, Harley Quinn is basically a girl minion. She apparently has feelings for this Joker, but he does not at all reciprocate them. Yeah, everybody also loves the episode where Joker steals Batmite's powers and becomes a reality warper god like Beetlejuice or Q. He controls the universe and crowns himself Emperor Joker, killing Batman in a large number of comedic and dark ways. Yeah, Batmite is dressed up like the classic Harley Quinn, whereas Harley Quinn wears like a flapper girl, a 1920s design. It does not look good. I'm sorry it doesn't. And the voice actress was not an ideal Harley Quinn. She was trying, but it just didn't work. And Warner Brothers seems to agree with me because they replaced her with Tara Strong in the movie. Yeah, Joker has Batmite's powers, and I do love how Batman defeats him. Once Batman finally steals the 11th dimension powers and shows Joker his worst nightmare, where Batman doesn't exist, but without Batman, Joker is sane. Joker is this normal loser dude who works a dead-end job and has no achievements in life. The Joker is a normal civilian living a boring, monotonous life, and that actually completely breaks him. Joker freaks out, loses, and is completely broken by the Dark Knight. Yeah, they actually made Batmite an interesting character on the show, played by Pee-wee himself, Paul Reubens. I can't believe I'm saying this, but they made Batmite an actual fun character. He was like a fanboy who broke the fourth wall. Imagine if Batman from Brave and the Bold fights the evil parrot during the season finale of Mystery Incorporated. Then Mystery Inc. would have been over in like 2 seconds. My favorite version of Damian. Yeah, Knights of Tomorrow made Damian Wayne cool. Oh, he said 6 months, not 60 days. Okay. He gave me 6 months to live. I gave him 6 seconds. Brave and Bold also gave us the Music Meister, an original character played by Neil Patrick Harris. Kinda sad they didn't get NPH back for the Harley Quinn show. Instead they got friggin' CeeLo Green. Yeah, brilliant casting there, Warner. This is the only Batman show that doesn't show the Bruce Wayne side. They did show his childhood. I like that Bruce was more of a brat in this show. Bruce was actually kind of a privileged, spoiled rich kid, and losing his parents kind of humbled him, which is both dark and very tragic. Yeah, Bruce was actually kind of entitled, whiny, bratty, threw a fit against his parents on Christmas of all days, and Batman has kind of come to regret his childhood since he treated his parents like nothing when he should have valued them because he didn't know how much he missed them until they were gone. Which, another reason why Brave and the Bold is a very deep show. Some of the lessons and emotions really impact. Yeah, we see Bruce Wayne's side from time to time, but he was Batman 24/7. Yeah, I don't think he ever shows up to Wayne Enterprises stuff. Joker can actually beat Wonder Woman in one episode when the villains swap heroes. Yeah, Joker almost killed the princess. The Amazonian princess almost dies to the Joker. Mostly because he kind of took out all her sisters, but yeah. I also found it really impressive that the cheetah was able to almost kill Superman. Cheetah has magic, and Kryptonians are kind of weak to magic, and she also like dipped her cheetah claws in kryptonite nail polish, and that brutalized Superman. Was not surprised Lex Luthor was too tough for Batman. Lex Luthor is a badass, so it didn't surprise me that he put up a very serious fight. I played the DS version of Brave and the Bold. I did enjoy fighting the Joker, but it felt rushed because they could have added Riddler to make it more interesting in my opinion. Well, it ain't Helena Troy! Without Batman, crime has no punchline. Emperor Joker is probably the most powerful version of the Joker, yep, because he pretty much was a god. Yeah, and he even turned the world into his own Disney musical. Jeff Bennett could really sing. That was a pretty fun song. Stupid, but it fits the Joker's persona like a glove. The cat Batmite and Miss Mixie Pitlick is from the 5th dimension. Alright, that was it. Yeah, Batmite and Mr. Mixius Pitlick, they're from the 5th dimension. They're kind of these magical creatures. They can observe all warp reality, and they frequently come into the DC universe to screw with their hero. Mr. Mixius Pitlick is a Superman archenemy. Batmite is a Batman fanboy. He considers himself the Batman of his dimension. Brave and the Bold actually had a very brilliant concept. Turn him into a fourth wall fanboy critic of Batman media. We see him like referencing, the animated series, the 2000s Batman, the movies, and Batmite hilariously winks to the audience that he was the one who made the vote over if Jason Todd should die or not. Pretty clever jokes, I will say. Brave and the Bold is honestly a lot more fun as an adult because you grew up with a lot of this Batman media. Of course, it was a kid's show, but it appealed to families. And that's why it is still iconic. They said that Knights of Tomorrow was a fictional story created by Alfred. It wasn't said, it was shown. Alfred actually wrote this fan fiction about Bruce carrying on the Batman legacy long after he died, finally scoring with Catwoman, you lucky bastard, and Damian Wayne was apparently Alfred's OC, and would carry on the Dark Knight's mantle for him in the future. Yeah, this show made Damian Wayne a good character, which is odd because Damian is usually annoying and unlikable. He still is, Joseph, he still is, but on this show, they improved him. They also said Brave and the Bold helped make Aquaman cool again. I would argue Justice League made Aquaman cool. I mean, that scene where he cuts off his arm to save his dying baby, that is badass. Brave and the Bold just made Aquaman just made it more funnier. Yeah, we got the himbo Aquaman through this show, and Jason Momoa would definitely bring that energy back on the big screen. To be fair, Cheetah did have a double advantage. Yeah, Cheetah was badass. They kind of make fun of Cheetah, can you handle Superman? Actually, I can, and really love Cheetah. She is a badass. Yeah, she almost kills Superman. She has kryptonite and magic. Superman does lose to magic. It's a reason why he's not, a Mary Sue or anything. He can't beat everything. He does struggle against magic, which makes Wonder Woman villains an actual threat to him over Batman rogues. In the series finale, they had Ted McGinley voice Aquaman for a short time and broke the fourth wall. Yeah, Jefferson Darcy played Aquaman. If you don't know, this was kind of a joke that Ted McGinley joining a show as a main character was usually a death flag that the quality was about to drop. Yeah, if you're a pop culture nerd, you will definitely get that. Some kids might not, since Ted McGinley's not exactly a household name anymore. But yeah, he was like on The Love Boat, on Happy Days, and Married with Children, and a lot of fans joke that him joining the show led to its decline. So that's why Batmite had him play Aquaman, replacing the fan favorite voice actor, John DiMaggio. Oh, let's not forget about everyone's favorite mob boss, Babyface, voiced by Tom Kenny. And I didn't know Paul Rubens voiced Batmite. Yeah, he did. I wasn't sure it was him because he wasn't his usual eccentric self. Found out, oh, it was Paul Rubens. Pee Wee Herman plays Batmite. Of course, my DC fans know him as the Penguin's dad from Batman Returns in Gotham, but it was a pretty funny casting. Technically, it's Helen of Mycenae since she was in Kidnapped to Troy, not from there. Well, it was a reference to the movie. Oh, that's a laugh. That would imply that we owe Batman's existence to you. Yeah, Joe Chill. Joe Chill got wrecked by all of Batman's rogues. Alright, so Jeff Bennett's Joker is a classic. I really love him. He made my top 10 because he was that good. He's really funny. I do like his design. I like a lot of episodes featured with him. This Joker literally became a god at one point. He wrecked Batman, was a part of a lot of great episodes. He even teamed up with the Legion of Doom at one point over Scarecrow and Riddler, and Jeff Bennett definitely made the Joker voice his own. He wasn't copying Mark Hamill or Richardson or Heath Ledger. He was actually his own clown prince of crime. And Brave and the Bold successfully made their Joker their own. He is the OG Emperor Joker, going on S tier. Alright. Gotta wait for my screen to load. There we go. Alright. So his fanfic is his surrogate son dying and his grandsons continue his legacy. It's hilarious that Alfred is like that, who wants his son to settle down and get married. Kinda dark. Happy Days was when the term jumping the shark was created. Yeah, Batmite brings that up. They also had Scrappy Doo in there named Punchy Cheeks, and he was Ace's nephew. Yeah, basically, the finale was a parody of every trope or red flag when a show is about to be canceled or has gone downhill. We see changes in actors, changes in characters, and additional things that made the show look so stupid. It became silly. Like, Aquaman's voice actor was changed to Ted McGinley. We see Batman fighting Gorilla Grodd, who's turning everyone into bananas, a really goofy, cartoony plot, and Scrappy Doo was Ace's nephew. Let me at him, I'll sock him and rock him for you, Batman. And ultimately, Batman finally wises up here and realizes his world is changing when Batman uses a gun, which is so out of character that it snapped Batman back to reality. Pretty crazy episode, but that's for the Batman tier list. Can you do the Joker wearing the white suit? Oh, you want Michael Emerson Joker? Alright, let's do him. Alright, let's do the Dark Knight Returns Joker, Michael Emerson, and okay, I'm gonna meet a lot of people, a lot of haters are gonna hate me for this, but first, mediocre comedian. I have mixed feelings on this Joker. Now, Michael Emerson is not a bad Joker. It's the interpretation Frank Miller's comic goes for that bugs me. This is the Joker from the technically two-part movie, The Dark Knight Returns. This is one of the greatest Frank Miller comics of all time, one of Batman's pinnacle stories. It is great, it is fantastic, it is profound, it is deep, and of course the Joker has to be a part of it. In this story, Batman returns to fighting crime. Unfortunately, so does the Joker. The Joker sees the Dark Knight on screen and snaps out of a 50-year coma to get revenge on his archenemy. Batman, darling. Yeah, this is where my mixed feelings come in. Michael Emerson plays a very effeminate, ambiguously gay, flamboyant Joker. This Joker is kind of a weird queer guy. It is definitely a choice Frank Miller made. So this is the Joker who kind of has his repressed homosexual crush on Batman. It is weird. Joker acts like a gay stereotype in this, and to say it kind of caught me off guard would be an understatement. Joker's like putting on lipstick, acting kind of flamboyant, super clean, very geeky. Oh, Selena, babe, the years have not been kind to you. Oh, Batman, you're still wearing that old outfit? That's kind of how he talks throughout this movie. It is so gay and really weird. This is kind of the Joker Heath Ledger based his act on. The Joker who needs Batman. You complete me. Joker has been in a coma for decades, and seeing the Batman return in the not too distant future snaps him out of his coma, and Joker has seemingly reformed. He's been a model patient at Arkham Asylum, and Frank Miller does some social commentary on the justice system because Joker's therapist defends and simps for him, saying the Joker is not evil, he is a victim of oppression and social labels. And Joker's therapist gets him to guest star on Conan O'Brien to talk about how society has mistreated and misunderstood him. It's not his fault he's a criminal, it's Batman's. Yeah, Frank Miller does not have subtlety at this part. Yeah, Joker, if you can't tell, this is when he's on the talk show. He goes on the Conan O'Brien show and reveals that he's still evil. He kills everyone, including Conan O'Brien. He slits his therapist's throat on screen, takes the audience hostage, and has his henchmen come in with Joker gas where he kills them all, making his comeback as the clown prince of crime. Joker's back and he's challenging Batman. And Joker is the villain for most of the second movie. We see him cameo in the first part. He's sequel bait when he snaps out of the coma. Come movie 2, he is the main villain until the final act. He terrorizes Gotham, brings a lot of his old henchmen back. One of his henchmen is still on phone terms with him, calling him, built him new high-tech henchmen. They attack Batman at a carnival, and the Joker launches his ultimate scheme to finally break the Batman. He fights Batman in the weird tunnel of love. Again, the gay undertones are really heavy in this movie. Joker fights him in the tunnel of love where we see the most brutal fight they've ever had. Joker gets his eye gouged out by a batarang, and honestly, one of the sickest Joker deaths I've ever seen. Batman breaks and cripples the Joker and tells him he's lost, but Joker decides that he's going to ruin Batman's image anyway. He may not break the bat, but somebody else will. And Joker snaps his own neck by twisting it around and framing Batman for killing him. Yeah, this is the Joker's endgame plot. If he can't break the Batman, he'll destroy his reputation. Joker twists his own head around, really gross scene too. He snaps his own neck and he dies. And Batman is framed as a criminal and forced to fight Superman at the end of the movie. But Michael Emerson's Joker, not my favorite, and Frank Miller's interpretation of this character is really bizarre. I did not really enjoy this Joker. Michael Emerson's voice doesn't even feel Joker. They made him a lot more buff. He's huge in a suit. He wears a white tuxedo. I guess it's his coming out to Batman, and they definitely hype the gay overtones, or I should say undertones, but they feel like overtones. Joker is a lot more flamboyant in this movie, and it's bizarre. It's weird. I would honestly come close to labeling him as one of the worst Jokers ever, but I know Jared Leto still exists on this list. I didn't see this incarnation of Joker, much as I support LGBT plus community, but this version of Joker is honestly mixed in my opinion. I agree, Snowstorm. Dark Knight Returns Joker was alright, didn't really do that much, and did get under Batman's skin one final time, though I wasn't that big fan of the voice. Yeah, Michael Emerson's Joker voice is also not very good. He emphasizes the flamboyant gay side of the Joker, and it is not a voice you would expect coming out of this character. Watch Linkara's review of it if you want to see more, but yeah, didn't really get behind it. Not one of my favorite Jokers. He technically does fulfill his comic book writing. He does get under Batman's skin. He does almost break the bat, almost ruins his entire plans and Batman's comeback, but his story in the movie comes to an abrupt end, and Superman kind of becomes the final boss of that film. Not saying that that wasn't cool, but they kind of write out the Joker and forget about him once we move on to the final issue. Gotta go eat lunch, be right back. Bye, Bat Kid. Even the show is ending, they're self-aware when they have to end on a dip of quality. The series finale had Batman married with a daughter. Did that happen? I don't think Brave and the Bold happened that way. Without Batman, crime has no punchline. Yeah, a lot of people have said that one. I feel like they were trying to make Joker like a gay Hannibal Lecter, but it just feels off. Fully agreed, Joseph. I think that's what best describes him. This was a very smart and calculating Joker. Frank Miller's story and what he does with him is not too bad, but Michael Emerson's performance and the way they animate him are definitely weird and off-putting. Read that one. Can you do a quickie review of the 3 Joker personas, the comedian, the crime prince, and the Antichrist psychopath? The Mobius chair reveal, there are 3 Jokers. Haven't read that story in a long time. I remember not liking it. The death of that Joker, you got a mini review. That Joker, the future one. This Joker took a battering right in the eye and was still running around laughing, which is so gruesome before he self-snapped. Yeah, that was a very violent scene, honestly. I was impressed they actually went through with drawing it. And even weirder, Warner Brothers didn't give that an R rating. And yet, in my opinion, that's not the most gruesome Joker death. I agree. I still say Injustice Joker's death was the most graphic. Yeah, that one definitely was. How accurate was this movie adaptation to the original Dark Knight Returns comic? Okay, Joseph, the Dark Knight Returns movie is honestly pretty faithful to the comic up until near the end of the second movie. They change around a few things, namely a lot of bonus scenes with Michael Emerson's Joker, and the ending kind of clarified a bit more, like explained away some plot holes. It's actually very 100% faithful in part 1. Part 2, they change a few things. They spice a few things up, try to add a bit more, try to give more interactions with Michael Emerson's Joker, and the ending altered a few things, but was ultimately the same in spirit. Yeah, where Batman fakes his death and goes underground, where he trains a cult to become the new Batman of future years, basically starting Batman Incorporated. It's a pretty weird ending, but I see what Frank Miller was trying to go for, an inspirational ending that, no, Bruce Wayne getting old and eventually dying is not the end of Batman. Batman is a legacy and he can be carried on because there's still good in this world. That Batman will leave behind a legacy in the end of Heroes, and that's actually pretty inspirational. We go through a dark journey getting there, but I think it does capture the comic's greatness very well. It's just some of Frank Miller's choices kind of made the movie a bit weird in places. I don't see Joker as gay, bisexual, or pansexual, but not gay. Yeah. Bisexual or pansexual, maybe. Well, don't worry, Monaco, we have a gay Joker on here soon. What is the perfect Joker for you? What did you want in the Joker? Honestly, I think Mark Hamill's was pretty good. My second favorite is Jack Nicholson. We'll get to him eventually. But to wrap up, Michael Emerson here, he was fine. Not the best, but also not the worst. He's easily a mediocre comedian. The first one on there is the Dark Knight Returns Joker. He is definitely B or C tier. Alright, sorry, waiting for my computer to load. Alright. Next, somebody wanted to bump off another Joker. Speaking of gay Jokers, let's bump off the Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League Joker. The gay anti-hero Joker who is going on to bad joke. Yeah, any shocker here? For those of you who don't know, he's part of a DLC pack where you can buy and play as the Joker in the Suicide Squad open world game, where the Joker is once again a flamboyant gay guy, but he has a prosthetic leg and an umbrella hang glider and likes to hit on dudes. Aren't you gonna buy a clown a drink first? Yeah, he sucks. He sucks. This incarnation is from a multiverse because the Suicide Squad was so desperate they needed to create new characters, so you'd buy the game, and basically he does nothing. He does a lot of stupid, corny one-liners, some jokes. He's kind of an anti-hero Joker. He was on his Suicide Squad, but his squad died. He entered a multiverse portal chasing Brainiac, and he teams up with the prime versions of the squad. And oddly, he and Harley Quinn barely have any interactions. It is definitely a choice. I remember all the interviews they kept saying, oh, this Joker is gay. You know, he's gay, he's a good guy, and he's gay. And I did not care. His voice also did not match this character. I was kind of shocked they didn't get Mark Hamill to come back, especially because Kevin Conroy was Batman in this. But no, terrible DLC, just as bad as overweight non-binary Mrs. Freeze. Yeah, this game sucks, and surprise, their DLCs also suck. Going on, bad joke. Sigh, I remember when Rocksteady Studios and WB made great games, yeah. Thank goodness for Batman Arkham Shadows, right? Suicide Squad killed the Justice League. Looks like they took the anime Suicide Squad series Joker but put him in a hyper-realistic style, but it just looks ugly. Yeah, they all look ugly. Harley Quinn especially looks ugly, which is shocking because she was actually a hot chick in this entire saga. I arrived late. Can you do a quickie on what's your opinion on the Batman Joker and Adam West Joker? Talked about both of those. Kevin Michael Richardson and Cesar Romero Joker, both on S tier. I find them endearing. I find them very classics. They're funny, they're amusing, and have a lot of crazy plots. So they made it onto Emperor Joker level. Sorry, my computer has a lot to load because we have so many clowns on here. Now that's the killing joke. Oh god, no. Yeah, it sucked. Batman Incorporated. Does that mean the Bat credit card is real? Yes, Monica, yes it does. What is the perfect Joker for you? I read that one. Honestly, I like Mark Hamill and Jack Nicholson. They're in my top 2. If you want to hear me word my thoughts better on the clowns, check out my top 10 Jokers list. It's available on Wolf Entertainment. I talk about my top 10 favorite Jokers, and the top 2 I think did the character the greatest justice. Don't want to spoil it, so go check it out. But yeah, gay Suicide Squad kill the Justice League Joker. Shocking, like everything else in that game sucks. Going on, bad joke. Speaking of which, Teen Titans Go Joker also sucks. Going on, bad joke. Yeah, Teen Titans Go is a terrible show, and occasionally other DC characters show up for cameos, and the Joker shows up for his. It's just a cameo. He does nothing. He's there so we can make Joker references, and Robin says Jared Leto is a better Joker than him. Yeah, I think the cringe of that statement speaks for itself. Yeah, Teen Titans Go sucks, so of course they failed the Joker. Jingle bells, Batman smells, Robin laid an egg, the Batmobile lost a wheel, and the Joker got away. Suicide Squad is the worst video game version of the Joker because this is a massive downgrade. Like, how is that possible? Guess the 3 Jokers are the killing jokes. Might as well put Dark... Yep. While we're on bad video game Jokers, we'll also bump off Dark Tomorrow Joker, who also sucks. Dark Tomorrow is a very terrible Batman game. It is very unpolished, the gameplay is already outdated, the graphics have not held up, and what's worse is we got a lot of bad interpretations of Batman's iconic characters. The Joker being one of them. This has to be the worst voice actor I've ever heard as the Clown Prince of Crime. His Joker is so off. He sounds weird, has a scratchy voice. I compare him to Shaggy from Shaggy and Scooby-Doo Get a Clue. Like nails on a chalkboard. His voice is high-pitched, whiny, and irritating. Just watch a single clip of him and you'll see what I'm talking about. But one of the worst Joker voices, period. He was not good, and the design does not hold up well. He sucks, just like everything else in that game. Almost worse than the Suicide Squad game, but I think he's lesser because Dark Tomorrow had less budget than the Suicide Squad did. Going on to bad joke. I wanted Beetlejuice to win in Teen Titans Go XD. I want every villain to win in Teen Titans Go. I wanted Slade to win. What season did the Joker appear because Teen Titans Go is so long? I don't know. I don't watch Teen Titans Go anymore. I just watch a clip on YouTube. Dark Tomorrow is the Superman 64 of Batman games, and what's up with the voice acting? Yeah, it really sucks. There's like 1 or 2 good voice acting performances, but a lot of the main characters are bad. So glad Cassandra Cain was in it because She has no voice. Unlike this Joker, yeah, Dark Tomorrow sucks, and big shock they failed their Joker. Dark Tomorrow had really cursed Cassandra Cain. Yeah, they did. And for some reason, Scarface was actually a living dummy, even with his head removed, which is just off. Yeah, that was kind of bizarre. I think they thought the Scarface dummy was a real living doll like Chucky, but got their facts wrong. Hey, Monica, got your sad face. Okay, Dark Tomorrow Joker, just like everything else in that game, is bad. The voice alone really murders this performance. Going on, bad joke. While we're on bad Jokers, let's do Injustice movie Joker, who is also going on to bad joke. This is the Joker from the Injustice movie. Yes, there was a movie adaptation of the Injustice video game that was mostly based on the comics rather than the actual game story. And, of course, the Joker was in it, and the voice also sucks in this. The guy playing the Joker kind of loses the voice. He has it and then he doesn't have it in a few areas. At one point you can hear the Joker in him, but then he starts talking in longer speeches, then he just loses it. And a lot of his jokes aren't all that funny. Oh, I got Jimmy on my shoe. Now that's a punchline. The best part about this Joker is he fulfills his plot role. He gets murdered by Superman. So, the Injustice movie shows us what we didn't see in the video game. The Joker decides he wants to take on Superman and destroy Metropolis. He's sick of losing to Batman and failing to destroy Gotham, so he switches cities and heroes, where the Joker pulls the ultimate evil scheme, ruining Superman's life. Metropolis is nuclear bombed. Superman is tricked into murdering Lois Lane by mistake. Superman is infected by fear gas and kryptonite. He sees Lois as Doomsday, tries to kill Doomsday only to find out it was Lois, and Lois was also pregnant with their child. So he also killed his unborn baby, and this was Superman's one bad day. Batman catches the Joker, but it's too late. He's locked in Arkham Asylum until Superman shows up, and against Batman's objections, Superman murders the Joker, punching his fist straight through his heart and chest, killing him. Now that's a punchline. And that is his one good scene in the entire movie. The Injustice movie could have been so great, but ended up so disappointing. And I think this is one of the worst Joker portrayals ever. They didn't even make him resemble his Injustice counterpart. They kind of made him look like Joaquin Phoenix mixed with the animated series, but the voice did not really fit. He wasn't all that funny, and ultimately he was just a plot point. He was important until he got killed by Superman, so Superman could be the villain of his own movie. Is there Injustice 2 Joker? Yeah, we have him on here. We could do the good Injustice ones next. Is it the one with Damian Wayne? If you're talking about the Injustice movie, yes. In Teen Titans Go, the Joker had cameos in some of the early seasons. However, he was the main antagonist of a couple episodes later on. Okay. What's the opinion of the death of the Joker in Batman Arkham City, the Venom Joker, the Arkham Origins Joker, and the Arkham Knight Joker living in Batman's head? I love them all. They're technically going to be counted as one character. Technically two. Troy Baker's Joker is also on here. But I love them all. The Arkhamverse, you all know I love the Arkhamverse. They're going to rank very high. Yeah, Injustice game Joker was good. Not so much in the movie. Fully agree, Shadow. I have no idea why they added all these changes to certain characters. Some of them are good, like Wonder Woman wasn't a backstabbing whore like she's in the video game. Some were just weird, like the Flash's death scene is one of the most memed about things in the movie. And Joker's sudden change in character was definitely off-putting. Harley Quinn was a lot more annoying in this. The Injustice movie tried to be both a dark story but a lighthearted superhero romp, and the tones completely clashed. Yeah, Damian Wayne was Robin in the Injustice movie. Why couldn't they hire the same voice actor from the Injustice game? Yeah, none of the game voice actors came back. They hired a bunch of celebrities, and only half of them were good in this movie. Most of them did not fit. They really should have got, like, Kevin Conroy and the others while they were still around. And, you know, voicing lines for Injustice 3, but no, they wanted some big-name celebrities who had no pull in a comic book movie. Yeah, Injustice 2 Joker's here. Can we do the Harley Quinn show Joker? Well, while we're on Injustice, I'm going to talk about them. Let's talk about the Injustice Joker, who is, going on to, if we can move up. Here we go. Putting him onto Emperor Joker. Sorry, folks, my computer's acting wonky. We'll count him, and we're also going to count Injustice 2 Joker, if I could get to him. We'll count them both onto Emperor Joker. The actual good Injustice Jokers, Richard Epcar, he was actually pretty good. Joker is one of the playable characters in this, and we meet two Jokers in the first video game. The one Superman kills, and the one from our Prime universe. Joker is about to launch his nuclear attack on Metropolis, but in this multiverse, they actually stop him. Unfortunately, Joker's actions open up a portal to the Regime Superman world, and Regime Superman wants to invade the Prime DC universe. The Justice League want to help liberate the Regime universe from their evil counterparts, but the Regime superfamily are going to attack our world. Joker is here, and basically, he ends up in the Regime world through his shenanigans, fights Harley Quinn, who broke free of his abusive hold over her, and we get into wacky antics because Superman seeing the Joker alive in this universe definitely triggers him and makes him at his most unstable. And Joker's there. They're trying to keep him away from Regime Superman, trying to save his life, trying to arrest him, and Harley Quinn is the one who beats him. Harley Quinn stands up to her abusive ex-boyfriend, finally realizes only in a multiverse world she's better off without her toxic ex. Then he's there in Injustice 2. He's not in the main story. He comes back as a ghost in Harley Quinn. Harley Quinn is KO'd at one point and dreams of the Joker in his weird emo design. They tried to make him look like Jared Leto Joker because the Snyderverse was big at the time, and this design was really bizarre. Injustice Joker, to think, if you could ever love again, maybe you won't kill your next family. Superman rips through the Joker's chest. Kind of shocked that Richard Epcar honestly did a pretty good Joker voice. I do like it. It took some time to grow on me. He was not as good in Mortal Kombat versus DC. Come Injustice, he definitely had a lot more charisma as the character. What's your opinion on Mortal Kombat 11 Joker? Okay, he's fun to play as, but the game itself sucks. Are you going to merge both the Joker movies or Juggin separate? Think is Injustice what they did in Joker 2? We got Injustice 1 and 2 Joker on here. Question, is the events of Injustice the worst thing the Joker has done? Because look at everything that happened in that universe because of the Joker. Honestly, I don't think the Injustice universe is the worst thing Joker's ever done. I think Emperor Joker and Return of the Joker definitely still high up. Injustice, he had a higher body count. That's why people list it highly. The Joker wiped Metropolis off the face of the earth and murdered Superman's loved ones. That is pretty bad, but it's kind of like silver tier on this Joker's heinous crimes. Joker gives Superman his one bad day and creates Regime Superman, where Superman is ultimately the villain of the Injustice timeline. Superman had one bad day and abandoned all heroism, becoming the exact villain he swore to destroy. Joker is there basically as a constant reminder of the man who broke Superman. Really wish Regime Superman would have killed Prime Joker, but no, they save him and return him back to his universe. Regime Superman is depowered and sealed away in a Red Sun prison cell. But haha, his powers are not gone completely. In Justice 2, he shows up in a hallucination for Harley Quinn, and he's, of course, a playable character in the roster. Not a big fan of the redesign, which is why he's going lower, but it's pretty much the same guy. I'm gonna put him onto Emperor Joker, because he succeeded at one of the biggest achievements the clown has ever won. He broke the Superman, and for that, he's going on Emperor Joker. Plus, he's really fun to play as. Injustice 2 Joker looks like a junkie who gets substance from Jared Leto Joker. Why do they always have to try to make Joker hot? They always try too hard. I agree. They made him shirtless in season 2. Yeah, Joker looks like an emo punk in the second game. It is a baffling design. I guess they wanted to market him as a sexy bad boy because they were doing that with Jared Leto. Let me know if it worked, ladies, because I do not think it did. I mean, Joaquin Phoenix, the Joker, mixes both, are separate as a crime. What do they do with Joker 2? I know what you're saying, because of the changes to the character that happened in that sequel. Alright, wrapping up Injustice Joker, Richard Epcar, underrated, going on S tier. He is Emperor Joker. Definitely a high-class combatant. Alright, who to bump off next? I think I'll bump off another multiverse Joker, Jester, who is going on to Clown Prince. Yeah, there. Alright, there we go. We landed it. We landed it. Alright, guys, do you remember this guy? This is Jester from Justice League Crisis on Two Earths, who is an alternate universe Joker where he's a good guy. Jester is a heroic clown. He teams up with good Lex Luthor to try and steal a portal device so they could get extra hero reinforcements to dethrone the Crime Syndicate League. The Crime Syndicate League rule this world with an iron fist, and heroes are desperately trying to dethrone them but are struggling. And Jester actually helps Luthor achieve their goal of stealing a portal gun to go get the Prime Universe Justice League for help. Just one reason why he's not on S tier. He dies. The Jester friggin' dies. He's like in 4 minutes of movie. He and Luthor kick ass together. They fight evil versions of the Leaguers. And Jester heroically sacrifices himself so Luthor could get away. I wish he was in the movie longer because he was so funny and charming and really cool. I mean, it's a good guy version of the Joker. He's funny and actually cares about people. He's doing this to help save the world and ultimately gives up his life to save Lex Luthor and possibly their entire world because that portal gun is their last hope. And Jester suicide bombs himself, going out in a blaze of glory, killing evil Hawkgirl and Martian Manhunter. Yeah, he was so badass, he killed evil Martian Manhunter and Hawkgirl. That is a badass feat. We never see their counterparts in the rest of the movie, so yeah, they're gone, and Jester goes out as a hero. I wish he got much more, and would have preferred seeing how the League would have reacted to teaming up with Jester or a good version of Joker. That would have been so interesting. Well, that's a shame. Yeah, it was Shadowlink. He was entertaining, and he should have lived longer. Unfortunately, he dies, but would have loved to see a hero Joker. Fortunately, we will when we get to the Telltale verse. I'm curious what the hero version of each Batman villain would look like Penguin, Riddler, Scarecrow, and the others. Well, we have seen heroic versions of Catwoman and I believe Bane at one point, but yeah, this is a hero version of Joker. He died. The villains are the good guys in this universe, and the Justice League heroes are the villains in this universe. And the movie becomes about the Justice League liberating them from the Crime Syndicate. But this Jester, I'm gonna put on Clown Prince, underrated, wish he lasted longer. Alright, next we'll bump off another terrible Joker. This is Batman Aztec Joker, who is also going on to Bad Joke. Alright, so try and follow me. This is an Elseworlds DC story where Batman and his cast are in Aztec times. Batman is an Aztec warrior who becomes a bat demigod-inspired warrior, and the Joker is actually a twist villain in the movie. The Aztecs are being attacked by the Conquistadors, led by Cortez Two-Face, and the Joker is actually hidden among the cast. We meet this eccentric high priest character who's been praying to the gods, who senses that the gods are actually caring and compassionate, and are helping them by working alongside the Conquistadors because they're heroes who will help the Aztecs. However, Joker murders his family and sacrifices them for the gods so they would protect him and those he loves. Unfortunately, he realizes the gods are dicks. Yeah, in a very confusing twist, the gods were actually using him and were not benevolent gods after all. They manipulated the Joker into killing his own family for sick laughs, and this causes the High Priest to snap, where he smears the ashes and remains on his face, creating the Joker makeup. Yeah, his white face, he smeared the ashes of his dead wife and children all over him, and that's what made him the Joker. He became crazy and snapped, and decides to team up with Two-Face Cortez to destroy the Aztec way, because his god betrayed him. And this becomes Batman Aztec versus Cortez Two-Face and Conquistador Joker. Joker was an Aztec, he sold out and betrayed his people, joining Two-Face Cortez in destroying the Aztecs because his god abandoned and lied to him. It is a crazy ass story and really weird and honestly really stupid because, well, your god betrayed you, but you believe in the Aztec gods, and instead of, I don't know, changing your ways, you decide to help destroy the Aztec ways. It's very confusing, and there's a lot of mental gymnastics involved, but suffice to say, this is a bad clown. What's Aztec? It's Batman Aztec. It's the ancient civilizations in South America, you know, the Aztecs, the Incans, the old warrior ways. It's a Aztec world in like Mexico, the natives that, Central America, the natives that live down there. The Aztec people, they're an old civilization that live in Central America until the conquistadors came along and enlightened them. And yeah, Joker basically is a race traitor. He turned his back on the Aztec way and joined the villains, joined the colonizers. As you can see, he's wearing his Spaniard outfit here. It looks so dumb. This movie's bad. It is bad. And this Joker, ultimately a total failure in my eyes. Kinda glad I skipped this movie. You dodged a bullet, Shadowlink. You dodged a bullet. Oof. Make the 6 killing jokes. Yeah, I got a lot of bad Jokers down here. That's the short list. Joker's crimes. Killed Jason Todd. What he did to Batgirl and Gordon. What he did to Superman. He turned Batman into Batman who laughs. Yeah, the Bat who laughs. Yeah, he did. Bombing Metropolis, definitely one. I think Titan is also a pretty big one. Yeah, it would be great to see a ton of heroic versions of other Batman villains. Why does this movie even exist at all? My thoughts exactly. Batman Aztec is not a good movie. Honestly, it doesn't even feel like a Batman movie, but it has Batman characters and icons in it because they want you to pay to see it. Like, that's it. It's somebody's original story, but they know nobody would watch it unless something you cared about was attached to it, and that's Batman. Batman and his characters are these wacky Aztec characters, and it does not work. One, the movie is really boring, and two, some of the character development is so baffling and rushed in this, Joker being one of them. Azrael was in this movie and he was wasted. Yeah, I didn't even know it was Azrael the first time. I had to look it up to see which character this guy was. No, he's actually supposed to be this version of Azrael. So this is basically Kratos, only not as awesome. Exactly, Shadowlink. this Joker went crazy because the gods made him crazy after their family death. Like, why and what were they smoking when making this movie? And I highly doubt they did any research at all. Yeah, they pretty much did no research on Aztec culture. The Aztecs were killers who believed in human sacrifices. The conquistadors did fight them, but they were actually trying to prevent them from, sacrificing people. Committing human sacrifices, deaths, disemboweling them for their organs. They saw it as barbaric. Because it was. And yeah, they try to turn this into natives fighting against imperialist colonizers, that sort. It could have worked, but it did not. They did not work on this movie tightly. It was poorly written, very dull and boring, and some of these interpretations of Batman and his rogues were really out there. You want the Harley Quinn show Joker. Alright, we'll do him after. I read that one. If Crybaby Clown sees the bad Jokers, he would agree. Mystery Inc. Joker. Batman Samurai next. I think we did him already. If you're talking about Batman Ninja Joker, he's up here. We'll do Harley Quinn's Joker, Alan Tudyk. Just need my computer to load up a bit. Okay, there we go. He's going on to Clown Prince. Yeah, sorry. Got a lot of characters, sorry. Alright. He's right here, Harley Quinn show Joker, Alan Tudyk, who I actually really like. Alan Tudyk kind of surprised me. It caught me off guard how good this Joker was. Sorry, my computer screen's loading, folks. Alright, Alan Tudyk did a good job. Really like his Joker. Honestly captures a lot of Mark Hamill's energy. I think he did a pretty impressive job, honestly. I did not know he could do impressions so well. This is the Harley Quinn show Joker, played by Firefly's Alan Tudyk, who surprisingly knocked it out of the park. He made Joker one of the best interpretations of the character, bar none. Joker is Harley Quinn's toxic ex-boyfriend. They go through the same motions you see from the animated series Joker and Harley Quinn. Joker is a complete abuser, uses Harley, treats her like dirt, does not actually love her. She's his squeeze toy. He sometimes uses her, sometimes busts her out of Arkham, but occasionally forgets to. Harley Quinn is his trophy girlfriend. Harley Quinn realizes that the Joker doesn't actually love her, finally gets through her thick skull that he doesn't care for her. Harley Quinn becomes best friends with Poison Ivy, and she breaks up with the Clown Prince of Crime and decides to strike it out as her own, become her own A-list supervillain, better than he ever could be. And Joker kind of acts like a bitter ex-boyfriend. He's the popular kid, he's jealous, he's the alpha bitch, he throws a fit and can't stand that Harley Quinn is starting to make it out on her own. Harley Quinn is rising above him, is proving to be an equal supervillain on his level, and Joker is pretty much the mean girl among the Legion of Doom. He's a brat, he throws petty bitch fits, he manipulates other villains into idolizing him. A lot of Batman's rogues kind of bend the knee and kiss his ass. Joker slowly loses his popularity and favor among the other villains. One of my favorite episodes where they go to the bar mitzvah of Penguin's nephew and Penguin asks all his supervillain friends to be there. It's just so funny. So funny seeing Batman's rogues at a children's birthday party. Yeah, Harley Quinn, Poison Ivy, Scarecrow, Two-Face, Penguin, and Bane, and Joker shows up just to one-up Harley Quinn. Joker is basically trying to put Harley Quinn back in her place. Wants to one-up her, wants to humiliate her, wants to treat her like she's nothing. Wants to remind Harley Quinn that she'll always be under his shadow, she's his sidekick. Joker actually successfully takes over Gotham City, becomes a psychotic dictator, Emperor Joker. He takes over Gotham with the Legion of Doom. He and the Queen of Fables team up, form a villain alliance, and it becomes a story of Harley Quinn finally standing up to her abuser. Harley Quinn denounces the Joker in episode 1, and the end of the first season, she fights the Joker again, showing that she is strong, she is better than him, and she and Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy double team the Joker, take him out for good, and Joker falls into the acid chemicals, turning him into a normal everyday Joe. And this led to a really weird plot point. He comes back in season 2. Joker and Batman are presumed dead, and Gotham became a no man's land. Joker is actually alive and became a stepfather to a single mom and her family. He's like dating a parody of Zazie Beetz' character from the Joaquin Phoenix movie. He becomes her second love and a better stepdad to the children. Finally likes being normal. Unfortunately, Harley Quinn needs him to snap back, where he returns to being the Joker. And Joker kind of became one of the best funny recurring characters in this series. Alan Tudyk is very good as the Clown Prince of Crime. He has his own Joker voice, a really nice laugh, really hilarious zingers and one-liners. He gets like a lot of petty dialogue. Joker, I would say, feels like a Venture Brothers type of villain in this show, and it really works. This version of the Joker is what the DCEU Joker should have been. Hi, Kat, what I miss? Hey, Bat Kid, we're on Alan Tudyk's Joker from the Harley Quinn show right now. Got all the Joker rankings on frame at the moment, but yeah, we did Harley Quinn show. Got a lot of S tier, but we also have a rise in bad jokes. Oh, so what's your opinion on the Samurai Joker? If you missed it, Batman Smith, he's right here on Clown Prince, right next to Alan Tudyk. I like Tony Hale as the Joker. Pretty interesting take on the character. He was cool, he was wild, he was funny, and they gave him a really sweet Emperor Joker design. He looks like a Oni demon. Really great character. He made it onto A tier because of course he did. Wish Tony Hale got to play him more often. In my opinion, Harley Quinn Joker deserved it after what he did to her, especially when she blew up in his hideout. Definitely a perfect a-hole Joker. Yeah, that pretty much sums it up perfectly, Shadowlink. This is a dick Joker. He's the douchebag ex-boyfriend. Really petty towards Harley Quinn. He kind of has it out more for her than Batman. But Joker gets a lot of moments. He sees that Batman and Bruce Wayne are the same person in this continuity, which you would think would lead to some serious drama, but no, it doesn't. Joker decides to change his image come season 3 and run for Gotham City's mayor. Yes, he wants to become Mayor Joker. He becomes like a socialist. He starts helping people. Wants to show that Joker isn't so bad. Dating a single mom apparently changed his life, and he wants to be a positive role model for them. We see him having dad talks with Bruce, which is really weird. But yeah, he and Bruce actually bury the hatchet. Joker tries to go straight. It's hinted that the Joker does have some villain scheme under his sleeve, but yeah, that's for later. Joker kind of gets his life back in order, which is really funny. Joker's kind of recovering from being a dick. And yeah, Alan Tudyk, really funny, really great. This is a totally underhanded petty Joker, has a lot of good snarky lines, and yeah, I wouldn't be against seeing Alan Tudyk voice him again in more Batman media. Yep, hang on, gotta grab my charger. Yeah, I talked about the Batman Ninja Joker already. Sorry, catch up on comments. My opinion, Harley Quinn. Yeah, he deserved it. Hey, Cat, what I missed? Not too much, Bat Kid. Explains that Joker doesn't want to know Batman's identity. He even protects Batman because of the laws. He wants the Joker Batman gag. Yeah, he was pissed off because knowing it's Bruce Wayne isn't fun anymore. A mediocre Joker from a good show. Honestly, I thought it was pretty funny. Remember when he threw Harley out of the train during a snowstorm, but he threw her socks and shoes off the train? Well, technically Harley Quinn took off her shoes and socks because she had to use her acrobatics to unlock 2 doors at the same time. This Joker is more of a mean, funny bully character rather than a disturbing psychopath. Exactly, I think that sums him up very well. But yeah, I think Alan Tudyk's Joker, pretty underrated. Pretty funny, idiot bully Joker. He's actually enjoyable to watch. That's what I can say. He's going on to Clown Prince. Alright, next we'll knock off a lesser Joker. Let's knock off, the Killing Joke Joker, who is going on to Lame Clown. remember Batman the Killing Joke got an animated movie, and we were all looking forward to it because it's one of the greatest Joker stories of all time? Well, we got disappointed by it because the movie blew logs. Okay, so only reason why he's not on F tier is because Mark Hamill comes back as the Joker, and it's easily one of his worst films ever. What a letdown. Just stick with the comics. Fully agree, Shadow. No, sorry, Monica. Even the song couldn't save him. Yeah, so this is the Killing Joke Joker from the animated adaptation. The Killing Joke is a phenomenal comic book. It did not make a good movie. One, they spend half an hour on a pointless Batgirl filler arc, which kind of made you hate the character more than feel for her. But yeah, Batgirl and Paris Franz are the main characters for the first act of this story. Eventually, we get to the real movie, The Killing Joke. Joker is enacting his ultimate plan to break Batman and Commissioner Gordon. He's going to challenge them to psychological warfare, and we see him setting up his greatest plan ever, taking over a carnival and moving events in his way to guide the Dark Knight and the Commissioner towards him. This is the story where the Joker crippled Batgirl, he shot her in the spine. Sorry, belch there. He shot her in the spine, and she ended up in a wheelchair for life. Joker goes full-blown mental mind screw horror towards the Dark Knight and Commissioner Gordon, brutalizes them, humiliates them, traumatizes them, tries to outright physically murder them. He is at his most evil in this. However, while the Joker is planning this, we see the Joker's origin story, or at least the story he can remember. The Joker used to be a failed stand-up comedian. He was a low-life, low-class loser. He had a lot of debt. He was poor. He lived in a crappy apartment. He had a loving, supportive, pregnant wife. He was not happy with his life, eventually fell into doing dealings with the mob, and eventually lost everything, and he blames Batman for it. We see when the Joker became the Red Hood, he was used as a patsy by these mafiosos to trick Batman into believing that he was their supervillain leader. That way the Dark Knight would be too busy beating up on him, while the henchmen would sneak off and get away. They were trying to rob a factory that the Joker worked at, the Ace Chemicals. Unfortunately, things went very, very wrong. They were caught. The mafiosos ended up dead and shot and killed in the robbery. Joker tried to get away, but of course Batman fell for the trick that he thought he was the ringleader. He fights the Red Hood, and Joker trips over his villain cape and falls into the acid chemicals, which mutate him into the Man Who Laughs. And Joker has pretty much blamed Batman for this incident ever since, kind of projecting a lot of his hatred onto him. And you would think this would make a phenomenal story, but guess what? It wasn't. It was very disappointing. Mark Hamill said he wanted to always do a movie of this, but he really phones it in. I did not like his performance as normal Joker. When I say normal, I mean human Joker. When he's clown Joker, he's fine. It's nothing that'll knock your socks off like his Arkham City act or even the Return of the Joker movie, but it's just so, it's fine. It's not the worst thing ever, but his human Joker was terrible. I thought his emotional moments suck. The scene where his wife is dead, he has the biggest breakdown and tear-jerking scene ever in the comics. He lost the only person he ever loved. And what does Mark Hamill do with this scene? I just got a call from the hospital. My wife is gone. Oh, this stinks. That's your reaction to your wife and your pregnant wife and child dying? What the hell, Mark? What were you on? I thought this was terrible. And Ironically, this story is supposed to show that despite being a monster, the Joker is still human deep down. He's a person like you and me. He has his own problems, has his own troubles. The Joker was once a tragic person, brought down by society because of his one bad day. And it's supposed to make you feel for him. Sad that it's come to this, and instead, the movie does the opposite. Joker is at his worst in this movie. He is pure evil. They actually imply he might have raped Barbara when he shot her. They have him doing these insane psychotic slideshows like Return of the Joker. Have him brutalize Commissioner Gordon, who's stripped naked just like in the comic book. Have him try to flat out kill Batman, and actually kind of deflect all the issues he has by blaming Batman. It is not good, and that speech where he's melting down fighting Batman in the topsy-turvy room does not have the hard impact the comic book did. I'm sorry, it just doesn't. Like, Joker is like crying that, oh, you should change like me. What makes you stronger than me? I had everything. I tried to be good, but I failed. And Mark Hamill does not sound like he's breaking down here. It just sounds so stilted and scripted. Even the moment where Batman finally beats him and Batman tells him, I still see good in you, Joker. I want to save you. Please come back to the light. And Joker pretty much says, I'm sorry, but no, it's not for me. And doesn't have that emotional impact. That's the problem with this Joker. All his phenomenal scenes are kind of nerfed in the adaptation, and that's why he's on a lame clown. I will say Mark Hamill's best moment is the song sequence, Be Loony Like Me. Yeah, that was a pretty good song. I did use it for my top 10 video. Mark Hamill can definitely sing and still has it as the Joker voice, but this was a different kind of Joker story which he did not fit. You got me at grape. Yeah, he did. He did what to Barbara? Okay, so Alan Miller implied this, but he kept it open to interpretation. After Barbara is shot in the spine and crippled, she's lying there and Joker's looming over her. It's confirmed in the comic, Joker did not grape Barbara. He threatened to just to scare her, but it was a bad joke. In the movie, they actually imply he might have did it, where we see him like rip off Barbara's top, and he's like looming over her, smiling evilly, and what he shows to Jim Gordon, he like took pictures of it to traumatize him. And yeah, this was a controversial scene even back then. I do not like that the movie leans more towards that, yeah, he did do it. The comic left it more vague. But that's what made it more scary. Batkid vomiting. I agree, Joseph. The score with the Joker shooting Barbara Gordon is ruined because of bat sex and the terrible Batman-Batgirl ship moments. Vomit. Yeah, unfortunately, Bruce Timm did come back to work on this, and he brought back his weakest link. Fun fact, Oracle was made in the comics by the falling writer to fix what happened in the Killing Joke to Barbara. Yeah, I know that. That was made canon. Joaquin version did this better, at least in the first Joker movie, but then that gets ruined in the sequel. Yep, it did. Then again, it may not be his actual backstory. That's true. If you have a past, you might as well make it multiple choice. Also, the Joker originally hinted at Batman as already met the Red Hood, so there is the other Red Hood that we never saw. Well, Jason Todd took the Red Hood mantle back as a reminder of Batman's greatest failure. Paris Franz, what kind of a villain is that? I don't think there have been Batman characters, both before or even after this movie. He was an OC character, a sexist villain against Barbara Gordon. I'd remove the Batman-Batgirl plotline, yes. For one, I'd also make Oracle a bigger role than just an end credits teaser. I think what they should have done is have Batman and Batgirl on a side mission fighting the Joker and maybe Harley Quinn. Like, have them fight them, and Joker might realize Barbara is Batgirl. That's why he directly comes after her. I think that would have improved a lot because Gail Simone infamously had that interview where she called it like women in for refrigerators. This female character gets victimized for no good reason. I think they should have given it a better reason other than she was Batman's side piece. No, I think they should have fought the Joker in the first act of the film, and Joker realizes that Barbara is Batgirl. And that's a big reason why he goes after her, because he realizes that he can't actually hurt Commissioner Gordon through her. Never understood why Red Hood had a cape. It was kind of a makeshift supervillain costume. The mafiosos cooked it up so Batman would be distracted kicking his butt. Yeah, so... How would you rewrite The Killing Joke? What would the plot be if you want to rewrite it? Well, I would keep Alan Moore's story intact, but I would improve the Batman-Batgirl segment by a lot. In fact, South Park was more accurate to The Killing Joke than the actual Killing Joke movie. Didn't watch Batman The Killing Joke because I heard it from your review of The Haunting Hour Brush with Madness, but God, I dodged that massive bullet. It was a bad movie. I like the comic better. We all do, Firewolf, we all do. Sorry, catch up on comments right now. Read that. Yeah, I know she became Oracle at the end of the movie, too, which kind of ruined Alan Moore's ending, to be honest, that we had a post-credits scene. But yeah, that makes the movie 10 times worse. It did. The ending where they laughed ruined it. Yeah, where Joker finally tells a joke to Batman. You'll turn it off when I'm halfway across. And Joker and Batman both laugh for the first time, embrace each other, and in the comic, it was implied Batman did snap and kill the Joker. Moore goes for an ambiguous ending where, oh, did the Joker break the bat? Or are they just friends and this is a moment of levity? No, in the movie, they really butchered this scene. We see them laughing, and one Joker is still standing. They drew it like Batman and Joker were strangling each other in the comic book, which added more to the vagueness. But yeah, they both laugh, and then Mark Hamill stops laughing while Bruce is still going, and honestly, it made me chuckle a bit more than feel afraid by the twist. It was definitely ruined, and what made it worse is they have a post-credit scene where we see Oracle's back on her feet as yeah, she's Oracle now. Barbara's okay, she's in a wheelchair and she has her Oracle cave, apparently set up a week after being crippled. It was dumb and shouldn't have been written in. Here in OC, they could bring back Maxwell Schreck or Roland Daggett. His name is the name and location of a city. Yeah, Paris, France, that's the joke. He's the son of a European mob boss. Lame name even for DC on the nose name conventions. Yeah, they really should have had a Batgirl archenemy. There is one fan film called Patient J where the Joker starts off as an actual crime lord with his Red Hood persona. Ooh, sounds cool. I thought the Joker is a gentleman. Well, he isn't in this movie. They went more Heath Ledger with him. Anyways, Killing Joke Joker, lame. Easily Mark Hamill's worst interpretation on here. Going on to Lame Clown. Speaking of our dear friend Mark Hamill, let's knock off Birds of Prey Joker. No, not from Birds of Prey the TV show. Yeah, it's from Birds of Prey the TV show, not the movie. That's what I meant to say. Going on, mediocre comedian. I would put him above Emerson's, of course. Alright, so there is only one reason why he's not higher. It's a cameo. The Joker has a brief appearance in a flashback where we see how the Joker crippled Barbara Gordon. Barbara Gordon is Oracle in the Birds of Prey TV show, and we see how it all happened, where Mark Hamill plays the Joker. We finally get to see Mark Hamill as the Joker in live action. Knock knock, who's there? Batgirl. Batgirl who? Past tense. Yeah, we see he shot Barbara Gordon and he does know she's Batgirl in this version. And basically, that's the only reason why he's down here. It's a very, very brief role. So brief you could find the scene on YouTube. Yeah, Mark Hamill shows up, dressed up like the clown, looking like his animated series counterpart, and he delivers some dark jokes. He shoots Barbara, cripples her, and the Joker has haunted over Barbara throughout most of the show. He's a ghost from her past. It's Very sad that I can't put him up higher because it's a very small bit role, but it was so cool seeing Mark Hamill in this show, actually canonly the Joker. Knock knock, who's there? Batgirl. Past tense. Really funny joke. Huh, didn't know that was Mark in the makeup. I think one time they do have like a body double standing in. Mark Hamill just did the voice dubbing. But yeah, this is him from the Birds of Prey TV show. It's a cameo, so unfortunately I don't have too much to go off of, but it was definitely a sweet treat seeing Mark Hamill as the clown for the first time in live action. So far, the only one, sadly, unless you want to count the trickster from The Flash. But yeah, I'll put him on a mediocre comedian. It's a fun Easter egg, but that's about it. I thought I read that one. This is a Joker for me. Also, this is Mark Hamill playing the Joker in live action. Sadly, the only time he ever did. Huh, didn't know that was Mark in the makeup. I vaguely remember learning about the Birds of Prey show, couldn't find much about it. Yeah, I remember they sold DVDs for it back at Walmart when it was finally getting a release. The Birds of Prey is a TV show where it was about the female superheroes. We followed Barbara Gordon, Huntress, who discovers she's Helena Wayne, Batman and Catwoman's daughter in this version, Black Canary, and I believe they were going to build up to Cassandra Cain joining. Harley Quinn was the overarching villain of this show, and Barbara is going through an identity crisis. She feels useless because she's in a wheelchair, ultimately becoming Oracle and the founder of the Birds of Prey. Oracle is the sister figure towards Helena Wayne. Helena Wayne becomes the Huntress at the end of this show, and Barbara is looking back at her life, how she got here, and she remembers when the Joker traumatized, broke into her house, and crippled her, where we finally see him in physical form, voiced by Mark Hamill, no less. It's a pretty fun cameo, honestly. I do really like it. Yeah, the movie's the worst. Don't watch the movie sucks. I'd recommend checking out the TV show over that pile of bat guano movie. I remember the Bat Family Adventures. Oh, good for you. Alright, so it's Mark Hamill. What can I say? I do like him. He is going on to mediocre comedian because sadly he didn't get to do too much on this show. It is just a nice treat seeing Mark Hamill as a live action Joker, and so far the only time he ever has been. Going on mid-tier mediocre comedian. Alright guys, I gotta use the restroom again, but who do you want me to do next? Which Joker do you want to see next? Cast your vote on who we have left below. I'll be right back. Got a lot of Jokers to work with, so don't worry, we'll be sticking around for a long time. I'll be right back. Tell me which Joker you would love to see us rank next. Here's Joker. I'm back, guys. Who do you vote for? Nicholson's Joker. Well, wait till we get a load of meat. TMNT Joker. Get Pattinson's Joker out of the way since he didn't do much. It was also a cameo. Okay. Joaquin Phoenix, Heath Ledger. Wow, a lot of Jokers. Arkham Asylum Joker, of course. 8.5. Don't like Bernard. What an odd show, but just by how you're describing the show, Cat. Sorry, Joseph. I don't have the Wikipedia on me on hand right now. Alright, got a lot of wild Jokers. Alright, I guess we'll finally go back to the movies. Let's do the Batman Pattinson's Joker, who is also a cameo going on Mediocre Joker. Yeah, trying to get them in. This is the Batman, the 2020 movie, the Joker from Robert Pattinson's The Batman, who is just a cameo in a deleted scene. Yeah, so kind of hard to talk about this Joker since we see him in a handful of unused scenes. The Joker is currently locked up in Arkham Asylum. He is kind of a butchered, mutilated weirdo serial killer in this case. He's according to Matt Reeves, he based him off of the Phantom of the Opera. He has a destroyed face, but he's hiding it. And this is the one best clip I could find. Batman goes there in a deleted scene to interview him, trying to find the mysterious Riddler serial killer. He believes the Joker's involved. Joker says he's not, and he taunts Batman. He has his Glasgow grin, if you don't know. It means he cut his face into a permanent smile. He has, like, melted flesh on him, like serious chemical burns. Honestly, kind of like the Jeremiah Joker, the more I think about it. Has kind of a destroyed, wrecked body. He put makeup on to look like a clown. He has one actual scene in the theatrical cut of the film, and it's when the Riddler is locked up. The Riddler is throwing a fit because he failed to destroy Gotham, failed to defeat the Batman. Batman is a hero, saving many citizens, and his plans have completely failed in the end. But the Joker happens to be his next door cellmate and says, cheer up, buddy. You could use a friend that makes you laugh. And Joker and Riddler form a villain alliance at the end of the movie. And honestly, when I first saw this, it made me roll my eyes like, really? We're doing this again? We're already having another incarnation of the Joker. Like, we've seen this guy so many times, even when this movie came out. What we had Joaquin Phoenix's movies, his sequel coming up. We saw this guy in Gotham. We saw him in the Arkham games. He has basically been everywhere in a lot of the direct-to-video stuff. We're bringing another Joker into the spotlight, and possibly he might be the villain in movie 2. I hope that's not the case, but he does exist in the Matt Reeves universe, and there's hinted that we're going to get a prequel show starring him, like a spin-off for the Joker, similar to the Penguin show we got. Unfortunately, that hasn't happened yet. He is just a cameo. He's a walking Easter egg. He's there teasing future projects to come, and one of those projects may involve a friendship with the Riddler. So this Joker is Jeff the Killer? Kind of, Monica, kind of. Barry Keoghan, that's the actor's name. Never heard of him before. That's this deleted scene. Me neither. I've never heard of the actor who played him, which is why I wasn't impressed. This is a cameo either teasing for Robert Pattinson's Batman sequels, or just to look down Joker does exist in the Batman universe. Yeah, I believe Matt Reeves wanted credit saying, oh, well, see, this is the first Batman movie since the Adam West Batman, where he had Catwoman, Penguin, Riddler, and Joker all together on the big screen. Yeah, that's the only reason why the Joker's in here, because Matt Reeves wanted bragging rights that he's the first movie since the Adam West Batman to have 4 A-list supervillains all together. Congrats, Matt Reeves, but I don't think it was all that worth it, especially because the Riddler and Catwoman were already more interesting. But yeah, it's true. This movie technically has Joker, Penguin, Catwoman, and Riddler all together, just like they were all those decades ago for Adam West. Joker, I'm here, and I'm there, and I'm everywhere, Catman. You can't stop me. It seems unwise to put them next to each other. Well, again, the Batman's supposed to be a prequel. This is before Batman and his villains became famous, so they have no idea the horrors they're pushing. I think they're trying to make a famous DCU Joker. Yeah, they probably should. I want Cameron Monaghan to play the Joker again, though. Nah, I want to believe we're getting Mr. Freezer, the Court of Owls next film. Me too, Bodhi, me too. Court of Owls, definitely. I heard Scarlett Johansson might be in it as Andrea Beaumont. If you guys know who that is, well, it's phantasm. Yeah, Scarlett Johansson is going to be in the sequel, and Sebastian Stan is going to play Two-Face, so look forward to an updated on our Two-Face tier list. But yeah, I believe Scarlett Johansson is either going to play Andrea Beaumont or possibly Poison Ivy. They haven't clarified, but she's in it. Be pretty cool to see a live-action Phantasm, and honestly, Scarlett Johansson fits that better than Dr. Isley. I hope they don't butcher Robin. I hope they don't include Robin at all. It could lead to the storyline, the War of the Jokes and Riddles. That would be pretty fun. Metaphorically and literally. Imagine if the Joker's son was Jeff the Killer. Don't know if that would be a good idea or just a dumb idea. She could also be casted as Mrs. Dent. If they're doing the Long Halloween. That could be good. She should be Phantasm. I agree, Bodhi. Andrea Beaumont, not the Babe. Opinion on Absolute Batman. I looked at images of it. I've not read it all the way through. I do like their Catwoman. She does look very pretty. Though Poison Ivy, Absolute Ivy, dog shit design. Do not like it. She is plant manure. Alright, so to wrap up the Batman's Joker, nice cameo, but still a cameo nonetheless. Going on mediocre comedian. Alright, you guys want more film Jokers. Let's see who we should do next. Got a lot on here. Oh, I think let's knock off another bad Joker. Batwoman's Joker. Yeah, this black guy is the Joker, and he's also going on Bad Joke. No, I'll put him above the Suicide Squad because the guy at least tried. Yeah, this black dude in the weird red and white suit, he's the Joker on Batwoman. Alright, so if you haven't been paying attention on these tier lists or have had the fortune of avoiding CW's Batwoman, Batwoman doesn't technically have Batman's villains. Most of them have legacy characters trying to take up their mantle, exactly like how Batwoman is for The Dark Knight. This is not actual Joker. The Joker was a real person in their Gotham. Joker actually tormented this guy. He was a civilian he took hostage, and Joker fried his brain by putting his joy buzzer to his head. He had his brain completely fried by Joker's joy buzzer, and that drove him crazy. Years later, Batman has gone missing. Allegedly, he killed the Joker, and this guy sees Batwoman as the new Dark Knight protecting Gotham, where he decides to take up the Joker's mantle and carry on the Clown Prince of Crime's legacy in his stead. He went from a guy who was tortured by the Joker into becoming his replacement. Yeah, this guy decides he wants to be the new era Joker. Why? So the CW writers can pat themselves on the back for saying, this is the first black Joker. Congrats. Does he have any character? No, he's just a crazo copying Mark Hamill. Okay, whatever. Yeah, he's terrible. This does not make any sense. One, he was tortured by the Joker, and you'd think him being brutalized by him would actually make him hate clowns, especially the Joker. But no, he was driven crazy by a joy buzzer shock to the head, and he decided, you know what? I am the Joker's son. I am his herald. I am the new era's Clown Prince of Crime. And Joker becomes a mini arc villain, I believe in the 3rd season, taking on Batwoman until she eventually beats him up, realizes that, oh, she shouldn't be trying to carry on Bruce's legacy, she should be doing her own legacy, and they cure his insanity. Wow, what a Joker. Yeah, he sucks. Like everything in the CW's Batwoman, he sucks. It all sucks. The show's writing sucks. The directing sucks. And look at this costume, it also sucks. It doesn't scream Joker at all. This is a bad clown going on to F tier. Why can they have Simon Phoenix from Demolition Man play the Joker? He would have been much better, honestly. Who is that black guy? Doesn't look like the Joker at all. That's CW's Batwoman Joker. And the fact that he looks nothing like the clown should tell you about the quality. Oh, now we got the 7th Killing Joke. Yep. Jared Leto just ripped the band-aid off. Chatteling, barfing. I want the Snake Joker, Mutant Joker. Alright, we'll do him next. There is an absolute Joker. Sorry, catch up on comments right now. Alright, want Jared Leto, want TMNT Joker. We might do him next just to have some good clowns up there. Have you seen what absolute Batman version of the Joker design? I have not. I've only seen Poison Ivy and Catwoman. Who's that? That's CW Joker. Interesting concept idea. What if they made Andrea Beaumont Harvey's wife as a twist on both stories together? What do you think? That would be pretty funny. I mean, we already seen Harvey Dent has dated Poison Ivy, Catwoman, Harley Quinn. It would be interesting that he also took Andrea Beaumont from Batman. Yeah, instead of Mr. Reeves from Mask of the Phantasm, Harvey broke the bro code by stealing Bruce's ex. So CW DC Universe Joker's dead and is replaced by a Joker victim because it's the first black Joker, not even a race swap, but just a dumb idea from a show. I dodged a bullet. Yeah, you did, Joseph. Really god-awful idea. Why can't... Oh, read that one. Never watched Batwoman, so you dodged a bullet, Bodhi. By this logic, that would be like if I was tormented by the Scarecrow and years later I want to become the Scarecrow because potatoes. Yep. JonTron to the CW Joker. It's awful. It's god-awful, and every one of them sucks. Yep. Yeah. Shocker, CW's Batwoman fails again, and they failed their Black Joker. Going on bad joke. Alright, somebody wants Batman versus the TMNT Joker, the Cobra Joker. Who is going up on Emperor Joker if my computer will load? Alright, there we go. Put him under Caesar Romero. Alright, we made it back to Batman versus the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. This Serpent Joker is the mutated Joker. Ra's al Ghul and Shredder are attacking Gotham City. Because Ra's al Ghul and Shredhead have made a deal with the Clown Prince of Crime, they will give him mutagen in exchange for his Joker Venom Sera. Ra's al Ghul and Shredder want to create a toxic bomb, but the Joker wants something in return, where Shredder will pay him mutagen. Joker gives his secret home recipe over to the terrorists, and Joker takes over as a filler villain throughout the film. Joker mutates all of Batman's rogues into mutant monsters. Joker turns into a poisonous cobra snake. Why? Because, I guess, Venom pun. Yeah, we get to see all of Batman's villains become hideous Ninja Turtle style monsters. They become mutants. Scarecrow becomes a Birdman, Bane becomes a Catman, Mr. Freeze becomes a polar bear with an ice cannon, and Joker and Harley Quinn get really creepy designs. Harley Quinn becomes a hyena, while Joker becomes a poisonous snake. Joker has taken over Arkham Asylum, and Batman and the Turtles work together for the first time to defeat them, where they start developing bonds here, go out on their own, show off their own skills. We get to see a lot of Batman's rogues as cool mutant monsters, and Joker is the final boss of this subplot. That's all you have to say? Where's Ra's? Where's Shredder? How about Joker, babe? I love what you've done with yourself. Really crazy. Is there a reason why Joker is so pale? Is because he has albinism? Because I think he has albino. Joker's skin was mutated. He fell into some chemicals, and it permanently bleached his skin, making him resemble a clown. And it got all over his body because he was dunked right in. Hello, back. I'm a snake. I caught a Pokemon. Surprised Joker didn't become a hyena because hyenas are known for laughing. No, Harley Quinn became the hyena. I guess because, if you know Ninja Turtles logic, you become fused with the DNA of the last animal you touched, and Harley Quinn is always petting her pet hyena, so it made sense. I'm kind of curious at what point did Joker touch a snake, but yeah. They all became animals and things they interacted with, which is why Poison Ivy is a plant, Mr. Freeze is a polar bear, Scarecrow is a crow, makes sense. Really disappointed we didn't get to see Mad Hatter as a samurai bunny, a reference to Usagi Yojimbo, but yeah. Joker became a snake. Harley Quinn became a hyena because she's always laughing and giggling. And yes, we do get to see a mutant kiss between Joker and Harley Quinn. Come here, Harley, baby. They're like licking their tongues together. Really graphic for a family picture. Joker Snake, Jafar Snake, and Curver Snake Batman Beyond. If Catwoman appeared in the TMNT collab, if she mutated, she would be either a puma or a tiger. Or, you know, a panther. Those are black cats, too. Alright, so they have a big epic fight scene. Joker actually successfully mutates Batman into Man-Bat. The Turtles finally get a victory here. The Turtles defeat Man-Bat and cure Bruce, where Joker gets beat up by Batgirl as payback for what happened in the Killing Joke. Oh, Batgirl loved the new boots, and she breaks all his snake teeth out. Pretty hardcore scene. Yeah, Barbara beats up Joker, which is very satisfying if you suffered that abomination, the Killing Joke. But yeah, that's kind of the end of Joker's role in the film. He's a filler boss fight. If you're curious, Troy Baker voices him. I think this is our first Troy Baker Joker on here, too. Troy Baker is a pretty good Joker. I love his voice. We'll compliment him more on Arkham Origins, but he is a pretty good substitute for Mark Hamill. He does an impression of the animated series Joker, and it absolutely worked for the movie. Also, first Batman movie where Batman and Joker are voiced by the same guy. Troy Baker is both the Clown Prince and the Dark Knight in this movie. Pretty cool, too, because you can't really tell. Troy Baker is really good as the Joker. You cannot tell he is also Batman in this film. Yeah, Cobra Joker, he's cool, going on to S tier because Batman vs. TMNT is an epic crossover. Cat, it's a kid's movie, Batman vs. TMNT. Foot Ninja get hit by a shuriken and they killed the cops. Yeah, that's true. I forgot Ration Shredder went on a serial killer murder spree. If Black Mask appeared as a raccoon, Kite Man a pigeon bird, and Professor Pig as a pig, nah, those wouldn't be scary animals, though. I mean, to say a panther as well, but it didn't come up, but the reason I brought it up is because I think panthers and pumas are flirtatious animals. I could be wrong, maybe. Yeah, Catwoman would definitely be like a predator cat. That just fits the character well. I definitely say a black cat more, but yeah, this Joker going on to S tier. We love TMNT, we love Batman, and of course him fighting the two together makes him an Emperor Joker. Alright, next, I think we'll bump off another bad Joker. Let's bump off Brent Spiner, who is going on to Bad Joke. Yes, Brent Spiner, Data from Star Trek, played the Joker. This is Young Justice Joker, and Brent Spiner is bad. He is not good. I'm sorry. Brent, I love you, but you are no Joker. Joker is in at least 2 episodes of Young Justice, one in the good season and one in the terrible season. And basically Joker is Heath Ledger. This is Heath Ledger in animation form. He loves telling dark jokes. He uses knives more than his hilarious gadgets and gag toy weaponry. He is pretty much bloodthirsty in this movie. I always wanted to carve this bird. Another day. There won't be another day. Yeah, Brent Spiner is terrible as the Joker. I love his body of work, but this was a horrible miscast on par with Jesse Eisenberg's Lex Luthor. Joker is a minor villain in Young Justice. He's used by the Legion of Doom to form a fake-out Legion of Doom to throw the Justice League off track. The Joker is part of the Injustice gang. They're a patsy, a fall guy, a scapegoat that the Legion of Doom is using to distract the Justice League from their real plans, from who they really are. Joker is there with Poison Ivy, Black Adam, Count Vertigo, Ultra Humanites, basically launching a worldwide invasion with Ivy's plants. The plants come packed with Joker venom bombs, killing people. We see like a group of firefighters dies exposed to the Joker venom. Much creepier laughs in this, I will say. But Brent Spiner is very off as the Joker. One, he's not really funny. Brent Spiner plays it like Heath Ledger. He does the "why so serious" thing. I'm an agent of chaos. He tries to do his comic book one-liners, but they don't work. I'm used to juggling multiple personas just like in my mind. And he's like looks and breaks the fourth wall a lot. You admit it, you can't look away, can ya? And just didn't do it for me. I did not like his Joker performance. He felt really off. He almost catches some Joker moments and personality, but then misses the mark when he keeps talking. The Joker fights Robin because, of course, he does. He wants to hurt Batman, so he's gonna kill his son. Robin and Batman take him out together. Joker tries to suicide bomb them all when they're captured, but Zatanna puts on Dr. Fate's helmet and uses ultimate God mode magic to save the day, and that's the end of the clown until he comes back. In season 4, he appears in a flashback, and suddenly they drew him like Joaquin Phoenix because that movie was big at the time. Brent Spiner comes back and unfortunately has a lot more lines and villain monologues, and not once is he funny. He goes on and on and on, and just when you think he's about to stop, he has more to say. And it's very clear Brent Spiner does not have the Joker laugh down. He does not have the Joker spirit, his voice, or his inflections. He does not even feel like the clown. In the final season, Joker takes the United Nations hostage and wants a ton of money or else people will die. He is holding the UN hostage. The superheroes are staying away because he warns them he'll kill them, so they send in the Teen Titans. The Young Justice team go undercover, using Cloak to infiltrate. The Legion of Doom realizes the Joker has gone AWOL, so they hire an assassin to kill him. This assassin is Cassandra Cain, and yes, they try to tie in the Joker crippling Batgirl in this. The Bat family are trying to stop the Joker. The sidekicks infiltrate, try to defuse the situation, take out his goons, save the hostages. Joker catches on, has a fight with Barbara Gordon Batgirl, and just when Cassandra Cain is going to assassinate and kill the Joker, Barbara steps in and takes a blade through the spine. Yes, they are doing her Killing Joke fate. Barbara gets stabbed in the spine and loses the ability to walk. And this was their way of writing the Joker into it. Cassandra Cain is the one who crippled Barbara. Cassandra Cain accidentally took out Barbara, realizes she harmed an innocent, and renounces her evil mom, Lady Shiva. The Joker is captured, beaten down, and technically takes credit for crippling Barbara. Yeah, that's how they write Barbara getting crippled, and the Joker was there, he was involved, but he didn't actually do it, which makes it have even less emotional impact. Yeah, he's beaten up by Barbara Gordon, almost dies by Cassandra Cain, but Cassandra Cain accidentally crippled Barbara. Barbara gets her wheelchair and she's done being Batgirl. Cassandra Cain turns good and decides to take up her mantle, becoming the new Batgirl. And that's kind of the end of Brent Spiner's Joker. He was used as a plot device in his last appearance. Do not like him. Brent Spiner's voice got really grating. His villain monologues were never funny. He kept trying to do a Heath Ledger impression, and it did not work or sound scary. And Ivy becomes a plant. Dun-dun-dun. My goodness, now we're on the 8th Killing Joke. Yep. Yuck. Oh, you don't like that, Bodhi? Sorry, catch up on comments. Read that one. To quote Rizzo, I thought this is a kid's movie. I remember that Batman as Man-Bat slaughtered Mr. Freeze and Two-Face. Two-Face also died. Yuck. Don't like it, Bodhi? Gross. What is this? Bat spit? I never liked Young Justice version of Joker because he only appears in 2 episodes and he looks like a wash-up businessman who went crazy rather than a clown, and his voice is terrible. Did he do the Harley Quinn show Joker? We did, Saga. Alan Tudyk is up there on Clown Prince. You can see him right now. Alright, so yeah, wrap up. Data was not a good casting choice for the Joker. The writing was terrible, the design was too Heath Ledger, and this Joker did not stick out or do anything all that impressive. I'm putting him on to bad joke. Yeah, if you're curious, Saga, here he is, Alan Tudyk, right at the lead of A tier. He's on Clown Prince. Really like him. They made a good bully Joker. Alright, next we'll bump off another Mark Hamill entry, Justice League Action Joker, who is also going on to S tier. Yeah, raise it up a little. This is Justice League Action Joker, who is a lot of fun because it's just an extension of the animated series Joker. Mark Hamill returns to Joker even though he said he wouldn't after the end of Arkham City, but hey, that paycheck was just too big. I really like Justice League Action. It's a love letter to the lighthearted DC Comics. It loves the animated series universe, but it also has its fair share of goofy comedic adventures. I would say it's a combo of Justice League Unlimited meets Brave and the Bold, and they brought back a lot of veteran actors to reprise their DC roles. One of them being Mark Hamill as the Joker. He comes back and he has a lot of funny episodes. His Joker is a lot more eccentric, fast-talking, off the wall, but deep down, a crazy schemer. Joker becomes best buddies with Lex Luthor, and they go on vacation together. They like going teleporting across the world while the Justice League chases them. Joker is screwing around, but we find out he did have a plan beneath the surface on this. Joker planted a ton of devices around the globe so he could threaten to destroy the world if the Justice League didn't give him what he wants. And he needed Lex Luthor because he had the tech to accomplish this. Showing you that yes, this Joker is secretly hyper-intelligent and very threatening. Joker. Oh yeah, what's a voice actor? Yeah, Joker also had that funny short where Joker and the Trickster take Mark Hamill hostage. If you don't get the joke, it's because Mark Hamill plays the Joker and the Trickster. Yeah, we get a love letter to Mark Hamill. Mark Hamill is like taking a taxi home, but his Uber driver is the Joker and the Trickster. And basically Mark Hamill uses his voice acting to distract them because it's a meta joke. Mark Hamill plays the Joker, plays the Trickster, and Swamp Thing, who is voiced by Mark Hamill in this show. Mark Hamill's the true hero. He saved us all with his talented voice acting. What's a voice actor? Definitely one of the funniest Joker lines I've heard in a while. You like Justice League Action? Honestly, yes, I do, Saga. Some episodes are better than others, but at its worst, I think it had its meh moments. Had a lot of good moments. Bodhi, you know I love Zatanna, and she's played by Lacey Chabert. Yeah, Zatanna comes back, she's still hot and kick-ass. This is also the first kid show we see Constantine on. That was definitely impressive. Yeah, they got John Constantine on a kid show. That was how good Justice League Action was. And most notably, I loved hearing a lot of voice actors return to their roles. We see Kevin Conroy's back as Batman. We see Mark Hamill as the Joker. Gilbert Gottfried as Mr. Mixie as Pitlick again. Lacey Chabert played Zatanna on Young Justice and the Injustice video game. Good to hear her coming back. I believe Oded Fehr did come back as Dr. Fate. I really loved him on Superman the Animated Series. Loved hearing him back again. It was a pretty crazy show. A lot more lighthearted adventures, some dark moments, some scary episodes, some serious ones, a lot of self-parody and winks to DC fans, but I thought it was a dumb fun show. And their Joker was pretty much an extension of his animated series Joker, who's also on here, so we'll put them both on Emperor Joker. There's 8 bad jokes. There's to be 2 other bad jokes left to compete for the top 10 worst Jokers listed at the bottom. There will be. We're almost to him. Batman versus TMNT turned into a bat, Terry. Turned into a man bat, Bruce. I did like the Harley Quinn show. Joker, he is a sassy character. And for once, they did a hot Joker right. I promise I don't have a crush on him. I don't even know where he's been. And he voiced Swamp Thing too. Yep, he did, Shadow. Kind of funny, Mark Hamill was all over this show, almost as much as regular show. Mark Hamill uses the voice he does for Skips on regular show for Swamp Thing. That's how I kind of recognized him. It's like, hey, Swamp Thing kind of sounds like Skips. But yeah, he does do the Joker and the Trickster and himself. I remember that one too. It was hilarious. Or remember when the Joker was taken to the planet? You mentioned in the 60s Batman heroes weren't allowed to hit female villains. Is that true? Yeah, it was. Cracking knuckles and break stone walls with my bare fist. Yeah, it was true. In the 60s, a woman was not allowed to be punched or physically abused on television or cartoons. So we get a lot of that parodied on Batman. Catwoman was never in a fist fight. We see Julie Newmar always doing sexy poses, waiting in the background, avoiding the hits. Occasionally the woman could throw a punch, but it was only 1 or 2 punches. A woman cannot get physically involved because they thought it promoted abuse against women. I know, TV standards and practices are stupid. Watch that George Lowe video on the Aqua Teens. In my opinion, Justice League Action is a love letter to the fans instead of Teen Titans Go. Yep, exactly. And same with Thundercats Roar. Ugh, don't remind me, Snowstorm. Hate Thundercats Roar more than Teen Titans Go. John Constantine on a kids show? What a surprise. Yeah, they replaced his smoking with he smokes lollipops like an anime character. How many clowns can we fit in this car? I like this movie's Two-Face, but his voice should be deeper. I remember the TMNT Batman Joker when the joke where Ivy's been a plant was both a gift and a curse as she failed to attack the Turtles and Damien. Yeah, Bodhi, remember that? Poison Ivy turned into a cool mutant plant, but she was rooted to the ground and couldn't reach her enemies. They defeated her by just walking around her, and Ivy throws a fit. Classic. Anyways, Justice League Action Joker, it's Mark Hamill, going on to Emperor Joker. Alright, next, let's do Lego Batman the Movie Joker, Zach Galifianakis' Joker, who is going on to Clown Prince. Alright, this is the Joker from the Lego Batman movie. Not the video games, not the direct-to-video movies, not those CGI ones, the actual stop-motion Lego movie. Remember Lego Batman got his own spin-off movie, and it was a love letter to everything Batman? Well, Zach Galifianakis from the Hangover trilogy plays the Joker, and honestly, it was kind of an odd casting choice. I did not really hear the Joker coming from him, but I did like what they did with this character. Joker wants to be Batman's archenemy, but Batman doesn't take him seriously. Batman does not take him seriously. Batman sees him as a joke. Batman treats him like he's nothing. He's a loser. He means nothing to him. He has a million arch enemies. He doesn't need him being the guy, the number one rival. And Joker is completely hurt and tortured by this. Joker throws kind of a childish fit over, why doesn't Batman take me seriously? I am a good villain, and treating it kind of like he's trying to be his friend. They want to become best frenemies, and it is so dumb, but just so hilariously fun. Zach Galifianakis does not have an intimidating Joker voice, but they kind of poke fun at that. Like, Joker tries to hijack an airplane, and the pilot actually doesn't take him seriously. The Joker? Are you serious? Is that supposed to be intimidating? Yes, I'm a scary supervillain. Kind of a dorky version of the Joker. He did not fit the character to me. Really, Bodhi, you didn't like Zach Galifianakis Joker? Oh, now we're going to the Lego Batman movie Joker. Yep. Can you do a re-tier list of the Final Destinations after Bloodline? Yeah, I will eventually. Let's see if we can fit Cat in the car. Who is this Johns guy? Might need to clarify that, Anime Night. Sorry, just thought I could prove my points. How many cats can we fit in the car? Yeah, we'll do one eventually. Lego Batman movie was a dumb fun time overall. I love it. Really, Shadow Link, you loved it? I was afraid you wouldn't, because it was a lot more less serious. Oh, and the worst part, they brought back the Batgirl Batman romance. Now, to be fair, Barbara Gordon is kind of an in-name only character. She's not the underage Batgirl. Batgirl is actually the same age as Bruce in this movie, but it's still so weird that we're trying to ship Batman and Batgirl together. Though, if Batgirl is Rosario Dawson, I can definitely understand why. Yeah, so Joker undergoes kind of his villain rise in this movie. He goes from a complete joke, nobody takes him seriously. He's the lesser of this Batman supervillains in this world. Batman doesn't want to become best frenemies with him, considers him nothing, just another evil criminal scumbag. Joker decides to launch his ultimate plan to prove he's the greatest threat of Lego Gotham by summoning a powerful villain army. Joker willingly has himself arrested so he can be placed in the Phantom Zone, where he and Harley Quinn have a scheme to break out of it, where he will build an ultra-powerful villain army with the greatest villains of cinematic entertainment. And he succeeds. Joker teams up with Agent Smith, the Eye of Sauron, the Wicked Witch of the West, a bunch of crazy movie villains. They all come from Lego Dimensions. They're locked up in the Phantom Zone, and Joker and Harley Quinn bust them out. They break out of the Phantom Zone and launch an assault on Gotham. And yeah, it's kind of crazy seeing a bunch of these characters. Ralph Fiennes comes back as Lord Voldemort. We see the Gremlins tearing stuff up. It is an insanely dumb fun Lego movie. Yeah, the Joker terrorizes Gotham with his new epic army and finally makes amends with Batman. Batman realizes the Joker is his best frenemy, and they have their bro moment. They realize that, oh no, this is tearing the Lego dimension apart. Everything and everyone will die. And Batman and Joker actually work together. Batman undergoes his character development, realizes he shouldn't have treated Joker so badly. They do hate each other, and they save the Lego world. Hilariously, anticlimactically, Batman and Joker grab each other to close the portal, and that fixes it instantly. Yeah, I gotta rewatch that movie. It is so funny, but yeah, they fix it. They send all the movie Lego villains back to their home universes, and Batman and Joker become best frenemies. Zach Galifianakis is not my number one Joker voice, but I can see the appeal of this character. This is a hilarious parody of the Clown Prince, so for that, I'm putting him onto A tier. All we need is a Lego Spider-Man movie, and the plot is Venom is jealous of Spider-Man and wants to be a better version of him, and Lego Carnage was the main character, lol. Lego Batman movie, my arch nemesis is Superman. Lego movie Joker, Superman isn't even a bad guy. Made me laugh. Adam West did flirt with Batgirl a bit a couple of episodes, but it wasn't taken that seriously. Yeah, that's kind of why it got a free pass. Batman being in a dead serious relationship with Batgirl is the problem people have. Lego Batman movie just somehow assemble a team of Batman villains, both iconic, cool, silly, and obscure. Even meet a bunch of movie villains like Agent Smith, Sauron, King Kong, and the others. Please, please, please remind me, as I wanted to see that tier list and participate. Also, that John guy you mentioned who was smoking a lollipop. Oh, Anime Night, I'm talking about John Constantine. Constantine is a chain smoker in most media. However, when he appeared on a kid's show, they changed him from smoking and sucking on cigarettes to lollipops. Yeah, it was kind of hilarious. Yeah, we see John Constantine. If he has something in his mouth, they show you it's a lollipop because it's a kid's show. It was kind of funny. Yeah, Constantine ordinarily has a cigarette in his mouth, but for Justice League Action, they did the old anime censorship. His cigarette became a lollipop. Sorry, catch up on comments. Yeah, I know they flirted a bit from time to time. When I saw Stripe and the Gremlins in the movie, I wasn't expecting it to happen. Because Gremlins is one of my favorite classic movies. Yeah, that was pretty funny. Why does Batman think Superman is a villain? Batman is jealous of Superman in this movie. He doesn't want to join the Justice League. He hates that everyone loves Superman. Superman's popular and all the DC heroes hang out with him in the Fortress of Solitude or the Hall of Justice. Batman is kind of envious of Superman. This is kind of a movie where a lot of characters are envious of others, afraid that their lives have no meaning, so they build themselves up because Lego puns. Yeah, Batman hates Superman and actually tries to break into his fortress to steal the Phantom Zone projector for himself. Unfortunately, it lands in the hands of the Joker, who teams up with all these movie villains. Did they ever make a Lego Matrix or Lord of the Rings? I know we have a Lego Lord of the Rings video game. I don't know if we have actual Lego sets of that. Alright, but to wrap up, Zach Galifianakis' Lego Joker, honestly underrated. I'll put him onto A tier for sure. Looking forward to a Lego Batman movie too, but yeah, he was a clown prince. Next, let's bump off John DiMaggio. Wow, that looked like it hurt. John DiMaggio from Under the Red Hood and technically A Death in the Family, going on to S tier. Yep, I really like this guy. Oh yeah, I did put him above Jeff Bennett on my top 10, so yeah, he's going even higher than him. This is the Joker from Batman Under the Red Hood. Wow, that looked like it hurt a lot more. This is the most sadistic, monstrous, psycho Joker ever. John DiMaggio, Bender from Futurama, and Jake the Dog plays the Clown Prince of Crime in this movie, and surprisingly gave a very epic performance. DiMaggio's Joker is a monster. He is a total psychopath, a sadistic maniac. He is Batman's most deadly nemesis in this film. Joker opens up this movie murdering Jason Todd. We finally see the death of Jason Todd on the big screen. Joker beats him half to death with a crowbar to teach him a lesson, but then leaves him locked up with a bomb which goes off and kills him. Joker finally landed a serious blow on Batman, taking away his son Robin. Jason Todd dies. Unfortunately, the movie's plot is not entirely about him, more so about the Red Hood. But the Joker is, of course, tied into it. Joker is locked up in Arkham Asylum, and not the main villain until the end of the movie. Joker is in Arkham, taunting and poking fun of Batman for his failure. This is very much a monstrous Joker. He pokes fun at Batman, makes fun of his no-killing rule, like, always trying to goad Batman on. He wants to break the Dark Knight, prove he's not as good as he thinks he is, that he's not a hero. You gonna do it this time, or are you just gonna put me in another body cast for another 6 months? And it's like, so disappointing. Don't have it in ya, huh, Batsy? And John DiMaggio's voice is a lot more growly, very creepy, very dark, has a much deeper voice Joker laugh. He was actually pretty creepy. Now, if you saw my top 10, I do have one complaint. He does kind of sound like Dr. Draken a few times from Kim Possible. I think that kind of made the movie a lot more funner for me, though. But Joker eventually comes back near the climax of the movie. Black Mask needs to negotiate with a psychopath, and Black Mask reaches out to the Joker because he needs somebody to kill the Red Hood. Red Hood is effectively winning, destroying Black Mask's drug empire, so Black Mask busts the Joker out of prison, gives him a lot of money and a big truck and a lot of guys. Not these guys though, cause, well, they're kinda dead. This is very much a serial killer Joker, by the way. Joker does kill a lot of people, sometimes for a plan, sometimes for pure fun. Black Mask is instantly betrayed, cause he didn't learn from his mistakes in Arkham Origins. Black Mask ends up completely backstabbed by the Joker, taken hostage himself, so the Joker can lure out the Red Hood. Red Hood shows up and reveals that this was all a very long, elaborate, complex scheme, so he could get Joker out of Arkham Asylum to gain his revenge. The Red Hood, spoilers, is Jason Todd. He wanted to bring the Joker out so he could capture him, gives him a well-deserved beating, that scene always satisfying, where he beats the Joker with a crowbar. Joker's tied to a chair, is beaten, bruised, bloodied, yet still trying to laugh and try and crack up the Red Hood, acting like he's still in control of the situation. Joker is used as bait to bring Batman to him. Red Hood needs the Dark Knight to see his ultimate plan. Batman finally confronts the Red Hood, now fully aware it's Jason Todd, and they have a long overdue fight. They both relieve stress, they both fight each other near death, and eventually make their way towards Jason's apartment. Jason takes a very serious beating here, but he gets back up for more, revealing that this has been all about the Joker, that he forgave Bruce for letting him die, but he can't forgive Bruce for allowing the Joker to live. Why, on God's green earth, is he still alive? Jason Todd is pissed at Batman because he didn't murder the Joker in revenge for his death. And Jason Todd is challenging Batman's no-kill rule. He wants Batman to kill the Joker or he'll kill the clown himself. This was all about trying to prove that Batman's no-killing rule is flawed. The Joker is a monster who deserves to die. Batman finally reveals the reason why he doesn't kill. He has thought about killing the Joker. Not a day goes by where I don't think about inflicting all the punishments he's ever delivered to innocents and making him suffer and then ending him. Aw, so you do think about me. And basically, they have a huge standoff over morals. Jason wants the Joker dead. He hates Batman that he didn't kill the guy who attempted to kill his own son. And Jason wants to do it himself. Big epic fight scene. Batman finds a way to win, but everyone still loses. Jason Todd tries to suicide bomb them all, only for Batman to save him and the Joker. Jason Todd disappears out of his father's life for good. Joker miraculously survives, even though being close to the bomb, but Joker is bloodied and bruised, beaten again, taken back to Arkham. Ending on a very downer note that Bruce is still sticking by his morals even with this unhappy ending. And yeah, I think John DiMaggio is an underrated Joker. He had a very great Joker laugh, really creepy design. This was a much more burly looking Joker. Looked like a guy who could fight the Batman hand to hand. Was pretty much a monster. He killed people, sometimes for fun, sometimes for purpose. He was an agent of chaos, if you will, and I think he was very great as the Clown Prince of Crime. I wouldn't be against him returning to the role again and again, since his Joker voice was pretty unique. Though we might not see him on the lighthearted children cartoon side. I started writing a fan story I never finished that I saw as a way to retcon the Nolan trilogy into the DCEU. A large part of it was basically turning Joseph Gordon-Levitt into a Jason Todd replacement. I like Justice League Action, especially the Bat Cop episode. Oh, Jake the Dog, how could you after Jason Todd? Jake the Dog is the Joker? Yep, he is. What time is it? Jokin' time. Young Justice had potential that was ruined, yeah. Constantine girl guy wasn't censored. So Constantine's suffering the same fate as Sanji from One Piece in terms of censorship. Also Nurgle from the City of Demons needs more attention. Yeah, that was a great Constantine movie. Might have to review it after doing Justice League Dark. but John Constantine has a shark as a girlfriend. That was King Shark. He was a boyfriend and they broke up. Why does Batman think Super... I read that one. Yeah, he was just jealous. I didn't know Constantine appeared in Justice League Action. Yeah, he did. But the part where you mentioned that the writers have to change him from smoking to putting a lollipop is kind of how 4Kids changed One Piece. Yeah, that was the thing I was trying to compare it to. Lego never made any Lego Matrix King Kong set or minifigures at all. They should have. John and Troy compared each other's Joker laugh per fan request at a Comic-Con panel many years ago. What'd you think of it, Bodhi? I thought John DiMaggio has a really creepy Joker laugh. Read that one. Okay, the one time I don't really mind the Batman-Batgirl romance. Every other version is weird or gross. Yeah, in Lego Batman it was fine because she was legal. Whereas every other time she's usually younger than him or somebody he knew since she was a little girl. Okay, to wrap up, Under the Red Hood Joker, pretty phenomenal. Really like him. He was in the non-canon Batman Death of the Family. This was a what if kind of movie where you get to choose your own endings, choose your own outcomes, and the Joker actually dies in all of them by Jason Todd usually, which was pretty satisfying. I was so glad and thrilled to see all the voice cast came back. Unfortunately, not Jensen Ackles. I guess he was too expensive. They got Phineas, Vincent Martella, to reprise his role. He was basically being Teen Jason, and that's what they retconned him as in the Under the Red Hood segments. But yeah, DiMaggio came back and still got to be a pretty interesting Joker. We actually see him try to go straight and live a normal life at one point until Robin tracks him down and kills him. We see, what if he shot and killed Joker? What if he did this? What if he did that? Pretty interesting what if misadventure, but kind of an extension of the DiMaggio Joker anyway. Still, we're gonna put Bender on Emperor Joker. Woohoo, I'm popular. Alright. Who are we gonna do next? I think we'll knock off Batman Unlimited Joker, who I will put onto Clown Prince. This is the Joker from Batman Unlimited. So, don't worry, he only had one movie, and it's Troy Baker. Troy Baker does a pretty solid job playing the Joker, though I'm not a fan of the huge nose. They gave him like this big Pinocchio triangle nose on here, and this Dragon Ball Z hair, but Troy Baker knocked it out of the park again. Plays a much more kid-friendly Joker. This is the Joker from Batman Unlimited Monster Madness, or Monster Mayhem, whatever, the Halloween movie. Joker wants to take over Gotham with all of the spookiest DC villains. The Joker is teamed up with Solomon Grundy, the Scarecrow, Clayface, and Silver Banshee. Ah, that classic Batman foe. Troy Baker plays a child-friendly version of the Joker, and he's pretty fun, pretty silly. He is more so like Cesar Romero's Joker in spirit and personality, but Troy Baker plays him, and they try to bring that animated series energy back to him. Troy Baker had a lot of weird moments in this movie. Joker is much more disturbed, kind of a comedian with a weird taste of comedy. Joker wants to take over Gotham City, and he's fighting Batman and the Justice League, where they get into Halloween hijinks all film. Joker is using a super hacking device to take over Gotham's electric grid, so only he will have the power, and they'll have to make him the Supreme King Emperor Joker. And honestly, it's a pretty dumb fun movie. It won't blow your mind or anything, but this Joker, pretty standard. He's funny, he's charming, he's very threatening, and Troy Baker definitely having a blast. Though, as I said, there's some really weird moments in this movie. Joker actually does love his villain team. He treats them with respect, even though he's still egotistical. He actually gets along well with the Scarecrow, with Silver Banshee, and especially Solomon Grundy. Oh, Grundy, you're so brilliant, I could just kiss you. In fact, I will. Yeah, there's a kiss scene between Joker and Solomon Grundy in this movie, and Grundy apparently was really into it. And also, we get to see Computer Joker. Batman tries to hack into the Joker's super tech device and encounters the AI Joker. In this world, I make the rules, Batman. I can make Batman into Fat Man. And Batman gains like 1,000,000 pounds, turning into, Fat Greg from Goosebumps. It's honestly pretty insane. It's a very kid-friendly movie like the Lego Batman movie was, but honestly, it's pretty fun. Troy Baker's still pretty hilarious and entertaining as the clown. So, yeah, Batman basically teams up with the Justice League, learns to get along well with others, and they defeat the evil Halloween gang. Yeah, Batman, Robin, Nightwing, played by Will Friedle. Great to hear Terry McGinnis back. They team up with Green Arrow also. Weirdly, The Flash wasn't in this one. They got Carrie Payton back as Cyborg. They all work together to dethrone the Joker and his criminal scheme. Joker ends up escaping, hinting that he'll be back for another movie, which unfortunately hasn't happened yet. Movie 3 decided to bring the Penguin back and have him and Mr. Freeze form a villain alliance. But honestly, Joker's not too bad in this movie. I'll give him an A for effort. Joker times Solomon Grundy, what a weird crack ship. Yes, it was. The Two-Face in Death of the Family is hot, but I'm a Two-Face simp. What is it about Harvey that you love, Monica? I mean, half of his body is horribly burnt. Joker from Telltale. Oh, that is a pretty good one. Constantine is quite a player censor or not, no censor. Everyone in the comments of that video were 50-50 and all agreed John had the creepier laugh. I just love Troy's very, very much. Mark Hamill, Troy sounds like Mark Hamill, because duh. I'm imagining Bender, you're so serious, let me laugh even harder, line in Joker's voice. You love Two-Face, huh, Monica? I mean, Harvey Dent was a pretty boy before he got the scars. Didn't he refuse to shoot Jason, proving he cares and would not stop him from killing him? Yeah, that did happen. Joker times Solomon Grundy. Joker from Suicide Squad, Scrape from Arkham. Death in the Family handles Bruce dying better than both Gotham Knights combined. Yeah, they did. They really did. Alright, to wrap up, Batman Unlimited Joker, not too shabby. I'll put him on to Clown Prince. Next, we'll bump off Scooby-Doo and Crypto 2 Joker, who is going on to Mediocre Comedian because he's just a cameo. Yeah, it's another cameo Joker. Nolan North voices the Joker for like a handful of lines. He's didn't really like him, but honestly don't remember too much about him. Joker is in Scooby-Doo and Crypto 2. He's terrorizing Metropolis because apparently the Justice League has vanished, which is why the Scooby Gang are showing up. Scooby-Doo and the gang accidentally run over the Joker and Harley Quinn while they're doing their crime spree. It's pretty funny. Then he shows up as a hologram in like a Danger Room training session and chases Scooby and Shaggy. And that's kind of it. He terrorizes the Scooby Gang, gets run over. Just a cameo. Going on to Mediocre Comedian. I know who you guys want. Alright, so let's finally do it. Let's talk about one of the worst Jokers of all time, Jared Leto. Yep, we made it to the Snyderverse Joker. And he's going on to Bad Joke. Yeah, I'll put him above Teen Titans Go Joker and Batfan, but that's all he's getting. We're finally here, folks, with one of the worst Jokers of all time, Jared Leto. This Joker sucks. Oh man, was this an unfortunate error. So, a lot of people were actually hyped to see Jared Leto play the Joker because Jared Leto used to be a great actor. He was in a lot of good movies, actually had some phenomenal performances, until he started doing more comic and franchise-based movies, and it became kind of clear that he was not a good fit for a lot of roles. Starting with the Joker. This is the Joker from the Snyderverse. He's in the Suicide Squad, and he's in the Snyder Cut of Justice League. And I think that's about it. This Joker sucks. His voice sucks. His laugh really sucks. His design is supposed to look like a ghetto clown really sucks. And the writing behind him was a complete mess. I'm not gonna kill ya. I'm just gonna hurt ya really bad. Worst Joker laugh ever. Man, I do not get what David Ayer or Zack Snyder were trying to go for with this guy. They tried to quote unquote modernize the Joker as a modern day gangsta clown. So they gave him a lot of tattoos, of the infamous one on his forehead, it says damaged. Gave him a gangster grill because Batman broke his teeth. He has like a gold grill in his mouth. It looks so goofy. And Joker is a lot more gangsta, working with more black cronies, dropping a lot more slang words. He's a ghetto version of the Joker, and it looks hideous. But what's more uglier is his acting. Joker is so bad in these movies. I do not see the Joker. I see a wannabe edgelord with a terrible sense of humor. Jared Leto's Joker is honestly barely in the Suicide Squad, but man, everybody remembers how bad it was. We see the Joker through a lot of Harley Quinn's flashbacks, and basically it's detailing Harley Quinn's origin for all the normies in the audience. We see Harley Quinn fell in love with the Joker, not sure why when he looks like this. Harley Quinn became his girlfriend, eventually his partner in crime, got dunked in those chemicals to save the Joker, where she was reborn as Harley Quinn. They go with the infamous Nude 52 story where Harley Quinn had her skin mutated into a clown color like him too, because she's dedicated to the Joker. We see Joker abuse her, love her, and I do like that they try to make this a healthy Joker and Harley Quinn romance. Honestly, I was behind that, but Jared Leto's acting just ruined all goodwill. Joker shows up from time to time in the movie, either in Harley Quinn's flashbacks, a ton of deleted scenes, including that one where he's laying on the ground with knives, and none of his laughing or creepy moments really work. It is borderline so bad it's good at times. Jared Leto is not intimidating. He's not cool. He doesn't look like the Joker. None of his jokes land. And to make matters worse, a lot of his parts of the movie got cut. He tries to break Harley Quinn out of Amanda Waller's control on a helicopter, seemingly dies, and if you saw Nostalgia Critic's review, nobody bought it. Nobody believed the Joker died. Of course, he shows up at the end of the movie to break Harley Quinn out of prison, only to get dumped once we got to Birds of Prey. Yeah, this performance was just awful. Jared Leto is so weird, and yeah, there was a ton of behind-the-scenes drama where he was harassing the actors and the studio workers. It was very unprofessional behavior, and Jared Leto kind of looked like a creeper in real life. And of course, to no one's surprise, Jared Leto is on the list of Epstein Island people. But yeah, Joker wouldn't come back. He was alluded to in the Birds of Prey movie. Harley Quinn broke up with him off screen. They didn't want to spend money to hire Jared Leto to come back for the movie. He's just in a cartoon. He officially comes back in Zack Snyder's Justice League as Jesus Joker, and he's just as cringe as ever. Yeah, I don't get what that was about. He's a Jesus-looking Joker. He's got long hair, wears the weird white robes, and has the thorn crown around him. I guess Joker is poking fun of the Messiah, but it felt so random and looked really cringy. And don't worry, his jokes are still unfunny. Oh, Batsy, who else is gonna give you the reach around? Are you laughing yet? Friggin' messy. I'm so glad the Snyderverse is dead because it means we'll never see Jared Leto come back as the clown. Easily the worst live-action Joker we ever had next to Batwoman's. Next to Joaquin Phoenix, if he was a... gotta catch up on your comments, barf. My reaction to Jared Leto Joker, vomit emojis. Now we're on the 9th killing joke. Joker gets run over by the Mystery Machine. Imagine if that happened to every Scooby monster. Ew, Bodhi. Jared Leto, he made it. Look how they massacre my boy. He looks like a creepy cosplayer. Kind of what Jared Leto was on set. First person, OMG, oh my, OMG. Second person is the tattoo. First person, what's up with all the tattoos and the teeth? Yeah, did not like they gave Joker a gangsta grill. It just looked ridiculous. Like, he's supposed to be a clown. You don't have to make him basically a gangster clown, give him tattoos and a grill, have him like have scars on him. Jared Leto's Joker laugh was also the most unimpressive on this list. If the Joker, Morbius, and Skeletor saw what Jared Leto had done, they would be offended to every franchise movie he is signed up in. It's gonna suck. Yeah, every franchise movie Jared Leto joins ends up sucking. Was a teenager, his user would have probably have been Sephiroth in it if he was a teenager next to Joaquin Phoenix. Alright. The first part of the version of the Joker is this was for mainstream audiences because, reminder, this is supposed to be a DC version of the MCU. And this is what they thought people wanted. Like, no. The cringing joke. Mad Hatter, Professor Pig, and Slade would be in it as well. That would have been cool to see, but no. They wanted Jared Leto. Leto Joker in the cringing joke. First they made Lex Luthor a young hipster billionaire who have daddy issues. Now they make Joker a street gangster. Like, what's next? Make Brainiac a nerd? I always hated the Snyderverse because they turned Batman into a violent machine instead of him being a hero who cares for his villains, specifically like in the animated series. Yeah, I do not like Ben Affleck's Batman either. Look forward to seeing how low he'll rank on that tier list when we ever do the Dark Knights. But yeah, Jared Leto, easily one of the worst Jokers of all time. I don't think he's the #1 worst thanks to Batwoman and Suicide Squad, but this was a very, very awful mishandling of the character. This is the cringiest Joker ever, and Jared Leto needs to stay away from comic book movies and franchises. Going on, bad joke. Alright, somebody said they wanted a Joaquin Phoenix Joker. Oh, we're actually making pretty good progress. Alright, let's do it. Let's talk about the Joker from his villain origin movie, The Elseworlds Tale. What if the Joker was the main character of his own story? Joaquin Phoenix's Joker. And, alright, is kind of hard judging this character because the first movie was great. The second movie, not so much, which is why I am sad to say, Joaquin Phoenix, you are being dumped onto Clown Prince. Yeah, I'll put him under Batman Unlimited Joker, because that at least was the Joker. We'll get to that soon. Alright, we're here. We made it to Joaquin Phoenix's Joker. And he was so phenomenal in movie 1. Then movie 2 came along and it ruined everything. So, this is the Joker, the tragic clown. Joaquin Phoenix plays Arthur Fleck, the man who would become the Joker. He wants to be a comedian, a stand-up comedian, famous, loved by all, cherished by all, recognized, knowing his life has meaning and value. However, this poor guy suffers a poor mental illness where he has laughing fits every time he's scared or nervous, which causes a lot of people to be creeped out by him, and not helping matters is that Arthur does not have social skills. Arthur works as a hired clown. He's with like this commercial company. They hold up signs, entertain people, go to children's hospitals. He's part of like a rent-a-clown company. However, he's mistreated because life in Gotham City is god-awful. He's bullied, harassed, picked on, treated like a weirdo, a social outcast. He can't make any human connections because of his terrible life and his terrible lot in society. He goes to like a therapist until he's unfortunately shunted aside because the government does not care about people. And throughout the first movie, there's kind of this lingering question, how much of this is actually happening and how much of it is a part of Arthur Fleck's wild imagination? Is he actually hallucinating and fantasizing a lot of these things. There are support for a lot of theories, but one thing we do know is that his life is falling apart. Arthur Fleck wants respect, wants to be a good guy, but finds himself becoming the villain. He wants to be the hero, but he's losing his mind, losing his sanity, losing all confidence, but gaining a purpose when he is seen as a hero in Gotham by his horrible actions. Arthur Fleck almost gets killed on the subway. Some drunk assholes harass some woman. He almost gets targeted by them, but he pulls out a gun in self-defense, killing them, and this strikes a political blow to the government system in Gotham. Apparently, there are two sides to this argument. People see this as the poor fighting back against the rich elitist pricks who think they can push poor people around. But the rich see this as Gotham's criminals getting worse, and they need to do something, reinforce more law and order here. And the Joker becomes kind of a political hero in the eyes of a lot of activists and very violent protesters. The clown becomes a symbol of hope, and Arthur kind of juggles whether or not he thinks this is a good thing or a bad thing. He is actually kind of inspired, realize that his life is starting to gain meaning. People look up to him. What he did actually mattered, but a part of him is kind of afraid. He doesn't want to be a bad guy. He wants to bring good to the world, leading to his very great and very tragic struggle with his own personal morals. Arthur's life pretty much falls apart. He gunned down people on the streets, he's losing his mind, he ends up getting laid off from the Rent-A-Clown company because he brought a gun to a children's hospital, he is mistreated and kind of backstabbed by one of his own coworkers he saw as a friend, he fights a lot of people on the streets. Some cops suspect he might be the mysterious Joker causing these protests. He finds out that his mom is dying, finds out his mom is actually an abuser, and she's the one responsible for his terrible life. His mom apparently was an abusive psycho who stalked Thomas Wayne. Arthur thought Thomas Wayne could be his long-lost father. We find out he's not. The mom is actually a crazy psycho bitch. She abused him and accidentally caused the brain damage that gave him his mental illness. Like, why he laughs uncontrollably and can't think straight is because she was the one who brutalized him, and Arthur thought his life was a tragedy, but no, it's a fucking comedy. He kills his mom, kills a lot of people. He had a crush on like the weird neighborhood girl. Zazie Beetz is in this movie, and we learned that their romance was never real. He imagined it all in his head, and it's implied he might have killed her. Movie 2 confirms that no, she survived, making you ask even more questions as to what happened. Joker kind of undergoes a dark version of Taxi Driver. Instead of becoming a better man after a psychotic journey, he's becoming a worse villain. And Joaquin Phoenix kind of impressed me with this role. We see the failed stand-up comedian, the sad clown through Arthur, the socially awkward weirdo who tried to be a good person in Gotham until he snapped and fought back. And you do really feel for him. They made the Joker a Shakespearean tragedy in this film. And there are moments where you do see supervillain Joker. My favorite scene is where he's being chased by the cops. The knockoff Harvey Bullock and Jim Gordon chase him. He has a very clever moment. He goes on the subway, disguises himself as one of the protester clowns, and the cops try to track him down only to inadvertently cause a fight on the subway. They accidentally gun down the wrong guy, and the cops ended up getting beaten up and thrashed by the clown protesters, while the Joker actually taunts them before running away. That was the moment where I said, oh yeah, that is a Joker moment. That is an absolute clown Prince of Crime moment. And as you all know, Joker went on the TV show hosted by Robert De Niro and gave us that immortal quote. You know what you get? You get what you fucking deserve. Boom. And he shoots Robert De Niro on camera in front of everybody, inciting a huge political riot. There's violence in the streets, people are tearing stuff apart, and Joaquin Phoenix Joker is off to prison after shooting Robert De Niro until the Jokers break him free. And Bruce Wayne's parents are shot in Crime Alley by a guy wearing a clown mask. And Bruce sees the Joker step out as the leader of them, hinting that this is what forms their rivalry. Not gonna lie, the age gap is very distracting in this movie, because Joaquin Phoenix is playing like a 40-year-old Joker, yet Bruce looks like he's not even 10 yet. Kind of a weird question mark in how they're gonna do the Batman and Joker fights, but yeah. But yeah, Joker inadvertently killed the Wayne parents because of his protests and inspiration, and Joker finally gets his happiness. In a sick and twisted way, Joker realizes that he is a hero to people, and the clown protesters worship him as their messiah. Joker gets up on top of the police car, smears blood on his face to form the evil smile, and accepts his purpose that he is the Joker. And it is a phenomenal ending. I really like it. Honestly, it kind of made sense why he became a supervillain, because he was mistreated by society, his life was terrible, people treated him with complete hate and disrespect, honestly kind of pushed him into this role, and Joaquin finally accepts it, embraces being the Joker, and we end on him escaping Arkham Asylum to cause mischief as the infamous supervillain. So you would think this would land him on S tier. Unfortunately, there was a sequel and it sucked. I'll save y'all time saying it is god-awful. Basically, Joker Folie à Deux deconstructs Arthur Fleck and regresses all his character development because apparently the writer didn't like how people interpreted the first film. Second movie sucks. It is garbage. And one reason why he's not higher, not on my top 10 anymore, is because there's a twist. This is not the Joker. What? Yeah, basically, Arthur Fleck is going to trial, and we spend 2.5 hours with a cringy musical where Lady Gaga is Harley Quinn. She wants to become the Joker's lover inspired by him. Joker has caused a political movement in Gotham City. He's on trial for his life for all the crimes he did in the first movie, and basically Arthur is back to being a loser. He's a pathetic wash-up. He hates being a supervillain now, all of a sudden, even though he embraced it in movie 1. He can't satisfy a woman. He gets raped in prison. Yeah, that actually happens. He is pathetic, always crying. A lot of characters say, "Oh, Arthur, you're not the Joker. You're a good person. This isn't you." It's like, did you pay attention to the first movie? They deconstruct the Joker and pretty much purge his entire character development. Arthur Fleck decides he doesn't want to be the Joker. He wants to be a supervillain. And this pretty much disappoints everyone. Harley Quinn breaks up with him. His fans turn on him. And Arthur Fleck is taken back to Arkham Asylum, where he's shanked in prison. But, haha, there's a twist ending. The guy who shanked him starts cutting up his own face into a Glasgow grin, implying this guy is the real Joker. But not just the real Joker, he's Heath Ledger Joker. What? Yeah, this movie sucks. It pretty much ruined Joaquin Phoenix in the eyes of many fans, and it hurts. I loved him so much in movie 1, which is why he's this high. Joker Folie à Deux is a travesty. It is a bad joke, and that's why he kind of lost points. Yeah, this guy might not even be the Joker anymore. Instead, Heath Ledger killed him and stole the mantle from him to be the real badass. What a twist. Yeah, I'll put him onto Clown Prince, but honestly low Clown Prince. Joaquin is now outclassed by many, many superior clowns, but fans forgive me, I still love movie 1. I'm sorry, but that movie was just so good. I can't disown him completely. However, I will say I'm not going to rewatch movie 1 ever again, thanks to Folie à Deux. I'll still put you onto Clown Prince. Good night, sweet Joaquin. More like a foil dookie. Yeah, I always hated that, oh, the Joker is actually not the guy. He's the inspiration for the real Joker. That twist sucks. Yeah, Jared Leto's playing Skeletor. Thanks for reminding me. Nostalgia Critic Joker from it. Do you know how many incarnations of the Joker there are? Tons! And do you know what the best ones have in common? They're not Jared Leto? Yes. That was funny. Dr. Brainiac, well, actually... Hey, Shadow, you missed us talk about Jared Leto Joker, who's on Bad Joke appropriately. Joaquin Phoenix, who still has some goodwill from the first movie, but no longer S tier in my eyes. He's going on low Clown Prince. Sorry, catch up on comments. Well, actually... Alright, read that one. Yeah, they should have done that. Jared Leto's playing Skeletor. Don't remind me. First film was goated like solid gold. The sequel is garbage like rusted trash. Yeah, basically, I compare the Joker 1 to American Psycho. Joker Folie à Deux is American Psycho 2. All my horror fans will get that joke. Joaquin Phoenix, Joker movie 1, great. Second movie, the hell is that? Fully agree, Shadow. I think that the talk show scene is real. I'm starting to think that the gun was meant for himself, before the talk show host. Yeah, I think that was the idea. Joker was going to kill himself on stage because he believes his life is worthless and wants to go out with people noticing he's gone, but then relents because the talk show host turns out to be a dick. He's like yelling at Joker saying he's a monster and such, and being no better than all the people who picked on him. Yeah, Robert De Niro was honestly kind of asking for it in that scene. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna insult the leader of a violent protest group. I'm sure that'll end well. I thought my life was a tragedy. But no, it's a fucking comedy. Really great line, honestly. Joker was similar to Martin Scorsese's King of Comedy. Have not seen that one. I heard a lot of people compare it to Taxi Driver more. More like a foil, a dookie. The sequel is dog poop because what was the point of the sequel? It was bad. If I ever do a Joker movies tier list, it'll make it F tier for sure. How would you write the sequel? Honestly, Monica, I would do it very simple. Joker and Harley Quinn on a villain spree. They're the Bonnie and Clyde of Gotham. Harley Quinn has her origin. She falls in love with Arthur Fleck. Everyone treats him like he's a monster for all he's done, killing Robert De Niro and such. But Harley Quinn comes around to understanding him, falls in love just like in Mad Love, only this time their relationship is legit. We see Harley Quinn as kind of a female version of him, also disrespected, also seen as a nobody, but the Joker actually looks up to and cherishes her because she's the first nice person he's ever met at Arkham. I can see them falling in love, they become a supervillain couple, and go on a Bonnie and Clyde style adventure, causing mischief in Gotham, robbing banks, terrorizing people, getting back at the people who mistreated them, and ultimately deciding that they love each other. They have a will they won't they kind of going on, like, oh, did I throw away my life for this guy, or was this a good choice? Arthur Fleck kind of questioning is Harley Quinn truly a good person or not, but ultimately realizing they love each other because they're so crazy for one another. Also, 0 musicals. If there's got to be a song, I'll do one, but that's it. No musical all throughout. We don't need a 4-hour movie. What, this was supposed to connect to the Christopher Nolan trilogy? Like, why? Yeah, Joseph. Joker gets stabbed in prison, and the guy who stabbed him is implied to be Heath Ledger Joker because he sticks the razor blade in his own mouth, cuts his face into the smile, and does an evil laugh, hinting that he's the real Joker. And this was Heath Ledger Joker's villain origin. It's a mess, it's terrible, and we do not need this connected to the Nolanverse at all. I didn't watch the sequel because I know it's bad and because the Joker's character development was going to crash and burn. I like that Jack Napier better than Arthur. Yeah, it is a better name. Oh, woke Harley Quinn. We already got that from Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League, and she sucks. Alright, but yeah, Joaquin Phoenix I'm gonna put on to low A tier. He will be outclassed by a lot of other better Jokers, but he is a disappointment in the sequel, but a all-time smash hit in movie 1, a clown prince. I will fight you on that. Alright, next, I'm gonna knock off another bad Joker out of the way. Batman Hush Joker. Who is going on to bad joke? Alright, so if you guys can't see, this is the Joker from Batman Hush, and he's played by Jason Spizak, who I absolutely hate. I hate Spizak's Joker voice. It is not good. He does not sound like Joker. He sounds like Wally West being an edgelord. Batman Hush has the Joker involved in his story role in that plot. He's not the main villain, but he's manipulated by Hush. Hush is a supervillain who tries to ruin Batman's life and ropes in all the Bat family, all his allies, and even his villains into his criminal schemes. Joker is taken hostage so he can force Harley Quinn to do a villain errand for him. If you want to see Joker alive, Harley Quinn, do this for me. Harley Quinn attacks an opera house. However, in a twist, the Joker is actually locked in a room in the basement underneath this opera house, and he's set free on purpose by Hush, because Hush calculated a series of events to make it look like the Joker was behind all of this, because he shoots Tommy Elliot. Yeah, it's kind of unclear in the movie, but Hush shoots Tommy Elliot and pins it on the Joker. The Joker's like standing over his corpse with his stupid bang gun, and Batman, of course, finds him red-handed at the scene of the crime, suspecting that Joker killed his best friend, leading us to one of the most important scenes of the comic. Joker almost gets murdered by Batman. Batman friggin' wrecks him, beats him bloodied, breaks his limbs, pushes him on the ground, shoves his face in the mud, and almost strangles him to the point of making his eyes almost pop out. It's a very graphic and emotional scene, but the comic did it better, and not helping matters is I don't like Jason Spizak's voice. He sounds like he's trying to do Mark Hamill, but very badly. Oh, this is embarrassing. You see, Bats, I actually didn't do it. Did not like him. I want to take a credit for something I actually did. So, who's robbing these days? Gordon, why are you sitting there with your thumbs up your ass as always? Can't you see Batsy needs help? What? A psycho? Bats, are you going to let him disrespect me like that? It does not sound good. I hate his Joker voice. It honestly is the worst part of the movie in my eyes. I do not hear Joker at all. Jason Spizak is one of the worst casted Jokers. He could do Razor, he could do Wally West, he could even do Penguin. Joker was not one of them. It's his weakest link. I don't like the voice, and the design is honestly hideous. They tried to make him look like the New 52 characters, but combined with the Hush comic style, it looks weird, and he looks even weirder when he's getting beaten up. Oh man, the 10th killing joke, literally. Yeah, sorry, Snowstorm, do not like him. We did it, a top 10 worst Jokers list, because there's 10 terrible Jokers. Means enough to make a top 10 worst Jokers list. We'll see, Joseph, but yeah, he is definitely bad. Do not like him. Joker pretty much fulfills his role in the comic. He's framed for something he didn't commit. Batman almost snaps here, almost kills the Joker, is ready to completely bludgeon him to death, but Commissioner Gordon talks him down, and I think it is weaker compared to what happened in the comic, because Harley Quinn and Catwoman were also present for this. Catwoman tries to calm Batman down, but he's not listening to her, and Harley Quinn tries to intervene only to get bitch slapped by Batman, showing how enraged he truly is. Like, this death really broke Batsy. Batman's about to kill the Joker, but Gordon talks him down and he releases. Joker is spared, but sent to Arkham Asylum for the rest of the plot. That way Hush could take over as the main villain. But yeah, did not like Spizak's performance. I'm putting him onto bad joke. Alright, next we're gonna bump off the Cape Crusader Joker, who is going on to mediocre comedian. Why, it's a cameo. That's really it. It's a cameo. This Joker shows up at a post-credit scene at the end of season 1. This is Bruce Timm and J.J. Abrams' new show, Batman the Caped Crusader, the one that takes place in an alternate timeline, like back in the 1930s, 1940s era. Basically, Joker is set up as the sequel arc villain for next season, which is kind of confusing because Harley Quinn already exists before him. After the first season's story arc, we see new villains in Gotham are on the rise. Joker has perfected his Joker venom. We see a bunch of dead bodies, test subjects, some of them with a sad face, some of them with a normal face, and some with a Joker grin. He perfected his Joker serum, and we see he's going to finally come out as a supervillain. This is a brief glimpse of him, teasing that the Joker is going to be the next arc villain, and yeah, it's just a cameo. It's just a cameo, going right smack in the middle on mediocre comedian. Caped Crusader is just there to tease season 2 for Caped Crusader. Is season 2 even out yet? We've like waited 2 to 3 years for it. Gangle, they're all bad. Joker are bad. Their reality really, really bad. Yeah, it sucks. Okay, so yeah, it's a cameo. It's a tease for the next season. Can't really judge him, but hey, I'll have him anyway. He's right smack in the middle. Next, we're gonna knock off another Who Is This Clown with Batwheels Joker. I've not watched this show. I'm sorry, I've not watched it. I do not have much interest in watching the kiddie Batman adventures. Joker is a character in it. This is him. The design honestly isn't too shabby. I would fix the hair, but yeah, I've never watched this. Don't have any opinion. It's more so about the cars and vehicles and the actual Batman characters. So, not much to go off of. He's on Who Is This Clown? Next, I'm gonna bump off... let's bump off DC Superhero Girls Joker, the evil high schooler Joker, who is honestly a mediocre clown. I'll put him under Emerson, honestly, because Emerson was threatening. This is the Joker from DC Superhero Girls, the second one. He is technically the final villain of their series finale. Harley Quinn breaks the Joker out of Arkham Reform School. He's a bad boy, a bad kid locked up in a school that's supposed to fix troubled youths. It's more so Arkham Asylum. Yeah, it's a prison. Harley Quinn busts him out for a full-blown attack on Halloween night. Joker has a Halloween gang once again. They have, I'm trying to remember, I know She-Bat was with them, Solomon Grundy, the Gentleman Ghost, and I think Silver Banshee. But yeah, Joker and Harley Quinn are launching an attack on Metropolis City, which is kind of weird because Joker was in Gotham. But yeah, he's Harley Quinn's juvenile delinquent boyfriend, and the guy playing him honestly does a pretty good job. Unfortunately, this is why he's so low. We only get one episode with him. He's in the finale to DC Superhero Girls, what's unfortunately the finale. Their two-part Halloween event. He's going to destroy Metropolis and Gotham City with nuclear bombs. And Harley Quinn kind of starts showing some redemption in her. She realizes that Batgirl is her best friend, Barbara Gordon, and she has to choose between her boyfriend or her best friend. Yeah, we're doing that cliche. Harley Quinn sort of helps Batgirl escape, leading to a storyline where there's hope to redeem Harley Quinn. I personally don't care because it's Tara Strong Harley Quinn and she's annoying. But yeah, Joker's here. He's kind of funny, got an interesting design. I like the evil schoolboy design they give him. The guy playing him does a pretty good job. Unfortunately, not too much to work with because he's a twist villain. They show him in this one two-parter episode. He almost succeeds in his plans until Harley Quinn and Batgirl work together. Joker does get away, hinting that he was going to come back for season 3, but I think he's fine. That's really all I have to say. He's fine. He's whatever. Would have made it higher if he had more episodes, but that's all we got. I'm gonna have to put him on to mediocre comedian. Can we have a Telltale Story Joker? I want that one next. Or Chuck and Friends Joseph. Batwheels is much like Spicy and his Friends, a show for toddlers. Batwheels, Put cat in the clown car. Sir Pale Monkey. Those Jokers are bad. They're really, really bad. Alright, so, yeah, not much to go off of. He's going on to mediocre clown. Alright, how many Jokers we got left? Oh, honestly, making pretty good progress. Next, let's dump Titans Joker, who is going on to lame clown. Yes, the Joker was on Titans. And he was only in flashback sequences. Titans is a god-awful show. It tried to be a darker and edgier Teen Titans, and honestly, I had faith in it. It would have worked, but it was horribly written, made by people who are not good at writing DC stories, and unfortunately the Joker is one of the characters involved. The Joker doesn't fully appear for a long time. He's kind of the ghost. He haunts over characters. He's referenced, he's alluded to. We see him in a nightmare sequence at one point. Nightwing has a nightmare where Batman turned to the dark side and murdered the Joker. He shows up as a corpse with a batarang in it. He physically appears later. The Joker's like in a full body cast, but we see him unmasked come Jason Todd story. In Season 3, the villains are the Scarecrow and the Red Hood. The Red Hood is revealed to be Jason Todd because he underwent his origin from the comics in this, sort of. We see Jason Todd had overconfidence. He thought he could take on the Joker all by himself and wanted to impress Batman. Sorry. He wanted to impress Batman. He went to fight the Joker alone, where we finally get his face revealed. This is him, and honestly, it's not too bad. The guy playing him does a fine job, but he's barely there. And shocker, Jason Todd loses. Jason Todd gets beaten by the crowbar, is tortured at a carnival, and killed by the Joker, where we lead to the story he returned as the Red Hood. Jason Todd felt betrayed by Batman and his fellow Titans, and is working with the Scarecrow to destroy Gotham City. And that's kind of the end of the Joker's role. He gets away, hinting that we'll see him again in a future season, which won't happen, thankfully, because Titans was canceled. Honestly, the look isn't too bad. It's an improvement over Batwoman Joker for sure. The guy playing him definitely had fun. He doesn't have too many lines. We hear him cackle evilly. We see him beat Jason to death with a crowbar. He does look the part. He acts the part. But that's really all I can say about him. He's in a flashback, and unfortunately, Titans' story arcs are not good at all, which is why he's going on to lame clown. The actress and actor of Powerpuff Girls had a reunion. Professor Utonium's actor. I mean, Tom Kane. It was Super Pets, and in it, Joker had a pet fish. I remember Crypto, actually, he had his hyenas with him. I remember there was some shorts with Batman pets, and Joker's pet was a goldfish. Titans, you know, the show that's somehow worse than Teen Titans Go because it's painfully awful. Yep, it is, Joseph, it is. So in Joker, the first one, it was if this was a standalone, it would have had Joker in his 60s or 70s when Batman is old enough to begin his career as a vigilante. Yeah, they pretty much broke the timeline, and connecting it to the Nolanverse only ruined it further in that film. Okay, anyways, Titans Joker, going on lame clown. Should have used him better. Next, we'll do Scooby-Doo meets Batman and Robin Joker. Larry Storch, who, honestly, I thought was fine. I'm gonna put him on to Clown Prince. Yeah, I will put him above Joaquin for sure. Yeah, I made it down to one line. We're making progress, Wolfpack. Alright. This is Larry Storch's Joker, who is basically an extension of the Cesar Romero Joker. He's a prankster who goes too far, and honestly, I didn't really mind him. I thought it was a pretty good Joker voice. He had the laugh down pat, had some funny quips here and there, and was ultimately a goofy Saturday morning cartoon supervillain. Larry Storch plays the Joker on their crossover with Scooby-Doo. Yes, Scooby-Doo meets Batman and Robin, which is pretty fun. Joker and Penguin are the main villains, and they're kind of standard portrayals of the characters because it's more about the crossover, but I had fun. He was really funny. Yeah, Larry Storch had a really good Joker laugh. It's the dynamic duo, spoiled sports. Really funny Joker voice, though. They had that weird animation where his mouth is always like wide open and sticking out every time he's like sitting in the background or not talking. It is just so hilarious every time I see it. If you don't remember, Joker and Penguin abduct a scientist because they want to steal his invention, a flying suit. With it, they would become powerful because they could fly anywhere in the world. Batman and Robin and the Scooby Gang foil them. Then in their next appearance, they're doing a counterfeit scheme, making fake money and working with another crime lord to get it past the border. It's pretty crazy, but Joker and Penguin are in a fun house where they make the makeshift clowns and deliver it. They were working with the old lady. She was actually an evil mastermind all along, helping in their counterfeit operation. Joker and Penguin get like taken out halfway through this story, and it becomes kind of a mystery both Batman and Scooby solve together. Honestly, not that bad a portrayal. It's just dumb fun. That's what I'll say. Larry Storch came in, did his job, and felt like the spirit of Cesar Romero again. I'll put him on Clown Prince. This was a fun Scooby-Doo movie from the Scooby-Doo movie series. Yep, it was. While you're breaking down, I am breaking up. I'll buy you a goldfish. Let's go. Tara Strong, I like her. She is not the original voice, but is my second favorite Harley Quinn. And also, she does Raven, so I love Tara Strong. Okay, Tara Strong is a phenomenal voice actress. She is talented. I'm not trying to take that away from you, but I just get annoyed by her Harley Quinn voice because Harley Quinn is in everything, and Tara Strong pretty much stopped trying. Like, halfway through her Harley career, she just stopped trying. She's sleepwalking through being Harley Quinn and turned her voice from a good Arlene Sorkin impression to just a psychotic woman child, and it's more irritating than it is funny for me now. Yeah, no disrespect towards Tara Strong, I like her, but her Harley Quinn just got on my nerves as time went on. Yeah, those are fun crossovers. I remember in the Brave and the Bold crossover where Scooby and Shaggy fought them. Yeah, that was funny too. This was a fun crossover. Absolutely. Love the Scooby-Doo crossover. Yeah, I know you guys are still asking me, when's that tier list coming out on the Scooby-Doo movies? I'm working on it, okay? I got a lot to watch. I got videos to make. And, you know, real life stuff I have to attend to. Since the house isn't helping me, I'm just motivating you, cat. Yeah, of course you are. Alright, anyways, Larry Storch's Joker, pretty fun, pretty standard portrayal of the character, but that's what made him so good. Going on to Clown Prince. While we're on Scooby-Doo, let's also talk about Mark Hamill Joker, who, yeah, is also going on to Emperor Joker, but lower tier. Scooby-Doo meets Batman again, but this time, it's Kevin Conroy Batman and Mark Hamill's Joker. Scooby-Doo meets Kevin Conroy Batman. This time, in the old show, they met Adam West Batman. In the current Scooby-Doo show, they meet Kevin Conroy's Batman. Because let's face it, we all wanted to see a crossover of this. Kevin Conroy is teaming up with the Scooby Gang because somebody is framing Batman for a crime he didn't commit. The mysterious Man-Bat. And after a wacky amount of hijinks and mystery solving, Man-Bat is the Joker. Played by Mark Hamill again, which honestly really surprised me. I knew Mark Hamill would have to be on one of these crossovers. Yep, he played the Joker. Yeah, Kevin Conroy's Batman and the Scooby Gang team up to fight the Joker, and Joker's actually rather polite and well-mannered. Even when he's defeated, he actually bonds with Daphne here. They talk fashion and beauty tips and makeup because, you know, he's a clown. It's really hilarious. And he actually would return again in a surprise reappearance on the Flash crossover. This one I did see. We see that the monster was the Joker. Not really, it was the Trickster, because he's also played by Mark Hamill and his enemies with a superhero. Yeah, it's, once again, pretty funny, dumb fun crossovers, very standard portrayal of the character, but the fact that they got Mark Hamill and Kevin Conroy back for a Scooby-Doo event definitely made it worthwhile. I catch up on your comments. Good, my phone charged. Yeah, it was a fun crossover. And I would have gotten away with it if it weren't for you meddling kids and your dog. Oh, and Batman, of course. He wanted to say that line. Cat, mega important question. What's best Harley Quinn? Tara Strong's best work? I need this info for my cat studies, please. Alright. Tara Strong's best Harley Quinn performance is the Arkhamverse. Arkham City, Arkham Origins, and Arkham Knight. I loved her in those video games. Why? Because she was carrying on the legacy of Arlene Sorkin. Tara Strong was basically a stand-in for Arlene Sorkin because Arlene was an iconic Harley Quinn. Arlene Sorkin unfortunately retired from voice acting and wasn't in the sequels. She was in Arkham Asylum, which was a great endnote for her, honestly. I do love that Arlene got to be in one Arkham game at least, and a pretty phenomenal one too. Yeah, Arlene Sorkin didn't come back for Arkham City, so they got Tara Strong, and she did a damn good impression of Arlene Sorkin in those games. I really liked her performance. She captured Harley Quinn's character very well, and Arkham Origins especially surprised me because we got to see her for the first time as sane Harley Quinn. We get to see the sad Harley Quinn, the one who's manipulated by the Joker, and Arkham Knight, she was definitely fun. She was a side character in the main campaign, but still fun. Yeah, I definitely like Tara Strong in the Arkhamverse games above all. I'm surprised Joker dressed up as a Man-Bat and didn't turn someone into Man-Bat because it's the Joker. Well, you have to remember, it's also a Scooby-Doo event. They always unmask a villain at the end. What's sad about the crossover is that this would be the last time Kevin Conroy voiced Batman in Meet Scooby-Doo. Unfortunately, Anime Night, this is not his last Batman voice. He played Batman in the Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, which we agree was all god-awful, but thankfully he had a pre-recorded line for Justice League Crisis on Infinite Earths, and that cameo was much better than his send-off in the video game. Also, I thought those lipsticks are his actual lips. No, apparently he puts them on in this version. But glad to see Kevin Conroy got to meet Scooby-Doo. That was definitely worth the show. I'm surprised Joker dressed up. I read that one. I wasn't expecting Mark Hamill to return as the Joker in Scooby-Doo, and he was the trickster, and him being well-mannered, which is new. Yeah, Joker actually takes his defeat quite swell. Still a bit of a dick towards Batman, but that's to be expected. But he was actually kind of friendly and cordial with the Scooby Gang. I'm back. Hey, Akira, you made it just in time for the Scooby-Doo Joker. We're on the second one, Mark Hamill's one, where he and Daphne exchange beauty tips. Back for a while. Great. When I heard Mark and Kevin, it brought back the memory of Brave and the Bold when the Phantom Stranger and the other one, the Spectre, as they act like the angel and devil on his shoulder. Yeah, love that episode. Love that episode where the Spectre and the Phantom Stranger have a bet over Batman's morality. Yeah, Spectre is awesome. I dress up as him for every Halloween, in case you didn't know. Like Daphne Blake likes to talk about the Joker's makeup tips. Yeah, it's funny because he's a clown, but kind of weird. I guess the skin thing isn't 100% on his face in the Scooby continuity. But yeah, I'll put him onto S tier because it's just Mark Hamill playing an extension of his animated series counterpart. Easy S tier. Alright, next we'll bump off, I think, one of our last lesser Jokers. The Long Halloween Joker, Crappy New Year, who is going on to Clown Prince. Once again, it's Troy Baker. And if you know me, you know I love Troy Baker as the Joker. He's pretty good. I was surprised they brought him back for this movie, since it seemed like the Tomorrowverse wanted to push away from the old DC stuff. But lo and behold, they brought him back because he was so awesome. The Joker is in the Tomorrowverse, and this is his counterpart. Joker is introduced in the Long Halloween story, where basically they kind of show off Troy Baker. Troy Baker's funny, he's creepy, he's threatening, and it pretty much steals the show in the first part. Joker is set up like he's the holiday killer, is one of the villains Batman fights. The Joker is planning a big event where he's going to destroy Gotham City on the New Year's countdown. Yes, the animated series did also kind of do this, but this time he's doing it with Scarecrow's biplane. Joker has his laughing gas, is gonna release it with a crop duster, where Batman gets into a huge epic fight with him, and yeah, it's pretty awesome. I do like him. Troy Baker, once again, pretty much excels as the Joker. It's kind of an extension of his Arkham Origins portrayal. He's cool, he's creepy, comes up with funny moments, is a lot more of a troll in this two-parter movie. Joker has his moments where he makes like jokes at inopportune times, kind of randomly, but that's what made him funny. He's the final boss of the first part movie, where Joker is going to kill everyone in Gotham City. Batman fights him on the crop duster biplane. Big epic duel, they crash it into the New Year's clock, foiling Joker's plans. Joker's defeated, but Batman finds out the clown is not the holiday killer, and Joker kind of makes cameos in the rest of the Tomorrowverse. He returns in part 2, a part of Harvey Dent's villain Legion of Doom, helps them take down Carmine Falcone, because now it's the era of the supervillain. Joker's there, has some funny lines, gets beat up by Batman. Harvey Dent's the one who actually does a lot more plot-relevant stuff, because Two-Face is the main villain of the sequel. Then he makes appearances from time to time, comes back in the Crisis on Infinite Earths crossover event. He tries to destroy one of the multiverse towers at one point, because he's a psycho. He actually helps the Justice League take down the Anti-Monitor. They build the Monoverse together. Joker forms a Legion of Doom with Solomon Grundy, Lex Luthor, and Poison Ivy for some reason. Yeah, honestly, pretty good portrayal. I do like him. The Joker was one of the few characters the Tomorrowverse actually kept intact and did great justice on. I'll put him on Clown Prince. Crappy New Year. Like, so interesting. He is. Like, maybe see when the woman likes to talk to the villain. Yeah, Daphne talked to him. Like, could we have a clip of Joker and Daphne Blake for makeup tips for a future review? Have to find the right moment, Akira. The worst Jason Todd and Tim Drake ever. I hate Bernard. Sorry, I catch up on comments, people. What I remember in DC, Joker is that Batgirl nearly went super fan. Oh, DC superhero girls. Yeah, Batgirl nearly went super fan when she saw him and how he was an actual good boyfriend of Harley in the Halloween episode. Yeah, Joker doesn't have his evil abuser habits in the children's cartoon. This was a much more lighter Joker. Alright, anyways, Long Halloween Joker, pretty good. Just Troy Baker doing his best. An extension of this character, yada yada. A tier. A tier. Troy Baker's hilarious. Alright, next, I think I'm gonna bump off Lego Joker. Yep, here he is, Lego Batman fans. Lego Joker. Going on to S tier, because I really love Legos. Legos are awesome, guys. This is the Joker from the Lego Batman, specifically the first 2 games before they redesigned him. And yep, I really like him. Lego Joker is hilarious. He's over the top, has all his gadget weaponry, and we finally get to talk about the Joker campaign again. In Lego Batman 1, Joker is doing his Jack Nicholson act. He's going to destroy Gotham with poison laughing gas. He's planted it everywhere, plans to host a parade exactly like in the Batman 89 movie, and he's recruited a gang of supervillains to back him up. In Joker, his team consists of Harley Quinn, the Scarecrow, the Mad Hatter, and Killer Moth. Interesting choice, but I guess he counts as a joke villain. They're going to destroy Gotham City by making it covered in a cloud of laughing gas, and Joker pretty much is there. He's on the sidelines through Batman's campaign, gets to be in the spotlight where we get to see him and his team go on their missions and quests to gather ingredients to form his evil plan. Like Joker and Scarecrow crash into a museum after Batman knocked them out of the sky. He and Mad Hatter go to the factory to get the chemicals prepared. He and Harley Quinn go through the city, and Killer Moth's level was actually pretty fun. He and Killer Moth form giant mechas that tear apart the Gotham City police, so nobody can stop him. Of course, the final level is at the Cathedral because it is a love letter to the Burton Schumacher films. Joker takes over Cathedral and is planning to set off his bombs where he fights Batman and Robin, where you gain the two alternate endings, one where the Joker wins, and one where, of course, Batman wins. And honestly, yeah, he's pretty fun. Like him, like his bang gun, his razor card throwing weapons, his acid stuff. Joker is also immune to chemicals. He can walk through chemical spills without getting poisoned. Yeah, he does have that ability in some media, but yeah, they made it a full-blown Lego power. Then he's kind of there in Lego 2, 3, and onwards. He's like a side villain. I do love that he teams up with Lex Luthor in the second one. I don't remember if they got Mark Hamill back as him. I know Clancy Brown came back as Lex Luthor in the sequel, but Joker is there. I think it's Richard Epcar, but yeah, they terrorize Gotham, they build the giant mecha Joker together, fight Batman and Superman and a bunch of other DC icons, forming the open world Lego games. And yeah, he's still fine there too. Since the DS version removed Killer Moth, I know that sucks. Christopher Corey Smith was a much better Lego Joker. Really, Bodhi, you liked him? I didn't really hear him. I honestly thought Tom Kenny was voicing him the first time. He just does a lot of inane laughs. He talks in the second one onward, but yeah. I like Legos. It's just fun. They're just dumb fun. This was a good interpretation of the Joker, and they really made him a fun character to play as. Yeah, Christopher Corey Smith was a much better Lego Joker. Saw that he was. Like, he's the Joker in Have a Show in 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, he's the main villain in 2 of the games. The third one, I believe, he gets sidelined, but he came back in the DC Supervillains game. Sorry guys, I still have not played that game. I know I should. I heard it's fun, but gotta wait for a good sale and I need money. But yeah, I played him on all the OG Lego Batman trilogy. Pretty fun games, of course. I like them. Gonna put them onto S tier. As Lego Batman 3 gives Joker a light suit, electric suit, inflatable suit for a spear, like, wonder why Harley Quinn didn't have an inflated suit for Lego Batman 3. Well, they didn't think. Lego Batman 3 sucks. 1 and 2 are the fun ones. Mark Hamill came to voice Joker in Lego DC Supervillains. Ah, he did? Now I have to play it. In the first Lego game, there's an unlockable alternative outfit where you unlock, yeah, the Killing Joke outfit. It's his tourist outfit, which ironically we haven't seen yet in live action. Yeah, which you know, a family game. Yeah, kind of funny that they throw in a reference to how he looked in the Killing Joke. I guess because they're not talking about it or showing anything from the comics, it's fine. But yeah, we get to see him with the tourist outfit, his camera, and Hawaiian shirt. We also got to see that in the Arkham Knight. LB2, 3 Dimensions, Joker's Christopher Corey Smith. Okay. Lego DC Villains Joker is Mark Hamill, of course. It's a family picture. Like they use graffiti, same with Owlman, Katana, Mr. Freeze, Clarion, Harley Quinn, Toyman, Atomica, and Two-Face. Alright. Anyways, Lego Joker, of course, gone on to S tier. I love all the Lego figurines. They're always fun to play as, and this one did not disappoint. Alright, guys, I gotta go fetch some more water, but tell me who you guys want to see next. We're almost at the end, got a lot of good ones left, but which should we do next? Tell me in the chat or vote below. I'll be right back. Hello, Gotham. Joker's back in town. Telltale, Burton, Jack Nicholson, Arkham series. I know, you're all dying for the Arkham saga. Like, I wonder why Lex and Joker have many suits for a villain. Well, we know Luthor's rich and a businessman, so it makes sense for him. Joker pretends he's classy, so that's why he gets a lot of suits. Alright, looks like we got the most votes for Jack Nicholson. Wait until they get a load of me. Alright, Jack Nicholson going up onto Emperor Joker. And yes, he's honestly above Kevin Michael Richardson and John DiMaggio. Jack Nicholson is my favorite live-action Joker. Yeah, all this time later, all these eons, all these great Joker performances, even more in live action, Nicholson is the king. Nicholson is my favorite live-action Joker. He is scary, funny, and actually comic accurate. If you don't know, this is the Joker from Tim Burton's masterpiece, Batman 1989. This was honestly the introduction to a comic-accurate, darker Joker. Jack Nicholson came in and pretty much stole the show. I know Jack Nicholson has a talent for playing psychopaths, but he did not disappoint as the clown prince of crime. Batman 89 is a darker, edgier Batman flick. There's some lighthearted moments and jokes, of course, but it's Batman's first battle with a supervillain. That villain being, appropriately enough, the Joker. And Nicholson is very good as this character. He's charismatic, has a lot of dark moments, a really twisted sense of humor, and some really intricate designs. Nicholson, wore some kind of weird mouth patch inside of him that bent his mouth into a grin, which is why it looks so freaky in that movie. It was a pretty great design, great writing, great jokes, and a phenomenal performance. Joker starts out with an actual origin in this movie. We see sort of the Killing Joke, but also some of Burton's original ideas. The Joker used to be a high-profile mafioso. He was the right-hand man of Carl Grissom, the technically Carmine Falcone / Rupert Thorne of this film. He's the right-hand man to the mob boss. However, Joker is really a guy named Jack Napier, who's a troublemaker. He's kind of a Starscream, sneaking around behind the boss's back, having an affair with his woman, doing things his own way, trying to act like he's the big man, challenging his authority at times when he's not looking. Grissom has an idea for him that he's going to go on this mission breaking into Axis Chemicals. Yeah, it's really Ace Chemicals, but yeah, he sends him on this mission to do a special retrieval for him. It turns out this is a complete trap. He sets up Jack Napier to die. The mob boss caught on to Jack Napier's underhandedness and sets up his best friend to die. Napier falls right for it, hook, line, and sinker, finds out we've been had. Keep your guard up, boys. And they're ambushed by the police, who gun down a few of his goons until Batman shows up. Jack Napier tries to make his getaway, only to, of course, accidentally fall into the chemicals, turning him into the Joker. And how sad is it that this was the only theatrical version where we got Joker's origin on screen? Yeah, back in 1989 was the last time we got to see a live-action version of the Joker falling into chemicals to turn him into a clown. I know Gotham did it, but some people still don't watch that show, even though it's great. But yeah, Jack Nicholson actually undergoes the origin. He falls into the chemicals, tries to get plastic surgery, but his plastic surgeon screwed up and accidentally turned his skin into that of a clown. Joker loses his mind and changes his whole outlook on life. It's not Jack. Jack is dead. It's Joker now, and as you can see, I'm a whole lot happier. Get that really creepy reveal where he gets revenge, kills his former boss, and takes over his organization. And throughout the movie, Joker's rising as a supervillain. Batman is trying to rise as a hero. Joker becomes Gotham's most infamous criminal. Or at least, he would be if the Bat wasn't hogging his press. Joker actually develops a more so a rivalry with Batman. He is out to kill him, but it's out of kind of ego. He's upset because Gotham is paying attention to Batman more than him. He sees Batman as stealing his attention, stealing his publicity, stealing his infamy. He wants to be the scariest man in Gotham, but Gotham is wondering about the mystery of Batman. I have given a name to my pain. Batman. And he's always shooting TVs, always acting crazy, cutting up a bunch of pictures into like his weird Photoshop stuff. Joker kind of develops this weird crush on Vicky Vale. He's obsessed with having her because she's so hot and wants a piece of that Vicky Vale, coming after her, stalking her. Joker is more so kind of a man-child screwing around throughout this movie. He terrorizes Gotham, acts like a bad kid, kills a few people, but acts like a clown through most of it. It's mostly because Joker is an attention whore. He wants attention. He wants people to love and fear him. He's an artiste. Sees his crimes as kind of art. He's helping Gotham. He wants to paint the town red with blood and turn like corpses into his work of art. He's, in his own vision, a mad artist. He wants to create a bunch of chaos in Gotham for the fun of it. He sees it as a work of beauty. And he falls in love with Vicky Vale as a subplot in the movie. But Batman's also trying to get with Vicky Vale, leading to a very deranged love triangle. Joker has a lot of fun moments in this movie. Jack Nicholson clearly having fun despite that weird thing in his mouth. Joker didn't put a fight at the end. That's because he kind of cheated. Like even The Simpsons makes a reference to that. So is the canon or Easter egg? Alright, read that one. Sorry, catch up on comments. Alright, people wanted Jack Nicholson Joker. As you can see, I'm a whole lot happier. This Joker laugh was also pretty creepy. So, something I always found kind of weird in this movie is Joker gets like some makeup on him. He tries to make himself look human, look like Jack Nicholson again. It was actually a pretty clever idea, where we see Jack Nicholson without the Joker makeup, but with his scars still on him. It gave a lot of creepy imagery. Joker is so horribly mutated that he has to put on makeup to look like a human when he looks like a clown underneath. And that's some really crazy body horror. Like Vicky Vale throws like water at his face, he pretends it hurts, and we see his creepily soaked white face. That was pretty haunting. Though, of course, something that's also great about this Joker, he's a Prince fan. Play that theme. Party man. Party man. Yeah, he like strolls into the museum destroying a bunch of art because he's a sick kid, and they're playing like the Prince soundtrack. I know some people don't like it, but the Prince soundtrack was kick-ass. I mean, come on, that tune was very memorable. Jack Nicholson's like dancing around. Trust, 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 trust. Love those songs. He throws the parade and we have a very long sequence to play the Prince theme. Yeah, Joker's a fan of Prince in this movie. It's canon now. Of course, why I really like this Joker is he's also very comic accurate aside from, you know, his Jack Napier identity. This was apparently such a good choice that Jack Napier kind of became the Joker's permanent name in some media. Joker even being tied to the mob also became a key trait to his character. But Joker falls into the acid, gets mutated into a clown like he does in the comics, wears the purple suits like in the comics, has his gag weaponry, his acid spraying flowers, his Joker joy buzzers, he shocks a guy to death at one point in this movie, has all his toy weaponry, his friggin' bang gun actually made it in. This is a comic accurate Joker, and that's why I really like it. Even with all of what Tim Burton changed, it fits the character so well. I don't understand why we don't have more Jokers like him. You wouldn't punch a guy with glasses, would you? Yeah, he puts those on. Jack Nicholson. And we get that version on the new Lego Batman game. Yeah, I saw him. Jack Nicholson's gonna be in it. And they show a clip of Joker museum vandalism. Yeah, that was funny. And it's weird that Smilex brand show and Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. That was kind of a Tim Burton Easter egg. He recycled props and thought would be like a fun gag. Yeah, Smilex is a toothpaste in the Charlie and Chocolate Factory remake. So does that mean Charlie's dad works for the Joker? Alright, so some people did not like the climax of this movie. Joker sets up a parade, tries to death gas everyone with the Joker venom, but Batman defeats him. My balloons. He stole my balloons. He stole my balloons! Why didn't anyone tell me he had one of those things? Bob Gunn. And he coldly shoots Bob. Kind of ironic since that was Jack Nicholson's best friend in real life, but Bob was the best henchman. We need Harley Quinn meets Bob one day. But Joker launches an all-out attack against Batman. To his credit, he does shoot the Batwing out of the sky. I always found that scene funny where Batman's directly aiming at Joker but doesn't hit him once. But Joker pulls out that super long gun and shoots down the Batplane. He technically does get a hit off of Batman here, but yeah, he defeats Batman's vehicle, takes Vicky Vale hostage for a battle in the cathedral. It seems I have a bat in my belfry. Batman walks up the tower very slowly so we can hear the whole Danny Elfman theme, and they have a quote-unquote final fight up here. Joker is mostly dancing with Vicky Vale, holding her hostage, while Batman fights an assortment of super goons. Like, he fights the martial artist guy who epic fails. I do love that one where a guy tries to jump Batman but just falls right through the floor. And of course, he fights the tough, brawny black guy who puts up the most vicious fight. Yeah, black guys used to be badass, alright? He fights Batman, Batman defeats him, fights the Joker, finally defeats him and all his toys, all his expendable goons. They confront each other where we get the big twist. Joker is Joe Chill. Joker is the guy who shot Batman's parents in the alley. This was an infamous retcon, which some fans are still divided over. Personally, I don't really mind because the movie is so good, and I didn't really think it was that bad an idea that the Joker killed Batman's parents. Especially because we get a lot of other Batman stories nowadays where, yeah, it's still the same. Joe Chill is still the guy who did it. This didn't really bother me because of many years of Batman media over time. But yeah, Joker killed Batman's parents. I made you, but you made me first. And confronts Batman, but Joker kind of epic fails. He does like more gag weaponry. Batman like punches him, he spits out the chattering teeth. Oh yeah, I love those from the Arkham games. Batman pretty much wallops him because Jack Nicholson is not a very heavy guy. He's not physically imposing. It's honestly kind of funny, but Joker underhanded cheats, pulls Batman and Vicky Vale over the ledge, threatens to kill them, and the Joker copter comes to pick him up. And we get to the scene that fans are also find controversial. Batman kills the Joker. I count this as, I'm not gonna kill you, but I'm not gonna save you. He grapples the Joker's leg to a gargoyle, and the henchmen seem to completely miss that he's attached to the statue. They keep flying off, and Joker's death is like hilariously dragged out. Joker gets his comeuppance. He's tied to the statue and eventually falls off to his death. Joker suffers the old Disney villain death. And then we get that weird fake out scene where we hear him laughing. He has like a laugh box on him. If you don't know, this was kind of a gag weapon he used in the comics. But yeah, the Joker is dead and all his henchmen have been rounded up, according to Commissioner Gordon, and Batman is finally seen as a hero. Jack Nicholson is awesome. I really love this character. I love this portrayal. He honestly has a lot more funny jokes, and when people were having the big Jack Nicholson versus Heath Ledger debate, I was definitely Team Nicholson. Though of course we all know Mark Hamill is number one, but live action, Jack is funny. I really like him. I love what they do with him in the movie. I love how they get everything great about the Joker and how they turned this really goofy clown into one of the darkest villains of cinematic history. Ledger Hugh or Heath Ledger. The first and only time a live action project ever shows the Joker's origins back in 1989. Yeah, so Gotham would kind of do this, but they had a lot of retcons and more than Tim Burton ever did. Every other project after Batman 1989 always skips the origins, or always skips or ignores the Joker's origins. Yeah, some do call back to it or reference it. Joker fell into those chemicals. He used to be a nice guy, then he became a killer clown. I do know Gotham tried to mimic the chemical infection where he's walking on the gurney fighting young Bruce and fighting young Bruce in the Ace Chemicals plant, only for Jeremiah Joker to fall in. We'll get to that soon. Yeah, I thought what Joker did to his hypnotized escort girl was more haunting. Oh yeah, you're talking about the girlfriend he had. Joker apparently got bored with her and decided to remake her into a work of living art. He apparently lobotomized her and sprayed acid on her face. She's that creepy doll-looking girl, but Joker unfortunately lost her. Heavily implied that he killed her, but she threw herself out a window for him, and basically Joker is telling Vicky Vale that, oh, she's gone, she is completely dead, and he wants Vicky Vale to replace her. Her face looked terrible under the mask. Yeah, she had like chemical burns across her. Joker apparently sprayed acid on her. Like is better, the Joker from the 80s. Bob appears in Beetlejuice. Oh, he did. Who was he? Like we get the Joker helicopter that we have for Lego Batman first game. Yep, and Lego Dimensions made him as the famous vehicle. The twist screwed with my head as a kid, because Joe Chill was technically right there when Jack killed the Waynes. Yeah, Joe Chill is the other mafioso there with them, so Burton could claim that, oh, see, we didn't change that much. Joe Chill was there when the Waynes died, but Jack Napier was the one who pulled the trigger, and that's what still pissed people off. I get that it's poetic, but it's not comic accurate, yeah. But it tried to tie Batman and Joker much closer, make their rivalry far more personal, since they didn't know how to do that like Christopher Nolan did. And Lego Batman gives Joker an ice cream truck. Like, why an ice cream truck? Like, isn't that Mr. Freeze's vehicle? Well, Joker's also a comedian, so he must have found it funny. And he always has like a clown mascot on the side. Was the only time before Joker 2019, Joker caused both of Batman's parents' deaths. Yeah. Arkham Origins kind of teased this until they revealed Joe Chill was canon. As, are you happy that we can play as Catwoman on the museum scene, even though she was only shown in Batman Returns? Yeah, I really love that. Catwoman's so hot that even in Lego form, guards are attracted to her. I hope we get an animated series playable in the new Lego Batman. We're gonna get, like, everything in that new Lego Batman, okay, Akira? Image of this movie came out after Harley Quinn was created, and that girl was Harley Quinn, but it came out in 1989. Yeah, the brainwashed girl was a proto-Harley Quinn, some fans would claim, but no, Harley Quinn didn't exist yet. She was created by Paul Dini for the animated series. The Joker being the killer only works in certain stories, not all, though. The best interpretation is he did kill Bruce's parents. Batman doesn't need Joker, proving the Joker wrong. Alright, so Jack Nicholson, he is epic. He is my favorite live-action Joker. He captured the character perfectly, practically revolutionized the Joker, made this his go-to, made this the clown's go-to example. This is the Joker everyone thinks of. This is the Joker who's the classic, the clown, the killer, the mad artiste, the agent of chaos. I really like him. Jack Nicholson, you are my favorite live-action Joker, which is why you're going on to S tier, Emperor Joker. Alright guys, we do have to get to the end here, so we are getting close. Next, I think it's fair we do the other famous live-action Joker. Why so serious? Heath Ledger. Yep, we're here. Let's put Heath Ledger where he belongs. My computer will load. Yeah, don't worry, I'll move them higher. Just need to move them. Heath Ledger going up on Emperor Joker. And yeah, he was above Kevin Michael Richardson on my list. We made it to the guy, the agent of chaos. I'm like a dog chasing cars. I never know what to do with one when I actually catch one. This is him, Heath Ledger. Why so serious? The Dark Knight Nolanverse Joker. And he is an Emperor Joker. Yeah, wasn't really any doubt. This guy is up there with Mark Hamill and Jack Nicholson. He practically made a fantastic interpretation of this character for many generations. The Dark Knight still holds up well, and it's all thanks to Heath Ledger. Now, I won't lie, I did have my doubts the first time this movie was coming out. I looked at Heath Ledger's photos and thought, this design is not very good. I still really love Jack Nicholson's Joker over him, but then watching the movie, he did win me over. This Joker is friggin' scary. This is a sadistic, monstrous Joker. The Joker who loves to watch the world burn, as Alfred would put it. The Joker who is an agent of chaos. His life is to spread as much anarchy and fear as possible. Joker initially starts out as your normal casual supervillain. He's ripping off mob banks, stealing from people, doing all this for money, doing this for mere financial gain, until the Joker grows a fondness for Batman. Let's put a smile on that face. Yep. Sorry, catch up on comments. Let's put a smile on that face. Yep. Like his Aztec Batman there. Oh, you missed it. You missed it, Akira. He's down here in Bad Joke. Did not like him. Like R.I.P. And he was shown in Lego and have a bazooka. I'm going to make this pencil disappear. And he shoves a guy's face through it. Ta-da! It's gone. I really like him. So, honestly, this is Joker I did not find funny, but I found him pee your pants terrifying. This is a very threatening Joker. Joker actually undergoes some pretty interesting development. He starts out as your standard supervillain. He's robbing banks, killing people for fun, just basically terrorizing Gotham. Joker hires himself out as a mercenary for the mob. The mob is losing to the Dark Knight and the new, much more improved criminal justice system in Gotham. The mob is on the ropes, they are scared, they are cowering, so they turn to the Joker to do the impossible. Kill the Batman. The Batman has completely turned Gotham upside down. Criminals are completely powerless here. They don't have the same influence they had in Batman Begins in year 1. Joker hires himself out, and we get a lot of creepy scenes building up to him. Batman actually doesn't take this Joker seriously until he learns the hard way. This guy is a big deal. This guy is not a small fish in a big pond. He is the craziest villain Gotham has ever experienced. He is basically Batman's first supervillain. Ra's al Ghul is good, but Joker even better. Joker is causing so much terror, causing a lot of terrorist attacks, killing a lot of government officials in Gotham, basically shook up the status quo completely. And Batman treats him like he's nobody at first, then realizes this guy is a serious threat. Jack Nicholson and Mark Hamill pioneered the Joker into mainstream Batman media. Heath Ledger revolutionized his character forever. R.I.P. a legend. Agree, Bodhi. Also, we need to remake Catwoman tier list on International Cat Day. Yeah, we should. Add Aztec Catwoman. Or on her birthday. One of the few characters you don't want to have an interest in you. Some others are Mad Hatter, definitely. And Hisoka, Hunter x Hunter. Alright, yeah. Joker starts out as Batman's enemy, but then kind of realizes something. He sees a soulmate in Batman. What would I do without you? You complete me. Joker develops an insane fascination with the Dark Knight, realizes that Batman actually believes in his heroic cause, that Batman is bringing good, and Joker wants to smash that hope, wants to prove that he's just like him, a freak, a monster, somebody who's one bad day from ending up a supervillain just as bad as he is. that deep down everyone's as ugly as he is. And Joker kind of turns the tables, flips the script here. Halfway through when Batman takes him out during his assassination of Harvey Dent, really epic car chase scene, by the way. I do love it. He takes out Joker, takes him hostage, but the Joker had an ace in the hole. Another plan up his sleeve. He took Rachel and Harvey Dent hostage. Rachel dies, and Harvey Dent gets half his body burnt, becoming Two-Face. Joker realizes that he doesn't want money. He wants to be the man who broke the bat. He develops an obsession. He has that famous scene where he burns the pile of money. Despite getting paid for all his services and winning, he's unfulfilled. He realizes he can't fill the void until he defeats the Batman. And yeah, it becomes kind of Joker's obsessive need to destroy the Dark Knight, destroy his ideals, destroy his perfect Gotham, and basically send this city into panic. Batman has a lot of epic fights with the Joker. The Joker breaks into the hospital, convinces Harvey to become a villain like him. He becomes Two-Face, going on a subplot of his own. Joker eventually takes a bunch of hospital patients hostage and is playing a sadistic game where he has two ferry boats rigged with bombs, and if they don't play his game, he'll blow them up. But you may be glad, Joseph and Batman Smith, if you're still watching, this Joker has an epic final fight with the Dark Knight. Batman breaks into his villain headquarters, finds out Joker pulled another sick twist on them. The hostages are actually his henchmen in disguise, and the henchmen wearing the clown mask are actually the hostages bound and gagged. Batman saves the day just in time, has an epic fight with the SWAT team, beats up Joker's guard dogs, makes it to the top where they have their big epic fight, and finally, at last, the Joker loses. He traps Batman, says that, oh, just be quiet or you'll miss the fireworks. There won't be any fireworks. And in a very wholesome scene, the Gothamites have triggers to blow up the other's boat. There's a gang of prisoners on one boat and the innocent civilians trying to get out on the other. And they decide to not play his game. They refuse. They throw away the triggers, refuse to kill the other boat. And Joker, completely dumbstruck here, in complete shock, flabbergasted at how could they not do it? How could they not do what I say? How did they refuse me? And Batman calls him out, saying that there's more good in Gotham than you thought, that people are not as ugly as you. And Joker kind of breaks here, snaps, decides to kill them all, but Batman defeats him. Speaking of which, you know how I got these scars? No, but I know how you got these. And Batman uses that weapon from earlier, launches some blades into his face. Really gruesome scene, but yeah, he throws Joker off the building, but doesn't kill him. Joker completely butthurt because Batman defeated him. He didn't give in and kill him, but Joker has the last laugh. He released Two-Face on the public. And yeah, if you know, my Two-Face tier list also made it onto S tier. Heath Ledger's Joker is incredible. I really like the writing behind him. His portrayal won an Oscar after his death. That's how good this performance was. He called the Joker ugly. What were you trying to prove? That deep down, everyone's as ugly as you? I saw that quote meme so many times. And Jared Leto made him more annoying. Yep, he did. Joker is a man of his word. Oh yeah, that video camera scene. So many iconic moments with this clown. He is terrifying. Heath Ledger's performance pretty much made the Joker one of the scariest comic book villains ever. Up there with Mark Hamill and Jack. And if you're curious, yes, he made my top 10 list. I won't lie, I did think Joaquin Phoenix was better than him. That top 10 might need an update, but I do think Heath Ledger is still a classic. He is legendary, man. Since Gabriel Iglesias played Hisoka, like Bane done that, he'd probably become obsessed with Spider-Man because Peter commonly has his life go horribly, but doesn't become insane, pissing the Joker off. Yeah, that would work. Sister Carnage and Venom, the licorice flavor, done that. Haha, he called the Joker ugly. Okay. Heath Ledger, classic, legendary, phenomenal performance, award-winning, so good that even after his death he made this character legendary. The Dark Knight's Joker is an Emperor Joker. Alright, making some leeway. I guess next we'll knock off... Alright, let's do Telltale Joker. We're here with Anthony Ingruber's John Doe, and his Joker... Surprise is going on to Emperor Joker. If I can move this up a bit. Yeah, controversial opinion, I do think he's better than Heath Ledger because I love what Telltale does with the character. This is my third favorite Joker. Oh, there we go. Monitor's jumping around a bit. Okay, we made it to Telltale Joker, and yep, I love him. Anthony Ingruber is an underrated Joker. Telltale came along and made one of the most fantastic new incarnations of the Clown Prince ever. This is John Doe. He's a mental patient at Arkham Asylum. He's used as a sequel bait in the first one. He helps Batman try and solve the mystery of Lady Scarecrow, tells Batman that Vicky Vale was once Victoria Arkham, and helps Batman on track trying to uncover the Children of Arkham mystery. Yeah, Joker kind of shows up. They tease that he's becoming the supervillain, but he's not yet in the first game. John Doe, name given to unknown dead man who haven't been identified. John Doe Joker was excellent, though he was trying to compete with Cameron Monaghan at the time. He was. And speaking of Telltale games, I honestly found this scene funny when Batman throws him off the edge. It's the first time Joker laughed as he fell, something many other incarnations wouldn't carry over. Yep. Very good scene. Alright, we're on Anthony Ingruber, John Doe. He is excellent. In the first game, he's kind of an morally ambiguous ally. He becomes friends with Bruce Wayne. Bruce is framed for a crime he didn't commit, locked in Arkham Asylum, and John Doe shows up, pretends to be buddies with him, and you're kind of left guessing, since this is clearly the Joker, how much trust do you put in him? Is he a trustworthy guy, or are you afraid he's gonna use some info or scheme against you? John Doe becomes an aloof ally until he helps Batman by giving him intel that the Lady Arkham is Vicky Vale. Vicky Vale was once Victoria Arkham, and she wanted revenge because of what happened to her. And this is intel which helps Batman crack the case. Vicky Vale is Victoria Arkham, the daughter of Amadeus Arkham, who was assassinated by the Waynes. The Waynes killed Vicky's parents, kicked her out of her privileged life, and dumped her in an abusive foster home. The foster parents were complete monsters, and Vicky Vale understandably went insane with rage and wanted revenge. John Doe is kind of sidelined in episode 5. He's there when the riot at Arkham Asylum happens. Vicky Vale, who's the villain in this game, unlocks Arkham Asylum to release all the inmates, even ones that probably should be locked up like Victor Zsasz. Joker's there and hilariously having like tea. He's very calm, just sitting in the cafeteria, applauding Batman beating up the psychotic thugs. But in the post-credit scene, we see the Joker is going to be the villain of the next game. John Doe got out of Arkham Asylum, and in a twist, he didn't actually escape. He got out legally. It turns out John's good behavior is finally being rewarded. Arkham Asylum has deemed him sane enough to re-assimilate into Gotham City. And John Doe kind of has an identity crisis. We get to Batman, the Enemy Within, and the reason why he's on here. John Doe doesn't know what to do with himself. He doesn't know who he is, who he wants to be, or if he's a good guy or a bad guy. And this has one of the most interesting Batman stories I've seen in a long while. Batman and Joker becoming best friends. Yeah, it is crazy. Batman and the Joker become buddies, and Joker is kind of innocent friend being influenced by everyone. He listens to Harley Quinn, listens to Batman, tries to remember his therapy, and he's trying to find out who he is. And of course, this leads all the way up to him being the Joker. But in a twist, you get to choose two different paths. One, where the Joker is a villain. If you reject his friendship, he becomes full-blown evil, becomes villain Joker, who is basically Heath Ledger, an animated series Joker. Or he becomes Good Guy Joker. Good Guy Joker has a lot of parallels to Cesar Romero and a little bit of Brave and the Bold Joker. But yeah, he becomes Villain Joker or Vigilante Joker. I personally choose the Vigilante route. I like it a lot because the villain one has a lot more Selina in it, and I'm a Catwoman simp. But to be fair, in the Vigilante one, you still get to tell Catwoman I love you, which has a lot of good emotions. But yeah, he becomes either a villainous Joker or a good guy Joker. Unfortunately, the good guy Joker is temporary. Joker's still struggling with his morals and decides he's sick of society, he wants to be the villain, and in both, it kind of ends in tragedy. Joker embraces being a villain and fights Bruce to the death. I do think the villain one kind of has a much less impactful final fight because you're fighting him as Bruce Wayne, whereas in Vigilante, you're both in your villain outfits, where he's Joker, he's trying to be like Batman, but you fight him in the bat suit, leading to a lot more tension, and honestly feeling like a climatic Joker versus Batman duel. But yeah, you defeat him, and you have the option of deciding whether or not do you still see him as a friend or are you enemies. And that choice is left up to you. But Ingruber was phenomenal. This is like a Joker you feel really sorry for. This is what Joaquin Phoenix's Joker should have been in movie 2. He's sympathetic, very tragic, somebody you get a feel for, and his friendship moments with Bruce are very wholesome, but he does have his scary moments. Joker is still mentally unstable. He's very anger-prone and violent at times. He's a total man-child, but you're trying to guide him towards the light. He has a very sweet friendship with Bruce if you stay loyal to him. He has a nice crush on Harley Quinn. If you didn't see my Harley tier list, Harley Quinn is the abuser in their relationship, and she's the one manipulating him, which I found very interesting. Plus, it takes place at Ace Chemicals compared to the villain path. Yeah, in the villain path, it happens at a fun house, which, yeah, I know it fits the Joker's moniker, but Ace Chemicals is an iconic Batman area. It felt a lot more impactful. Vigilante Joker was the best path for me because depending on your choices and your ending, you can make the comic accurate relationship between the Bat and the Clown. Yeah, I really like it. Batman, John, it's Joker! Yeah, that insane laughter. That scene is what really got me. John completely snaps here, really hardcore murders a lot of people as a vigilante more than a villain, but yeah. Like, good Joker is fine. Villain Joker is basically your classic Joker fare. If you like the comic version, that's the best he fits. He's insane, he hurts people. Goes a lot more Heath Ledger than I would have wanted, but it's still fun. Who are the Valeska twins? Alright, the Ginger Jokers. Yeah, we'll do them next. Gotham's Jokers, the Valeska twins. Yeah, don't remember Cameron Monaghan Joker? Waiting for a Scooby-Doo Telltale game, you and me both, Akira. And I wouldn't be against a Power Rangers Telltale game, but I find that one unlikely. I honestly like how they gave the Telltale Joker a redemption arc, depending on your choices if you trust him or not, but threw it away when he went crawling back to Harley Quinn. Yeah, Villain Joker and Vigilante Joker, really awesome, and Ingruber actually has some pretty good comedic timing. This Joker actually made me laugh, which is more than I can say about Heath Ledger. Heath had a few funny moments, but Ingruber has some laugh-out-loud hilarious moments. Like, this grown-ass man wants to have a pinky swear with his friends. I do love Bruce and him giving a pinky swear at like a public bar. He needs Bruce's advice on dating. He wants to impress Harley Quinn to see him as a cool guy, a suave man like his buddy Bruce is with the ladies. Bruce and John Doe have a serious heart-to-heart about their relationships, how Catwoman is Bruce's Harley, and they actually kind of relate a lot if you take the good options. I really love the friendship between them. This was a very endearing Joker, which makes what happens to him in both endings hit all the more harder. It is painful watching how hard he downward spirals. Though, of course, depending on how you treat him, you get alternate endings. One where Joker is now your full-blown hate-filled enemy. One where you actually can save your friendship with him. One where he just sees your relationship as best frenemies. One where he feels completely abandoned by Bruce. I do love the ending where Bruce actually visits him at Arkham Asylum. It felt very touching, and honestly, a great high note after the stupid Alfred final choice. But yeah, Anthony Ingruber's Joker, the Telltale Joker, easily one of my top 5. That's how good he is. Catch up on comments. Yeah, he had a good redemption arc for sure. Thanks, Bodhi. Who are the Valeska twins? They're the Gotham Jokers. We'll get to them soon. Right, Ginger Jokers. If they do a 3rd season, it won't be under Telltale anymore. It'll have to be ad hoc. Even then, they might not have Batman's license at this point. I hope Telltale does Season 3. Still waiting on Telltale to do The Wolf Among Us Season 2. Allegedly, it's coming out this year, guys. I know we've been waiting for eternity, but if Telltale releases The Wolf Among Us 2, then my hopes for Batman Season 3 will definitely be hyped. Yeah, Vigilante Joker was much better. And it takes place at Ace Chemicals. Yeah, instead, the friggin' trade-off takes place at Ace Chemicals in the villain path, and nothing really happens there except Batman gets taken hostage by the Dark Knight goons. Still waiting for Daphne and Fred doing Bruce and Selina bed scene in Scooby-Doo Telltale game. If we get the Mystery Inc. version, yeah, that would be pretty good. Harley Quinn is my DC waifu for me, like why I can't see girls be like the animated series Harley Quinn. Really, you like Harley Quinn, Akira? Catwoman and Poison Ivy, much hotter. I knew you'd never really abandon me. Nothing could keep enemies like us apart. Yeah, remember that, Bodhi? That twisted ending? I hope we get SPD or Lightspeed Rescue Telltale game. That would be pretty awesome, especially since the actors are still alive, but not sure that will happen. If we ever get a Venom Telltale game, we should have a part where Eddie talks to Cletus Cassidy before he was Carnage. That could work. Random comment, if Mystic Force went with all the Rangers being siblings route without the Blue Ranger and Red Ranger ship, it would have led to an interesting interpretation. Yeah, it would have. Just to bring up Power Rangers Operation Overdrive, because do you think Miratrix deserves a redemption arc, but at the same time she's too irredeemable? Miratrix sucks either way. Please, not the sex scene, or at least make it a closed door. It's kind of funny because Joker and Harley Quinn also have a sex scene in the villain route. They do it like right in front of their hostages. But yeah, Ingruber's Joker, honestly underrated. This is one of my top 5 favorite Jokers, and I'm gonna put him onto S tier. He is an Emperor Joker. Highly recommend playing the Telltale Saga, and you will understand why. One of the greatest Jokers we've had in, honestly, this decade. I'm gonna put him up in S tier. Alright, since everybody's asking about it, it's time we get to Jerome/Jeremiah Valeska, Gotham's Jokers. And believe it or not, we have 3 of them on here. We have, this one's Jerome, this one's his twin brother Jeremiah, and this one's Elder Jeremiah in the finale. Yeah, this one, easily the worst one, but let's go through it. Cameron Monaghan's Jerome Valeska is going on to S tier. Yep, I do like him. Hang on, gotta move my monitor up because there's so many images. Alright, trying to remember where I put him. I think he was actually under Ingruber, but above Heath Ledger, because Cameron Monaghan was awesome. This is the Joker from Gotham. We're here. That's how you make a bisexual Joker? Yeah, Ingruber definitely rocked it. My sister hates that since she hates acne that before marriage. Alright. Here he is, folks, Cameron Monaghan as Jerome Valeska. So, Gotham had an interesting spin on the Joker. One, they suffered the Bat embargo. They could not use Batman or Joker, or at least the classic incarnations of them. And interestingly enough, the Joker almost didn't appear in this show. Gotham had this fun reoccurring idea that you could choose your own Joker. We meet several characters who have elements or characteristics related to the clown. This was kind of a choose your own Joker type of deal. We see a bad stand-up comedian who tells jokes about death. He could be the Joker. We see a crazy guy who dresses like a clown, but really he's a minion. He could be the Joker. We see a bunch of guys who collect playing cards, but they're all a Joker card. We see Lori Petty, who's kind of a female version of the Joker. She runs like a club for anarchists, and they're all like emo clowns. Basically, it was kind of a free-for-all. The Joker could be somewhere in the background, but you, the audience, had to guess who. Up until they found their guy, the fan favorite one. We meet Jerome Valeska, the son of a freak show circus performer who lost his mom. His mom is like a snake lady, and she apparently died. Commissioner Gordon and Dr. Leslie Tompkins are brought in to find the murderer, and we find out it was him. Jerome Valeska pretends to be this sweet, innocent, nice guy. Pretends like he's an innocent little nerdy guy. He cares about his mother. He can't believe this is happening. He's so alone, doesn't know what to do with himself. Then he flips the switch and reveals he's the Joker. Cameron Monaghan turns to the camera and reveals his grin, revealing he's a psychopath. This is our guy. This is the Clown Prince of Crime as a teenager. He reveals that he killed his own mom and tried to frame his stepdad for it. They capture him, and then he becomes a major reoccurring villain throughout the series, starting with season 2 onward. Theo Gallivan, an Ark villain, busts him out of Arkham Asylum because he needs some lunatics who will obey his commands and be some reliable henchmen. And Cameron Monaghan basically embraces being the Joker. They throw in a lot of Heath Ledger, Jack Nicholson, but Cameron said his inspiration was Mark Hamill. And yeah, I could definitely see it. His Joker is honestly underrated. Exactly like Ingruber, he made this Joker his own. He knocked it out of the park. He's creepy, he's cold, he's calculating, and he has a warped sense of humor. He constantly terrorizes people, cracks a lot of jokes about death, usually before killing his victims, cause a lot of chaos, Heath Ledger style, threatens to do stuff like burning cheerleaders to death, throwing dead bodies off a building to make a message made of dead bodies. Really crazy stuff. And I do love the scene where he plays Russian roulette, and he actually puts in multiple bullets, shoots himself multiple times, but not one actually hits him. Pretty badass moment. There's also a burglar. Yeah, the Red Hood. The Red Hood was also in Gotham, tricking you into thinking he would get it. And telling jokes. The Valeska twins. Hey, James, you made it. What did I miss? Quite a lot, James. We're on Jerome Valeska. Don't worry, Jeremiah's next. He embodied Mark and Heath so much as Jerome. Absolutely. They even made that stupid Batman story where the Joker got his face cut off work. At one point, Joker loses his face. Spoilers, he died, only to come back because it's a comic book show. And he gets like his hideous face design exactly right out of the comic panels. It looks really gross, and Cameron Monaghan wears a lot of grotesque makeup under there. He crudely staples his face back on, and there's a lot of body horror here. So, there's kind of a running gag that this version of the Joker dies or gets mutilated all the time, only to come back every time. Theo Gallivan uses him as a scapegoat, frames him for a crime, then betrays him. He slashes Jerome's throat and kills him. But Hugo Strange collected his body, meaning he'll be back because the audience loved him. And we see that Jerome pretty much dies and comes back all the time. He's like Kenny, Master Shake, Waspinator, Eustace Bag. It was kind of a running gag that he died all the time and had that Joker immunity. He would get killed off, come back because the fans love him, and Cameron Monaghan pretty much nails this performance. He is creepy, he is psychotic, he's a total anarchist, he loves the pain and damage he causes to everyone. He is very much people's definitive Joker on this show. He won the character, and people want to see him again. I'm hoping he voices him again in cartoons, but we'll see. I see it's a distortion of friendship bro stuff, but I might be missing some context in the interpretation. Yeah, sorry, Batkid. Telltale Joker kind of has a failing friendship with the Dark Knight. Check out my top 10 Jokers if you want to see me word it in better detail, but it's a very great falling friendship episode. Yeah, and Fox stuck with our definitive choice by season 2. Cameron was on it, absolutely. So, they couldn't call him the Joker all the way to the end of the series. The bat embargo slightly lifted. They could confirm that, yeah, this guy was the Joker, but they couldn't call him that because BS bat embargo. Yeah, there was also a guy who wore a red hood. The red hood would bring out the crazy out of people, and it was like an artifact of doom. That was really creative. I was surprised Cameron Monaghan never wore it, though. You're talking about Gotham, I see. My point still stands with how he sees the relationship he thinks he was with his child. Yeah, that was pretty good. Like, okay, the music in that scene with the cheerleaders was so Joker-coded you could tell. Yeah, give me an O, give me an N, give me another O, what's that spell? Oh, no! And he, like, tries to set them on fire with gasoline. Well, it's been fun and bye, so what's next? See you, Kira. I have an idea to feature the Scooby-Doo Telltale game, the Phantom Virus, of course. Just imagine what his role could be. Could be really cool. That'd be cool, Scooby-Doo Telltale game for a Mystery Inc. version. That would be awesome. Okay, so I love Cameron Monaghan in a lot of scenes. He is so crazy and proud of it. He's threatening, he's psychotic, and honestly undergoes a lot throughout this show. He should have been the Joker. Unfortunately, there was another, and that is Jeremiah Valeska. Okay, so ultimately, Jerome got killed off, and they decided it was permanent. Until we find out, Jerome had a twin brother, this guy, Jeremiah Valeska, who, alright, controversial opinion, but I think I will put him onto Clown Prince. He is one level below. Yeah, so in spite of all the controversy and hate surrounding this character, I still like him because it's still Cameron Monaghan. Cameron Monaghan plays his own twin brother, Jeremiah Valeska. Jeremiah was the successful brother, the golden child, the one who succeeded and made something of himself, up until his twin brother hunts him down to get revenge. Cameron Monaghan plays a nerdy, nice guy version of this character. He's Jeremiah Valeska, Jerome's twin. Jeremiah is a genius inventor who is creating high tech to benefit Gotham City. However, Jerome escapes and wants some revenge, this time aiming for the brother that he ignored for 3 seasons straight. This is Jeremiah. He becomes best friends with Bruce Wayne, a la kind of like the Telltale series in a way, but yeah, Bruce and Jeremiah become best friends. He wants to hire him for Wayne Industries, sees an actual true best friend in him, and then Jerome comes into their lives and screws everything up. He takes Jeremiah hostage. We're kind of left guessing, where's this gonna go? Is Jeremiah gonna die? Is Jerome gonna succeed? Is Jerome gonna become the only in his life? Well, Jerome dies. They save Jeremiah and he's saved, but haha, his jerk brother left one last gift for him, a memento to remember him, and Jeremiah gets infected by Joker venom, but this is where the story gets weird. Okay, it turned his skin this color. He looks kind of like Lore from Star Trek. basically gets the bleached skin. Now they're starting a clean slate with an accurate Joker. And I use that term very loosely. He becomes the official Joker. And a lot of people had problems with this because, one, for the first season he was in, he wasn't funny. His Joker was actually dead serious. He was a cold, calculating master planner Joker, which, don't get me wrong, the Clown Prince of Crime is all those things, but he never smiled once until the next season. Like, he teams up with Ra's al Ghul and uses his high tech to help the League of Assassins take over Gotham. He works with Ra's al Ghul in a very weird alliance, but Jeremiah becomes friends with Ra's, completely betrays Bruce, and decides his brother was right. He is insane, and this is where the writing got really wonky. Jerome claimed that Jeremiah was the bad brother, that he suffered for it because Jeremiah was an abuser. He framed him for bad things and turned him crazy. And Jeremiah is actually completely insane deep down. Then Jeremiah reveals that this was true. Jeremiah didn't need the chemicals to become insane. He was always evil. The chemicals just helped him realize who he truly was. And yeah, there are a lot of question marks in this. Yeah, so Jeremiah was the evil twin, the true evil twin all along, and yeah, it is very convoluted, very weird. I did not understand what they were going for. Jeremiah literally kicks Jerome's corpse, revealing that he's the real true Joker, and they were kind of all over the place with this. Eventually, in Season 5, this is what he looks like. He finally just became Jerome 2. He now laughs evilly, smiles, cracks a lot of jokes, is pretty much the full-blown, insane, heartless Joker we know and love, and there is no leadway into this. That's kind of another problem. He goes from cold, emotionless Hannibal Lecter Joker to the animated series Joker come the next season. He is fighting in the Gotham War, the No Man's Land story arc, building a tunnel, and this tunnel leads into Bruce Wayne's house. Joker wants to fulfill his destiny, make Bruce Wayne arch frenemies. Yeah, we're doing this again. Joker wants Batman to let go of the past world, hate him, become his arch frenemy. They're destined to become Gotham's ultimate hero and villain, and he takes Leslie Tompkins and Jim Gordon hostage, nearly kills them, has Alfred tormented, uses Scarecrow gas to cause him to hallucinate. Batman almost breaks, but Jeremiah ends up trying to flee with Batman, only to end up in Ace Chemicals, where he falls into the acid, he falls into the big chemical vat, and that turns him into a clown. And yeah, he becomes Joker. Then we get to pretty much one of the worst ones, Uncle Fester Joker. So, Jeremiah suffers chemical burns, and it turns him into this, Uncle Fester Joker, and this is easily the lamest one, going on to Lame Clown. Alright, this hurts because I really love Cameron Monaghan's performance as Joker. Apparently, after he fell into Ace Chemicals, Joker went into a coma for 10 years. Yeah, really. We're doing the Dark Knight Returns story. Joker's in a coma like Michael Emerson's Joker, and he turned into this weird chemically burnt Uncle Fester Joker, and he only reawakens from his coma when he hears that the Dark Knight is back. Batman, darling. So, it's kind of weird. It turns out he was faking his coma this entire time, simply healing to take back Gotham, and he frames the Riddler, uses him as a decoy antagonist so he could escape from Arkham Asylum, and he takes Jim Gordon's daughter Barbara hostage. Yep, Batgirl's finally here, and she's about to die. He's holding her over a vat of chemicals to kill her, just like how Jim killed Jeremiah all those years ago, and he's ready to become Gotham's ultimate supervillain. What do I call you? I don't know, I haven't figured that part out yet. Thanks for one last joke about how they couldn't use it because of copyright. But yeah, Jeremiah is now Uncle Fester Joker, and he anticlimactically loses to Batman. Yeah, Bruce returns to Gotham in the series finale, and he basically takes him out with a bunch of batarangs. Yeah, Jeremiah goes down like a Victor Zsasz boss fight in Arkham Asylum. So anticlimactic. Yeah, he doesn't even beat him up. He throws batarangs at him, cuts his arm with them, and it KOs him. Thanks. What? That's bad? No, it's not. It's one of my faves. Oh, sorry, James. Did you include the Joker from the new Scooby-Doo movies yet? Yes, Wildflower, on here. He's up here in Clown Prince. Alongside Scooby-Doo and Guess Who Joker. He's up in S tier. Yeah, Larry Storch's Joker's right here on Clown Prince. But Cat, Jeremiah returns as Jeremiah, but in the finale special and featuring his mutation. I do not like the mutation. I mean, look at this thing. Would you look at this and think, oh yeah, that's the Joker? Honestly, he looks more like Great White Shark. I'm glad we're on the same page. Sorry, I keep bringing him up if you're so annoyed, Cat. Yeah, I like the Phantom Virus, alright? That could be cool for Scooby-Doo Telltale game, or read that one. Does he have a British uncle who ran a not Chuck E. Cheese's? Who died under mysterious circumstances named William Afton? Yeah, okay, I know a lot of people like Jeremiah. I thought he was fine. The problem was he wasn't Jerome. Jerome was the Joker incarnate. Jeremiah felt like he was some of the Joker's lesser personality traits. He felt like he was trying to be the Dark Knight Returns Joker, and that was a problem I had, because Monahan did such a great job throughout most of the show. And now we're pulling the rug from under you and saying, oh no, Jerome wasn't the real Joker, his twin brother was. And it could have worked if they actually made him funny, but they don't until the final season. A Joker that acts serious and never smiles, what an odd choice. Yep, it was. You can put him in the mediocre, I can't deal with it. Yeah, I know, he got his final mutation. I believe everything Jerome said about his brother, that the Joker spray he left him finally made Jeremiah snap inside. Yeah, all it did was bring his insanity to the surface, and I could believe it, but we see him and Bruce have an actual friendship, which made some parts hard to buy. Also, this Joker killed Harley Quinn. Echo gets shot dead, but hey, there's always more fish in the sea. This is a reference to the New 52, where Harley Quinn was not the first Harley Quinn. Joker went through like 100 other girlfriends. There's so many questions. Was it the chemicals, or was he always insane, or was it his brother's abuse? Like, so many questions. Yeah, fully agree, Joseph. It is so unclear, but basically, they're trying to say, oh, that's his multiple choice pass. See, it's Joker, and it didn't work. Jeremiah was just a step down. I love him because he's Cameron Monaghan. You know, I might put Alan Tudyk above him because I could see fans defending that. But yeah, this one felt like a misstep. They were trying to course correct when there was nothing wrong with the original one. Yeah, the new Scooby-Doo movies Joker, he's on here. Larry Storch's Joker, between Batman Unlimited Joker and Joaquin Phoenix. That's bad. No, it's not. It's one of my faves. Yes, I would think that. That's not the Joker. That's just Uncle Fester from the Addams Family. My point exactly. Who knows, chemicals from Ace Chemicals can make you lose your hair and look like Great White Shark. Yeah, he looks like Great White Shark, honestly. Which makes me sad that he never popped up in Gotham. They should be gone with Selina joining Bruce when he left Gotham during the time skip. I agree. I was satisfied with the penultimate episode. Gotham's finale was kind of weak. It was way better than Smallville's for sure, but it was still kind of less impressive. Where would you put the Joker from Zack Snyder's Justice League? Oh, Jared Leto, he's right here on Bad Joke. He's in the top 10 worst Jokers. Better performance as the Joker despite not being canon anymore. I thought Jay was great for the little screen time he got because Cameron revolved full circle and embraced the Jerome personality. Through the transformed Jeremiah, Fox tried their best, I agree. I think Jeremiah was their Harvey Dent. I'm back from eating dinner, what I miss. Oh, Shadow, we're on Jeremiah, wrapping him up now. Talked about Jeremiah, I thought he was A tier, low A tier, but the worst one is easily Uncle Fester Joker from the Gotham finale. He's on Lame Clown. Wrapping up Jeremiah. So, I like him, but it's because Cameron Monaghan built up a ton of goodwill. We like Cameron Monaghan playing this character, but the writing is what failed him. Come the final season, they were course correcting, but then when we got to Uncle Fester Joker in the finale, this is where the disappointment really set in. Yeah, Jeremiah's problem was he wasn't Jerome. Jerome was perfect, and they were trying to fix what wasn't broken. Gotham version. Jerome was great, Jeremiah was conflicting. Yeah, I will give him credit, it's Cameron Monaghan. I still like him as the role, even if the writing was a big question mark. That laugh he makes when the batarang sticks into his hand was perfect. Yeah, it was. Unfortunately, the prop looked fake. Zack Snyder's Justice League did it better with Jared Leto's Joker, but it's still bad. Sorry to disappoint you, James. I do not like Jared Leto's Jesus Joker. That was really weird. Hey, Batsy, who else is gonna give you the reach around? Ugh, cringe. Yeah, that change was very unnecessary, and the finale was disappointing overall. Yeah, I also didn't like Lily Sims as Catwoman. We'll talk about her when we do a update of that tier list, but Lily Sims as Selina was completely unnecessary. You love a Joker more embracing his funny side than his scary side, a more funny crime than a scary crime, little funny Joker. Alright, let's end this with the Arkham Saga. Cameron Monaghan is great, even if his Joker was all over the place, but ending this on the positive note of all positive notes are the Arkhamverse Jokers. Yes, we have Arkham Origins, Assault on Arkham, and the main one, Mark Hamill's Joker from all of his Arkham games. Yeah, I know, kind of a weird division, but I didn't make this tier list. Let's start with Arkham Origins Joker, Troy Baker, who, yep, is going on to Emperor Joker. Hang on, I gotta raise this thing up a bit. Alright, Arkham Origins Joker is going on to S tier. Yeah, I believe he was under Heath Ledger, but before Kevin Michael Richardson. Yep, who is the Joker? Nobody who matters. Yep, we meet the Joker for the first time in the chronological order, Arkham Origins. This is younger Joker, played by, for the first time ever, Troy Baker. Troy Baker's first outing as the Joker is still one of his best performances ever. Love Arkham Origins, and honestly, I have grown to like Joker as the villain over time. I was kind of pissed that Black Mask wasn't the main villain, but no, halfway in the game, as you're fighting Black Mask and uncovering the mystery, we see it's the Joker. It was you the entire time. You're behind Black Mask's operation. Well, technically, it's my operation now. Can't you just play along? Yeah, he brutalizes Roman really horribly. Yeah, sorry, my computer screen keeps going up. This is a very great Joker. I loved this performance. Even though I know we were all tired and sick of seeing the Joker and everything, this is undeniably a phenomenal Joker. Troy Baker came in, did his best Mark Hamill impression, and wouldn't you know, he was phenomenal. This Joker is much more psychotic and easily angered, has a lot of mood whiplash. I would definitely say he's a combo of the animated series Joker, but with a ton of Heath Ledger mixed in. Got Heath Ledger's love of knives, killing people, and his Death Seeker tendencies. And this Joker honestly fascinates me because Joker was actually kind of suicidal in this game. Joker doesn't care if he lives or dies. Everything is just a big joke to him. It's all fun and games. He does stuff for a laugh, and he wants to basically turn Gotham into his own personal playground, of course on Christmas Day. Joker took over Black Mask's life, identity thefted him, stole all his mob money, and is financing the assassination of the Dark Knight. Whoever kills the Batman will be paid a ton of money. And we find out Black Mask has not been in charge for at least months. It's the Joker impersonating him. Joker took over Black Mask's operation and has paved the way for a rise of supervillains in Gotham City. He is the first supervillain Batman is facing. Though I kind of debate that because he met Catwoman in Arkham Origins Blackgate, and also Year One is canon to this universe, but yeah. Joker takes over Gotham, takes over Blackgate, takes over the mob. He is pretty much in control, and he wants to kill the Batman and undergoes a character arc similar to Heath Ledger. He goes from despising the Dark Knight to gaining a fascination from him. He sees that Batman is trying to be a hero, a good guy in this terrible city, and Joker wants to crush that, wants to prove he's just like him. They're both crazy, they're both one bad day away from being the ultimate monsters in this universe. Joker is kind of sad in this game. This is actually one of the first tragic depictions of him in an Arkham game. I really like that Joker is kind of not caring, he's unempathetic, he's completely detached from life. He doesn't care if he lives or dies, at many points laughing when he's about to fall to his death, embracing that he doesn't deserve to live. Then Batman comes along and disturbingly gives him a new purpose. Joker realizes that Batman cares about saving him even though he's a totally lost cause, a monster, and he wants to deconstruct Batman and his heroic crusade. Batman inadvertently gives him a reason to live. Joker takes over Blackgate because he smooth talks Harley Quinn, leading to a final fight with him, and we even see the Killing Joke is canon, which I love. I know it's a very easy segment, but I do love the Red Hood playthrough, seeing Joker fail as a stand-up comedian, see how he pretty much snapped and decided to fight back against Gotham. He was stepped on, abused, mistreated, treated like a freak, and he decided to embrace that. Electrocutioner, who the hell are you? I'm the guy with the money and the gun. He friggin' murders Electrocutioner cold, really awesome. Where do you put the Joker from Teen Titans Blow Chunks? Oh, that Joker, he's down here in Bad Joke. Sorry if it's cut off a bit. Yeah, here he is, along with Batfam Joker. Just realized a lot of Batman's projects did Black Mask dirty. Yeah, especially the Arkham universe. A lot like the Arkham universe and the Birds of Prey movie. You want an awesome Black Mask? Go check out The Batman. James Remar's Black Mask underrated. My Harley, by the way. That's Arkham Asylum. Which one to choose? I'll pick this one. A building explodes. And a partridge in a pear tree. How many lives did you just take? None, I think. That was just a construction site. An obstruction blocking my view. But this one isn't. And Bane comes in after waiting literally 1 minute. Really good programming there. But yeah, this Joker, really awesome. He wants to destroy Batman's myth, his legend, and has taken over Blackgate. You have that big epic fight scene. One of the greatest boss fights against Bane, very intense and scary. You defeat him in his TN1 form, and you get to deliver the most satisfying beatdown ever upon the clown. Yeah, I love that boss fight. It is so worth it at the end where Batman gives a beatdown, or 3 beatdowns to the Joker, completely dethrones him, ruins his plans, and Joker loses in Arkham Origins where he's locked up in solitary confinement. And then I guess we'll count his cameo in Arkham Shadows where he's still in his prison cell but sealed off from the rest of the world. Honestly, Troy Baker really, really owned this role. I love it. He does a great Mark Hamill impression, and I would not be surprised if future Batman media is going to make him the permanent clown. yeah, Arkham Origins came and made Joker a very well-rounded character. Despite him stealing the spotlight, I'm glad he's in this game. Arkham Origins is great, and he's a major reason why. Going on S tier. Knock knock, who's there? Batgirl. Past tense. You're looking for Birds of Prey Joker, he's down here in Mediocre Comedian. Nice cameo, but that was all it was. Alright guys, I gotta take my last bathroom break, but get excited for the last two Arkhamverse Jokers. I'll be right back. Let me know who you want me to do next. You want Assault on Arkham Joker or the Mark Hamill Arkhamverse Joker? BRB, I'll be quick. Yo, Frankie, how's it been? How are the wife and kids? Shut it, clown. Want Mark Hamill? He's also voiced by Mark Hamill. Look it up. I know he is. I talk about him a lot. We did do the animated series Joker after all, James. You know, you can also add your own images to it. I have. I added a few here, namely the Conquistador Joker and Batfam Joker. The fan-made Mini-Mates Joker from Batman New Times. I haven't seen that in forever. Alright, guys, I'm back. Let's do Assault on Arkham Joker, who is also going up on S tier. Gotta move the screen slowly. Yeah, or put him right next to Arkham Origins Joker, because, once again, this is just an extension of Troy Baker's Joker. Yeah. Alright. This is Assault on Arkham Joker, who is basically Troy Baker. It's Arkham Origins Joker in the next story, and yeah, once again, really good. Troy Baker really owns this role. I was really glad they got him to come back. I know Mark Hamill is legendary, but yeah, he reprises his role from Arkham Origins, and Assault on Arkham is still the best Suicide Squad movie ever. Joker is there at first as a background villain, then he takes over the plot just like he does in the video games. Harley Quinn and the Joker have broken up, and Troy Baker has a lot more funny lines in this one. Women, am I right, officer? Can't live with them, can't kick them out of the moving car. Really interesting. Yahtzee! He was the one who invented that phrase that Harley Quinn always repeats. This Joker, pretty much the Arkhamverse Joker in a animated film. That's what makes him really good. He has all his gadgets. Joker escapes from Arkham Asylum, tries to kill Batman and the Suicide Squad. Joker has a dirty bomb he hid somewhere in Gotham, and it turns out it was in Harley Quinn's mallet. Yeah, Joker's still a bastard boyfriend. He hid a dirty bomb inside of Harley Quinn's giant hammer and never told her about it because he was expecting her to break him out of Arkham. They have a big fight. Joker takes over as the main villain. He causes a riot at Arkham Asylum, leading to a big final fight, but there's a twist. Batman doesn't fight the Joker at the end of the movie. Deadshot fights the Joker, and it is a really kick-ass fight. It's bloody, it's brutal. Joker's completely stabbing him, Deadshot's taking it like a champ, and he throws Joker off of a helicopter to his death. and somehow he survives that big-ass drop and explosion. But yeah, he's the Joker, he always survives. Yeah, this one, pretty fun. It's just the Arkham Origins Joker all over again, but in animated film. For those of you who are curious or want to know more, I have reviewed Assault on Arkham. It's on Patreon. Sorry it's not available on here because copyright's a bitch. But yeah, I do like him. This is an epic Joker. Once again, just the Arkham vs. Joker in animation form. Easy Emperor Joker. Isn't the Trickster also a version of the Joker in the Flash universe? Yep, I brought that up too. Look it up. Alright, so yeah, Assault on Arkham Joker, pretty good. Now, let's end this on the high note of all high notes. Finally, Arkham vs. Joker, Mark Hamill's version, who you can assume is going up on S tier. Don't worry, I'm gonna move him once I move the screen. Yep, here he is, and he is number 1. No, I think animated series should win, but yeah, he's number 1. Alright, here he is. Now, you know, I'm kind of conflicted now. Alright, I think I'll put him in second place. Yeah, animated series Joker has all those movies. Alright, here he is. Arkham vs. Joker. Mark Hamill now in video game form. And big shocker, he's awesome. He is great in these games. Joker is technically the overarching villain of this entire saga. Finally, Arkham vs. Joker after everything. We only had 5 hours, but yeah, here he is, folks. Arkham vs. Joker, ending on a great big high note. Love this Joker. It's Mark Hamill, but in video game form. They combine everything great about past Jokers. He's the animated series Joker in the first game, but then they add, he looks like Jack Nicholson. He has a lot of Heath Ledger into him. And yeah, basically every great Joker ever is in this Joker. A lot of animated series love letters in these games. And that's kind of why they're so good. You killed 3 of my friends. Only 3? I'd better try harder next time. Let's say we spring for 100. Joker, welcome to the madhouse, Batman. I set a trap, and you sprung it gloriously. Now let's get this party started. Guess we're on our final Joker, all the goods and 10 bads ones, aka the killing jokes. Would have been fine with animated or Arkham Joker at number 1 personally. Yeah, I understand that. It's pretty much the same guy, but in 2 different continuities. Alright, I love the animated series so much, I'll give him number 1, but Arkham vs. Joker, it's still Mark Hamill, so he's still pretty awesome. Don't let the second place fool you. This is still the same guy in spirit. Arkham vs. Joker is fantastic. One of the most well-rounded, deep portrayals of this character in any media. Joker is basically kind of your standard Joker in Arkham Asylum, building up to his boss fight, which is the only reason why he's in second place. Titan Joker, very disappointing, the worst part of the game. Yeah, after all this build-up, really funny jokes, and seeing the Joker at his best all throughout the game, he mutates into a giant monster, and he is the easiest boss fight next to Victor Zsasz. Yeah, he becomes Titan hulking Joker, which is pretty creepy, but then he's defeated by Batman. Then come Arkham City, where he's dying. Joker is suffering Titan poisoning in his bloodstream. He is suffering a fatal illness that will take his life, and it can't be cured. Joker doesn't want to die, of course, so he hatches a comeback, a need for his cure. He tries to employ Mr. Freeze, takes his wife hostage, then Penguin takes Mr. Freeze, trying to steal land from him in the Arkham City turf war. The game tries fooling you into thinking Hugo Strange is the main villain, and I wish Hugo Strange was the final boss of Arkham City, but no, it turns out the Joker's behind everything. The Joker is trying to get a cure made so he won't die. He forces Batman to help him because now there's a teeny little bit of me and you too. Yeah, Joker gave him a blood transfusion, so now Batman also has Titan poisoning, forcing the Dark Knight to work with him. They need a cure together now. Batman undergoes a really great and epic journey through Arkham City, but we find out the Joker tries screwing him over because of course he does. Harley Quinn steals the cure, and I'm kind of shocked Joker didn't take the cure while he had it, but no, he takes it and is trying to lure Batman over for a trap, not drinking it yet, and we see there are two Jokers. It's Clayface. Clayface was in disguise, posing as Joker when he was in good health. You technically have a boss fight with Clayface as you fight him. We're sending you back to school for a lesson, Batman. Let's call it Getting Your Ass Kicked 101. You fight him, have the big epic fight scene against the Tiger Guards, destroying Arkham City, dethrone Hugo Strange and Ra's al Ghul. Then, Joker reveals he took Talia hostage. Talia sacrifices herself to spare Bruce's life, but Joker is in Monarch Theater, basically ending it where it all began for Batman. Yeah, and Talia al Ghul ends up killed in a completely BS death scene. She ends up shot in the back by the Joker after she thought she killed him. Nope, she killed Clayface. And Joker reveals that this was all a trap to finally kill his arch nemesis, the Dark Knight. But first, hand over my cure, where you get the big epic boss fight against Clayface. Can't wait to see where he lands on that tier list eventually. But yeah, it's epic, you defeat him, and ironically, the Joker ends up screwing himself over because he stabbed Batman before he could get the cure. Yeah, Batman drinks some, and you know what's funny? In spite of all of this, I still would have saved you. That actually is pretty funny. And Joker dies laughing at a joke Batman told him. It's a kind of loose reference to the Killing Jokes ending, but yeah, basically, Joker dies and Batman blames himself, but haha, this would not be the end of the Joker after all. Yeah, Arkham City kind of tricked all our asses. Mark Hamill was going to retire from voicing the Joker. Decided not to because he came back for Arkham Knight. Alright, so try and follow me, people. This is a very weird return. Scarecrow has taken over Gotham City and is going to take over where the Batman failed in trying to kill the Dark Knight. With the Joker gone, there's a power vacuum in Gotham. Scarecrow convinces all the villains, sans Poison Ivy, to unite for a villain alliance to take over Gotham and kill the Dark Knight for good. Batman tries to attack Scarecrow, but semantics happen, crazy stuff occurs, and he ends up accidentally breathing, of course, fear gas, where Batman sees the ghost of the Joker. Miss me? Yeah, Joker comes back and is voiced by Mark Hamill again. He's an imaginary ghost haunting Batman. We find out it's a combination of the fear gas and the Joker virus. All the people Joker gave blood to weren't cured of it on time. They managed to survive the Titan poisoning, but they got a sample of Joker's DNA. A part of him is implanted in them now, and it's turning them into were-Jokers. Yeah, you heard that right, were-Jokers. Joker is making a pseudo comeback here. Several people are infected with the Joker's blood, become were-Jokers. They're turning into clones of him, and it turns out the Dark Knight is one of them. The Dark Knight is suffering hallucinations from a combo of the fear gas, his personal fears, and the Joker poisoning in his system. He's imagining the Joker literally connected to him, talking to him all throughout the game. And Joker, even from beyond the grave, is haunting Batman, joking that, oh, he's going to come back now possessing Batman Tim Drake style. And it's honestly a pretty trippy experience, as we said on the last tier list, when Batman Arkham becomes Silent Hill. Pretty creative stuff, not gonna lie. Arkham Knight is a very flawed game, but it does have its highlights, Joker being one of them. Hit the wrong button. Joker easily had some of the funniest moments in the night, even as a hallucination. Yeah, Mark Hamill still got it. He was so funny. I still think that Sonic as Batman is not a good voice in the Arkhamverse in other of the titles. Alright, I disagree with you, James. I thought Roger Craig Smith was great in Arkham Origins. Kind of questionable in a few other things, but that was one of his good ones. If the Joker and the Trickster were to have a death battle like scenario, who would you think would win? Okay, so the Trickster does have his powerful moments, but I think the Joker is better because he's a lot smarter than the Trickster is. The three Jokers from Batman Arkham Knight. Yeah, Christina Bell, a female version of Christian Bale. That was kind of a funny reference. Albert King, the wrestler. He looks like The Rock. And Johnny Charisma, played by Michael Rosenbaum. Pretty hilarious seeing him in an Arkham title. Yeah, Johnny Charisma. There was also the old guy. Trying to remember his name. Yeah, the old principal guy. He was also revealed to be a Joker victim. Henry. Henry was his name. Yeah, Henry, the old guy. He was actually faking being cured and not being affected by the Joker. No, it turns out he was 100% infected. He was just trying to lure Batman into a trap. Venom, Titan, Joker, worst boss ever. Fully agree, S. Holmes. Would have been fine with... Alright, read that one. Gotta go. Later. Bye, Stormcat. Bye, Snowstorm the Cat. You made it through a lot, honestly. Still find it creepy and cool once you played the New Game Plus when you incinerate Joker's body and he jump scares you, and when he's burned in the furnace and being processed. This is how it happened. This is how the Joker died. That was so funny, honestly. Yeah, they got us with a jump scare. Yeah, it's the New Game Plus mode, so they kind of spice it up with that. Okay, so, as I said, Arkham Knight turns into Silent Hill in the final act. Batman is losing himself to the Were-Joker virus, and Scarecrow is getting some victories here. Eventually, they return to Arkham Asylum for a final confrontation, and Batman gets infected with more fear toxin, where the Were-Joker wins. He takes over until Scarecrow's ego gets the better of him. He defeats Batman, unmasks him, but Bruce isn't acting scared, and this is because the Joker's possessing him. He is upset because why aren't you afraid? And he overdoses him on fear toxin, where we see what the Joker fears. And we get that really trippy Silent Hill boss stage where Batman finally scares the Joker. Scarecrow accidentally helps save the day here. Joker gets scared for the first time in his life, where we see his fears. He's afraid of being forgotten. His character developments come full circle. In Arkham Origins, he was suicidal. Now, in Mark Hamill's phase of this Joker, he wants to live, which is kind of funny because this is the game where he officially dies in. You're afraid of being ashes, you're afraid of death, and you're afraid of being forgotten, and you will be forgotten, Joker. I'm still here. Hey, John Smith, thanks for sticking by us. Yep, Batman has a final fight against the Joker where you give him another beatdown. Honestly, this part was not as satisfying as Arkham Origins, but Arkham Origins made it funnier. But here, he throws him into a prison cell where he's sealed away in his mind forever. No, Bruce, don't leave me. Goodbye, Joker. Bruce, I need you. And that's the end of the Joker in the Arkhamverse. He's killed in physical form in Arkham City, killed completely in his ghost form come Arkham Knight in that Silent Hill sequence. I believe the game developers have teased, Joker might not be a hallucination, it might be an actual ghost and Batman is seeing him, or just could be a figment of Batman's imagination from the fear gas. I do kind of like that they keep it a bit vague, and I do imagine this is exactly how the Joker would react to all this, but yeah. This Joker is fantastic. He has a lot of character development. It's Mark Hamill back in the saddle. A lot of scary moments, a lot of laugh out loud hilarious moments, and basically Joker was back in full form, one of the best comic book villains ever throughout this entire game saga. Arkham Asylum, Arkham City, heck, even Arkham Knight. This is an A-grade Joker. Loved his character development, love his jokes, and Mark Hamill, you put your best into this one. Such a great apology after the killing joke. Yeah, he's going on to Emperor Joker. And you can see, we did it. We survived. We talked about every Joker ever. So, I'll go over the ranking one last time for any of you late birds, or for those of you who skip click all the way to the end to see the ranking in full. But man, oh man, we actually got through this. We talked about every media portrayal of the Clown Prince of Crime ever. From rock bottom bad to Mark Hamill top dog. Alright, trying to squeeze them all in, make sure you can see them all. Yep, we did it. Sweet clown, we did it. Alright, let's go over this one last time. At rock bottom bad is easily the gay Suicide Squad kill the Justice League Joker. Yeah, this sucks. Like everything else in that game, he sucks. Next is CW Batwoman's Joker, who sucks like everything else in that show. Dark Tomorrow Joker, easily the worst voice acting performance ever. We did it. Wow, holy moly, that was very long. That's what she said. Gotta go. Bye. Bye, Joseph. Then, Teen Titans Go Joker, Batfam Joker, Batman Hush Joker. Did not like these cartoon interpretations. They really sucked. Jared Leto Joker, easily one of the worst Jokers on the big screen. Aztec Joker, this movie sucked, don't watch it, and their Joker was also really terrible. Brent Spiner Joker, terrible, really disappointing, and Injustice Joker. These are our top 10 worst Jokers ever, all bad, all disappointing, all completely disgrace the Clown Prince's legacy. Can you and I, as Mr. Bat, try to do a ranking list one day? Like something we both like. You know, James, I think we could. Yeah, I think we could. Message me on X or Twitter, whatever, and tell me what you like. Lame Clown is easily Titans Joker. Yeah, he was disappointing. The Killing Joke Joker, what a letdown of a movie. Easily Mark Hamill's worst Joker performance. And Cameron Monaghan's Uncle Fester Joker from the Gotham finale. All of these guys, just plain disappointing. Didn't get to do much, or not the worst thing ever, but also not very impressive. In our unknown category, who is this clown? Batwheels Joker, Super Friends era Joker, and Suicide Squad Isekai Joker. Never watched these shows, have no opinion. Mediocre Comedian. Cape Crusader Joker, it's a cameo. Scooby-Doo and Crypto Joker, it's a cameo. The Batman Joker, it's a cameo. DC Superhero Girls Joker, he was fine. Didn't really offend me, but honestly wasn't that impressed by him. Would have loved to see more of him, but that show's gone now. Michael Emerson's The Dark Knight Returns Joker. I have mixed feelings on this portrayal. I'm sorry, but I just do. I wanted to like him. He has his moments of good, but ultimately ended up a Joker I don't really associate with the character. And Mark Hamill's Joker on the Birds of Prey TV show. It's a cameo. Yeah, these ones, they're fine. They're passable. Not my kind of thing, but they're alright. Clown Prince, who's in A tier. Jester, really like him, interesting depiction. Unfortunately, he didn't live long. Joaquin Phoenix's Joker, Larry Storch's Joker, Batman Unlimited Joker, Lego Batman the Movie Joker, Batman Ninja Joker, Long Halloween Joker, Jeremiah Valeska, and Alan Tudyk's Harley Quinn Joker. Yep, they're awesome. They're definitely worthy of the title. I think they're entertaining, they're likable, they're funny, they're dark. They did the clown character justice, but only some can be Emperor grade. Speaking of which, who are our Emperor Jokers? The Scooby-Doo and Guess Who Joker. Yeah, it's just an extension of the animated series one. Justice League Action Joker, an extension of animated series one. Lego Joker, love the Lego games, he did not disappoint in these titles, still fun to play as. Both Injustice 1 and 2 Joker. Joker is pretty awesome in these video games, fun to play as, very funny, and he broke the Superman. Cobra Ninja Turtles Joker. Yeah, very interesting portrayal. Troy Baker's back and plays a pretty sadistic mutant. Cesar Romero's Joker and the Return of the Cape Crusader Joker. Yep, he's funny, he's entertaining, he's likable, he has his laugh out loud moments. Did the Joker justice in a PG setting. Brave and the Bold Joker, underrated. Jeff Bennett is one of my top 10 favorite Jokers. He's cool, he's funny, he's a gentleman, and he's a monstrous clown with a ton of great puns. Easily one of the top ones. John DiMaggio's Joker. Yep, I really like him. Bender did not disappoint. Easily one of the darkest portrayals of our favorite clown. The Batman's Joker, truly a unique one, definitely shined as his own character, a very, very maddening Joker. Assault on Arkham and Arkham Origins Joker, yeah, Troy Baker did a marvelous job filling Mark Hamill's shoes. He did not disappoint. Love Arkham Origins a lot more, but Assault on Arkham, just kind of an extension of that. Troy Baker definitely earned his clown shoes through this portrayal. Heath Ledger Joker. Why so serious? Yeah, was there really any doubt? He's a classic. He's a legend. The Dark Knight is great precisely because of him. Jerome Valeska. This is Cameron Monaghan's best Joker. Really like him. He's funny, he's cool, he's creepy, and he undergoes a lot of unique Joker stories. I hope Cameron Monaghan plays the character again because he was that good in the role. Anthony Ingruber's Joker. Telltale actually made the Joker a profound sympathetic character. He is the better version of Joaquin Phoenix's Joker. I love him. He's in my top 5 favorites because he's that good. Jack Nicholson Joker. Still the best of the live-action clown portrayals. Really love Batman 1989. It's my #1 Batman film. And Michael Keaton and Jack Nicholson are the big reason why. Of course, I have nothing but respect for him. Arkham vs. Joker. Was there really any doubt? These are really badass video games. And of course, they gave us another badass Batman villain. But #1... we'll be going to the animated series Joker, the DCAU Joker. This is the one that put Mark Hamill on the map. I respect it a lot more because Joker is pretty much a household name thanks to this portrayal of the character. This is the end-all be-all of clown princes in my eyes. Mark Hamill's animated Joker is my #1 Emperor Joker. Also, didn't Chris Smith voice Joker? Probably. Christopher Smith also voiced Lord Betrayus in Pac-Man: The Ghostly Adventures. Oh, then I'm not sure if he did. I have to go. Bye. I'm off to see a certain video game movie. Mamma mia! Also read that one. Pac-Man: The Ghostly Adventures was one of my favorite cartoons, and it still is. Yeah, I do know, James. I've seen your tweets. Alright, so we did it, folks. We made it to the end. #1, Mark Hamill's Joker. Take your pick, either Arkhamverse or DCAU Joker. They're both the same in my eyes, both epic portrayals. Rock bottom, easily the Suicide Squad Joker, but if you count media, Batwoman's Joker, who had nothing to do with the character. We did it. This is my Joker ranking in full. Take one last picture if you want to see it all. Yeah, sorry, I might be blocking out Injustice Joker, but nobody remembers that loser. So if you made it to the end, here's a reward, some teases of future stuff coming up. For tier lists, I have 2. I might do a Power Rangers tier list or ranking the Fred Jones from Scooby-Doo. Yeah, he was our next mystery gang member, and he's the last human we haven't done yet, so Fred Jones or a Power Rangers tier list. Possibly a regular show tier list again if I can get Wolf on board, but that depends on our schedules. For videos, I am working on another secret project. Won't reveal too much, but it's another list video. But speaking of which, I have new videos coming out approaching very soon. Got some special surprises for you. Available on Patreon right now. If you love my DC stuff so much, check out my top 10 Jokers, public on YouTube. Assault on Arkham, that one's a Patreon exclusive special, available now if you join up and sign up with us. But yeah, I did review Assault on Arkham, so if you want to see me in a much better review, you can go check that out. But love the Joker, and as you can see, we have a lot more good than bad because the Joker is definitely a hit showstopper. Christopher Corey Smith, I meant he's the voice of the Joker too. Alright, sorry guys, but I gotta wrap up now. We have gone over a pretty long stream, but thank you all for joining us. I'm glad you like these tier lists, and we'll see what we do next time. But look forward to more content coming soon. Now I'll set you guys free. Well, until next time, try to have the last laugh. Bye, Shadow. Take care. Remember to like, comment, share, and subscribe, or just tune in for more videos posted here on Wolf Entertainment. I'm your host, Catastrophe, and I thank you all for watching. See you all next time. Same cat time, same cat channel.